Jaya Giri Maya Happy birthday to you.
Yes.
Jai.
Very good.
So it's all yours now.
Happy birthday, Maharaj.
There's a little swamp. That will come.
Happy birthday, Maharaj.
Shila Gurudev, it's all yours now. You can start speaking.
Do I speak first?
Yes, if you want to, and then we'll have His Grace Pratapna Prabhu. And if Prabha Prabhu is online, then we'll have a couple
Let's have Pratap and Kala speak first.
Kalasamara Prabhu is in a meeting, so he might join us later on.
How about Pratapna?
Yes, I'll ask. Yes, Rajkumari Mataji, is the Pratapna Prabhu ready? Maybe he can speak.
I'll just get in 1 second.
Thank you.
Where's Maharaj?
He's here, Dad. He's here, and he wants you to speak. But no, well, so we can see Sakura. I'll pin Maharaj so you can see him.
Hello, everybody.
Much better.
Haribol Maharaj.
Hello.
Dandavats.
Dhanyavad.
Can you hear? Maharaj here.
He can hear. He can hear.
Very good. So, this is a very different type of Vyasa Puj occasion. And I'd just like to say how much I love you and how dear you are to me and to my whole family, and what an inspiration you've been to me during my Krishna consciousness. I don't know whether you remember, but back in Paris, it was the first time I saw you in, I think at the Chateau in 1977. But since that time, we've been separated by distance for a lot of it, but my whole devotional life, I've just lost the picture.
Saki, could you pin Maharaj as part of the, or whoever's hosting this event, can they pin Maharaj so that everybody will see him rather than people that are unmuted? I can't get him back, Dad, because Sri Krishna.
Can't get him back.
He's there. He's listening. It's just Sri Krishna Chandra's.
We've lost the visual is there.
Oh, here, I pinned it. I'm going to pin it.
We just did it.
Dan, you're my very dearest friend. I love you just like a brother. I think we are brothers, as you've often said that. We have a very loving and intimate relationship, which goes beyond just the service that we do and pushing on Prabhupada's movement. But we have a connection of heart that's been there and has grown over the years. And that love has grown within my heart, that all I can say is, I love you. And you inspire me by your the way that you've taken Krishna consciousness and spread it all over the world and done some amazing, amazing things like this program in Poland. As soon as COVID is gone and things return to normal, I'll be there. I want to see it. Count me in. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. But I'm your servant, and I'm just all the devotees that have taken shelter of you, how fortunate they are to actually have you as their spiritual master. You're a beautiful, wonderful soul. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Thank you very much, Maharaj. You've blessed my life by your presence, by your friendship, by your love and association. And I've been through some pretty tough times, as you know, over the last few months. I'm coming out of it now, bigger and better than ever. And when I get back on the road, you're the first person I want to see. And when I see you, I'm going to give you the biggest embrace. I love you, Maharaj. Thank you very much for everything. You're in my heart and always will be there. God bless you and everything that you have done for Prabhupada's movement and for spreading Krishna consciousness throughout the world. Your disciples are so fortunate that they have you as their spiritual master. Thank you, Maharaj. All my blessings.
I push that. So if I'm speaking, I mute. Am I muted? I'm not muted.
Who's our master of ceremonies today? Do we have a master of
I'm going to try,
ceremonies?
Srila Gurudev.
Saki?
Yes, Srila Gurudev.
So should I speak now?
Yes, please. We're all waiting for that.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Vishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarane Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripasundu Bevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I have to thank my brother. We say in Old English, my bosom friend, my buddy, my preaching partner, Pratapna Prabhu, for those wonderful words that he's spoken today. First of all, I'm so relieved and so happy to see you coming out of those difficult months where you were battling your cancer. I know what it's like. I've been there and I've done that, actually 3 times. So I know where you're coming from. And my heart was with you every day. Actually, Pratapna, there wasn't a day I didn't think of you during that period. I called you once or twice. I didn't want to. I know it's difficult to go through those things, especially that chemotherapy. So I didn't want to disturb you, but I was there with you in spirit, and my prayers, I was constantly praying to my deity, Lord Nrsingadev. He's my Ishtadeva, as you know. And I was making a personal appeal, sometimes with tears in my eyes, that you would overcome that cancer, because we need you with us. You're the life and soul of Sydney. Someone may say, but what about the governor? What about the mayor? What about, no. The most important thing going on in that city is Krishna consciousness. People may not realize that, but it's a fact. And Prabhupada said one time, a program's only as good as the person who's heading it up. So you never take credit. You never did. This is one of your distinguishing qualities, that you're very humble. But you can't hide yourself from us, from Prabhupada, from Mahaprabhu. You're really the life of that yatra. And the preaching goes on. You're very innovative in the way you do it, like I like to do. And therefore, we have a very keen, very deep friendship. So I'm so happy to see you speaking loud and clear. I pray that you'll just come out of this this whole episode just roaring like a lion. You'll be back in the center, giving your wonderful Bhagavad Gita classes and organizing and coming up with different ideas and so forth and so on, and we will join forces. I mean, it's been my dream for years to get you to Poland, and you said it online. You are coming, and if you don't agree, I'm going to send my team there. We're going to kidnap you, put you in a box, and send you DHL Express to Warsaw. You have to see it because you're a preacher, and this is what gives us life as preachers. So thank you. You said that you love me more than I'll ever know. I say the same thing to you. I love you more than you'll ever know. So we've got a competition here. A competition of love. And that's the mood of Vrindavan, actually. Krishna is always trying to show his unalloyed pure love for his devotees, and devotees are always trying to show their pure unalloyed love for Krishna. There's a kind of competition there in Vrindavan, and it just goes on ad infinitum. So I think our loving relationship will somehow usher us into the wonderful world of Krishna consciousness one day in the spiritual world. And as we're friends here, we will also be friends there, I'm sure, because when we finally do leave these mortal frames, we'll go where our heart takes us. And our heart is in the same place. We say in French, le pied de lotus, the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. And your good wife, and your beautiful daughter, son, all of your family, we're all packed up tight by Prabhupada's mercy and relishing this wonderful movement that Prabhupada entrusted to us, trying our best. So thank you. Thank you. Your talk was the perfect way to open up this humble ceremony, because it shows the disciples that mood of beyond cooperation, that mood of love that Srila Prabhupada wanted his disciples to work with. So this is a good example for my disciples, who, in many ways, you're like Shiksha Guru, because you inspire so many devotees. I know you inspire all my disciples. So this brotherly love it's so important. And for that reason, I think you're actually worshipable. I think you're worshipable because for several reasons. Our friendship, real friendship is something very rare in this world. Practically 99.9% of the friendships in this world are based on, I have to be quite frank, sense gratification. Friends are friends because they like the same girls, they like the same clothes, they like the same music, they like the same political party. That's what friendship is based on. But in spiritual life, friendship is based on serving the spiritual master together. And you get close friends when you like to serve the spiritual master in the same way. We like to preach. We both like pizza. I love your family. You love your family. This is the basis of our friendship. I saw a bumper sticker a few years ago in America. It said, "Real friends don't let their friends eat meat." So real friendship, we don't encourage in sense gratification. We encourage each other in service to Prabhupada, to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, like that. And also, I feel that I could worship you because of our camaraderie. It goes beyond friendship. It's like when I was in the military, they told us that on the battlefield, your greatest chance of survival was your fellow soldiers. We had to work as a team. And they taught us, look out after your fellow soldiers and they'll look out after you. Because on the battlefield, things, the haze of war, it's called. So we're all on the battlefield and, we're looking out after each other in so many ways. So there's a camaraderie there. Where, like you say, what are we at a war of Maya? Prabhupada would say. So we need God brothers like you to encourage us when we're right. And sometimes, to point out you're not doing something correct. Real friends, they'll tell you, when you're not doing something right. So I cherish our friendships, and also I see in you something that I would really love to have. I'm aspiring to have. You have very deep Guru Nishta. Guru Nishta means faith in the spiritual master. And one time I asked Tamal Krishna Goswami, I said, Goswami Maharaj, we used to call him TKG, what's the most important quality a disciple can have? He didn't even take a second to think about it. He said, Guru Nishta. Everything comes from Guru Nishta. So when I think of you, you get the epitaph. You get the best. You can put it on the door to your office, your room. You are a Prabhupada man, through and through. So I trust you for that. And if I could be there today, I mean, we had a little ceremony here, in where I'm staying on a mountaintop in Maharashtra, to avoid the COVID, which is raging this country. They had a little Vyasa Puja ceremony for me. They offered artik, and it like you said, it's a different year. A couple of years ago, there was 5,000 disciples in Moscow. Here we had 3, but it was very sweet. So that they offered to me, but I'd like to offer it to you. That's how much I respect you. Offer you the incense, the ghee lamp, the water, handkerchief, the flower, the fan. Why not? There's 3 very important relationships we have with God, with Guru, and with Vaishnava. And none of those relationships is less important than the others. Because I always feel that by having association with God brothers like you, I can understand how to please Prabhupada. And by Prabhupada's mercy, we can understand how to please Krishna. So all 3 steps are essential. It's like a ladder. You can't go to the fifth step of the ladder. You have to put your foot on the first step, and then the second step, and then the third step. So like that. So our immediate introduction to love is between devotees, Vaishnavas. And by Vaishnava's mercy, we can understand what is Guru and then what is Krishna. So as I can worship my Guru, I can worship Krishna, I can also worship God brothers like you. And I know that because the Bhagavatam says so. Just like the Christians, they say, Jesus loves me, this I know, because the Bible tells me so. I used to hear that when I was a kid. Jesus loves me, this I know, because the Bible tells me so. So the Bhagavatam also says that we can consider older God brothers to be as good as Krishna. What? That's there. You know the Shastra better than I do. Your Bhagavad Gita classes are like off the chart. But in the Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 4th chapter, verse 31, there's an amazing verse describing Prahlad Maharaj. And I knew you were going to speak today, so I wrote it down so I can show you how I can offer you artik. And here's what the Bhagavatam says about Prahlad. The qualities of Prahlad Maharaj, the son of Hiranyakashipu, are described herewith. He was completely cultured as a qualified Brahmana, having very good character and being determined to understand the absolute truth. He had full control of his mind. Like the super soul, he was kind to every living entity, and he was the best friend to everyone. To respectable persons, he acted exactly like a menial servant, and to the poor, he was like a father. To his equals, he was attached like a sympathetic brother, and he considered his teachers, spiritual masters, and here's the point, and older God brothers to be as good Supreme Personality of Godhead. There you go. He was completely free from a natural pride that might have arisen from his good education, riches, beauty, aristocracy, and so on. Grantarashim and Bhagavatam Ki. So I have the green light. Older God brothers to be as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So I worship our friendship as you're my bosom buddy. Old English term, but I like to hear my bosom buddy. You know, we'll hug. And we say in Polish, Jaki Łez, there'll be a river of tears when we meet again. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I hanker, now I know what hankering means. I hanker to be with you again in Sydney and on the Baltic Sea coast. And to all of my beloved spiritual sons and daughters out there, down under. I often say this, but repetition, Prabhupada said it's required to, because our Kali Yuga brains, we have to remember. This is one of my favorite days of the year. Somebody can go, what? We knew it. You wanted all the glorification. But it's more in the sense that, as I said before, on this day I get to see how all of you have progressed. Because when you speak today, your heartfelt words are always, how would we say, punctuated with realizations. And this is the fruit of service to Guru. Tadvidi paripatena paripashana sevaya. Paripashana means we inquire from the Guru, we get some knowledge, but knowledge is not enough. What we're looking for in Krishna consciousness is Vigyan, realized knowledge. And how does that come? Paripashana sevaya. By seva, by service to our Guru, which means essentially service to Srila Prabhupada, because what our Guru does, he gives all the credit to Prabhupada. Because Prabhupada is that master at whose feet all the masters sit. We can only be gurus or disciples by his mercy. So from inquiry, getting knowledge, we get Vigyan, we get realization. And because all of you are serving so nicely under your authorities in the Australian Yatra, which really, you know, Felina Parichita, you judge something by the result. After all these years, we see the Australian Yatras, it's a solid Yatra. No doubt there have been, you know, ups and downs and so forth, but it's a rock solid Yatra. And, you know, the older devotees are becoming very Krishna conscious. The youth, so proud to see the youth growing up and taking to Krishna consciousness, and new people are coming. So this is what would please Srila Prabhupada. So everyone's maturing. My disciples are maturing, and then I know I'm doing my job. It's not a job; it's a service. But me being a spiritual master, I think of it as a service to Prabhupada. So when I hear your offerings and, you know, your realizations, then I can turn to Srila Prabhupada and say, are you pleased, Prabhupada? Look, these young boys and girls are making progress. And I'm sure he's pleased. It shows that the process works. It shows that the knowledge I'm sharing with you, you're taking it to heart. You know, it's like the knowledge that we share with you has two purposes: to get you out of the material world and into the spiritual world. It's like a double-edged sword. They use that example in different ways, but we'll use it like a double-edged sword. Like in the old days, people had swords, not guns. They had swords, so you'd sharpen both sides. So with one side, we cut ourselves out of the forest of illusion. And then with the other, we enter into the spiritual sky. So therefore we feel indebted to our spiritual master. Because what is this world? This is just suffering. Kaviraj Goswami says the concept of good and bad in this world is wrong. It's all bad. Prabhupada said, I did not want to come to this nasty place. He didn't give this material world any credit. Not one thing. I don't want to come to this now. So with this divya gyan, this transcendental knowledge, if we act on that knowledge, then we get liberated from what? Suffering. But that's not enough. It's like someone's banging you on the head and they stop. That's like liberation. There's no more pain. But where is the ecstasy? That's only to be found in the spiritual world, where life is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. So our spiritual master's knowledge is like a double-edged sword. And we're doubly grateful. He stops us from suffering, and he introduces us to what is real joy, Krishna consciousness. So how does he do that? The basic, the essential relationship between guru and disciple, it's an exchange of knowledge. We think like that in the traditional sense. The guru's in the ashram, in a forest somewhere in Bharat Bhumi, and he's giving classes. And by his actions, he demonstrates the proper application of that knowledge, like Acharya in the sense that he's teaching by example. That's the essential, that's the umbilical cord between guru and disciple, this flow of knowledge. Like the baby exists in the womb because of the umbilical cord of the mother, like this. So therefore we have to take the time to hear from our guru. We can't think that initiation is enough, or that in a few emails a year is enough. No, we have to regularly hear. Shravanam Kirtanam brings Vishnu Shmaranam, or Krishna Shmaranam, remembrance of Krishna. There's 9 processes, but first things first. Shravanam, first you hear, and then Kirtanam, then you can chant. So knowledge, it's the knowledge. And we can't say, oh, I'm not so smart, I'm not so intelligent. That's no excuse. Just like the sun, there's total darkness. But when the sun rises, everything becomes very clear. So we may be in ignorance, we may not be very intelligent, but with the sunshine of Krishna consciousness, we can also see clearly and we can speak clearly. So knowledge, that's why we spent the last 15 months in this chair. You can see my chair here. This is my chair. It's a good chair. It goes around and it's got, support in the back. Because I've been sitting here for 15 months in this chair, 10 hours a day. You know me, I could hardly stay in one place more than one day before. And then Radharani slammed the door in my face in Vrindavan when the COVID-19 pandemic started. That's where I was. Govinda Maharaj laughed. He said, Indradvina Maharaj, we were living in the temple for 10 years. Then we were on the road for 35 years. And now look what Radha and Krishna have done. They made us bhajananandis for the next 10 years, or whatever, 5 or 6. We have to just sit. But what do Brahmins do when they sit? They speak. Like Sudras, you can't stop them from building temples with their hands. Vaishyas, you can't stop them from milking cows. Khatris, they'll take up any challenge with the sword in battle. They're not afraid. So a Brahmana is Prabhupada said, one symptom of a Brahmin is that whenever he's asked to speak about Krishna, no problem. He just sits and speaks like that. It comes naturally. So I was thinking, what am I going to do now? I can't move. I can't even go outside my room. Even now in this country, I can see in the valley below funeral pyres are burning 24/7 because COVID is just ravaging this country. We can't go outside. So if you can't go outside, then you stay inside. You go inside. And I admit, Vacha Vegam, Manasakroda Vegam, Jiva Vegam, I had to really control. And I just thought, okay, I've never had the opportunity to go deep, really, really deep into Prabhupada's books, deep into the Bhakti Shastras of the Goswamis. So maybe that's what Krishna wants me to do. But I was taught that whatever Krishna conscious thing I get, immediately I share it. Like Prabhupada said, if you make money, you put it in the bank and it should be spent by the morning. I never really understood that. You make money, Prabhupada said, you put it in the bank and you spend it by the morning. But he used that in this context, that if a Brahmana gets some knowledge, by the morning he should have spoken that knowledge for the benefit of others. So then we started these classes. And I was like, I still think I'm the last person to speak about Braj. We've got Dina Bandhu. We've got Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. We've got Bibi Govinda Maharaj. You know, we have devotees who are, you know, real Brajbasis. But I'm in Vrindavan and I've always had, at least I can say, a curiosity. And now it's a little bit more than that. And so I thought, okay. And then I just started speaking on Braj. And I did that really for my disciples. Somehow or other, you know, I don't know why other people are watching the videos, but really it's my duty as a guru to give knowledge. And I've been speaking for 50 years, since 1970, 50 years, that we're not these bodies. And, but we also have to know what is the goal. It's like a sailor's on the ocean and he's just, and he's fighting the waves and, you know, looking at this clouds. But in his mind, he knows where he's going. He may not have reached that goal, but he knows where he's going. And that gives him the impetus to go through all the trial and tribulation to cross the ocean. I like to quote, you know, Bob Marley. We know who we are and we know where we're going. So to keep my disciples in focus and remember the goal so that we can go through all the difficulty of sailing over the ocean of material existence, I thought it's appropriate to speak about these deeper subject matters, which Prabhupada thoroughly discusses in his books. And with the help of senior godbrothers and the GBC Shastric Committee, I've also delved into, you know, the teachings of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Baladev Vidyabhushana and Rupa Goswami cautiously, but I can see how enlivened the devotees are to know what is the goal. Just like the sailor, he's sailing, and way in the distance he sees the land. Land ho! Right? The sailor, land ho! It's not there yet, but he can see it. So how do we see the goal? We can't even see 100 meters ahead of us. But we see through Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu. So why did the Goswamis and Acharyas write all of that knowledge? They wrote it for us. But we have to understand it in the proper context by our spiritual master and by Srila Prabhupada's mercy. So I've seen how many of you are listening very attentively every Tuesday and every Friday. It used to be 3 times a week. Well, that was pretty tough to keep up. So 2 times a week, but for those 2 times a week, I'm studying 10 hours a day, every day. You can ask my team here. They rarely see me because I'm just in the books, listening to tapes, consulting with senior godbrothers, senior god sisters, to make sure that everything I say is perfectly in line with our philosophy. So therefore, our knowledge, all taken together, this is so important. It's our life sustenance. Prithvi Bhushanam Raja, Chanakya Pandit says. Narinam Bhushanam Pati. Sabari Bhushanam Chandro, Vidya Sarvasha Bhushanam. The ornament of the earth is the king. The ornament of a woman is a good husband. The ornament of night is the moon. But not knowledge, Divyagan, it's the ornament of everything. And if we can see everything in relationship to Krishna, that's reality. And even in this world, we can live a relatively peaceful existence. I mean, COVID's raging around, and we are also in anxiety that it may, but because we're studying all day and speaking, it's as if we're not even in this world. And that's the same for those who listen. Prabhupada said, the speaker, Bhagavatam, and the hearer of Bhagavatam, they're both benefiting. Or anyone here, sometimes I'm studying and I read out loud, very loud. What, are you crazy, man? You're reading so loud? No, because Mahaprabhu asked Haridas Thakur, what is the fate of those immovable living entities? Human beings can be delivered by the Maha Mantra, but what about immovable, like plants and trees? How will they be delivered? So he knew the answer, but he wanted Haridas Thakur to say it, because he's Namacharya. So Namacharya said, my Lord, by the loud chanting of the holy names. It's so powerful that even unconscious living entities can be benefited. I said yesterday during our Russian Vyasa Puja, in India, there's lots of insects. So the other day I made a mistake. I opened up my glass door to my balcony and turned the lights on at 3:00 in the morning, and a swarm of insects came in. And some of them were dangerous. So I ran to the bathroom and closed the door, and one insect made it in. One insect. It was actually a flying ant. Here in India, we have ants, and they grow wings at a certain stage of their life, and they fly somewhere and lay eggs. And they live for about, 10 minutes or something. So one of those insects flew into my bathroom, and there I got the door locked so I don't get stung, and it's just one insect. And I realized it only had a few minutes to live. And I had to wait for the other ones to, fly away. So I sat on a stool and I preached to the ant. I preached to the ant, the basic philosophy. And then I chanted into its ear for 10 minutes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama. And even when it was starting to die, I got closer. Hare Krishna, Krishna. And then at the very last minute, that little ant popped its head up. I swear to God, looked me straight in the eyes. I said, Shishigoritai ki, and it died. So I was thinking, I'm not wasting my time, because Haridas Thakur said even plants, which are lower, they get benefit from the Maha Mantra. And I was preaching to that. Somehow it's going to the heart, right? So Vidya Sarvasha Bhushanam. This knowledge is the ornament of everything. We can all be liberated. Hack our way out of take the machete, hack our way out of the forest of illusion. And then with the higher knowledge the Guru gives, as we advance in Krishna consciousness, as we merit that, there's so many things waiting for us. So many realizations are waiting for us. Each one of those realizations is more valuable than all the gold in creation. So we should never get disappointed or depressed. No, we should tolerate and move forward. So this knowledge is so important. Actually, I was reading the other day, it's described that the Upanishads, particularly the Gita Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, is compared to a cow. And Krishna is milking the cow and giving the milk to Arjuna to drink. So it's a metaphor, right? Milk, what does Prabhupada describe milk? Milk is a miracle food. It's unfortunate that the vegans, they don't know this. Milk is a miracle food. It's meant to be given to human beings because milk, the propensity is milk is it replenishes the dead cells in the brain. You know, we're growing till 27 years of age. My doctor told me this. From 27, you start going downhill. Your body deteriorates. You're growing till 27. From 27 onwards, you're deteriorating. He not being born is busy dying, Bob Dylan. So, but the milk, like when you're a baby, you can learn a language very quickly. For me to learn a language now, it's impossible. Babies just pick it up immediately. They learn everything around them because their brains are fertile in a certain sense because they're drinking milk. And I know a milk Baba, he lives up in Kathmandu. And he told me he's been drinking milk his whole life. He never drank anything but milk. When I met him, he was 76. He looked like he was 30. And his intelligence sharp as a tack. So milk. But really the metaphor is that what is the milk that Arjuna is getting from Krishna, who's milking the knowledge? It's the knowledge. That's really what Arjuna is drinking. He's drinking that knowledge. And Krishna says, armed with knowledge, Arjuna, stand and fight. And if we apply that, miracles will come. Just like milk is described as a miracle food by Prabhupada. So this knowledge, which is like milk from the spiritual master, from the Vedas, this milk also performs miracles. They asked Prabhupada one time, Swamiji, what miracle can you do? Sai Baba, he's making silver, gold necklaces. Some Swamis are walking on water. What can you do? Prabhupada just went, all his disciples are sitting there. He said, this is my miracle. All these Western boys and girls who are addicted to sense gratification. He said, no sin. Now they're all pure Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Before coming to Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada said one time, you were all dirty, unregulated, sinful, dark, moody. Now you've come to Krishna consciousness, you're dhotis and saris, you're bright-faced, you're smiling, you're laughing, chanting the holy names. You look just like you've come from Vaikuntha. This is the miracle of Krishna consciousness. When we take the knowledge that Prabhupada has given us and we water that dormant seed of Krishna consciousness in the heart, sure and certain, that seed will grow into a beautiful tree of bhakti and produce the fruits and flowers of love of God. So that's why I like this day, because when you speak, then even the very young devotees, they know more than any philosopher or scientist in this world knows. Just to say, Guru Maharaj, I'm trying to understand, I'm not this body. That's more than the greatest philosophers, the Greek philosophers, whatever, the great and the scientists. You're more learned than them. I am not the body. I remember Prabhupada said to us one time, he leaned over in his Vyasa-san, my dear boys and girls, please believe me when I say you're not this body. But there's so much more that Prabhupada has to teach us. We just have to go into that treasure chest and pull out those jewels and in an authoritative way present that. And it just gets better and better and better, Krishna consciousness. The materialistic people say, trust no future, however bright. Yeah, that's true. That's niti shastra. But not so in Krishna consciousness, because our future is very bright. If we stick very close to Prabhupada's lotus feet, which means follow his instructions, and especially that one instruction. If you got time, chant Hare Krishna. So thank you. I'm really happy. I won't take any more time. I'm very happy to be with all of my friends, my god brothers, god sisters, friends, well-wishers. I'm the servant of every one of you. That's my only identity. I'm just a servant of all of you in different ways. And even my disciples, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati said one time, it is at a Vyasa Puja that all his disciples were his gurus. Like what? In the sense they were showing so much devotion to him that he was praying to have that same quality of devotion to his spiritual master, Guru Kishore Das Baba, which he did, of course, but it was an instruction. So my heart is open, and I just waiting to hear your loving words and loving sentiments, and your deep realizations after another year of devotional service. I thank the organizers very much for organizing this event. And once again, I embrace wholeheartedly in my loving arms, my dear God brother, Pratapna Prabhu. See you soon on the Baltic Sea coast. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Saki?
Thank you, Srila Gurudev. This was an amazing address to all of us. And I would request everyone to hear it 2 or 3 or 4 times, imbibe this. Now, can I request Prabhava Prabhu if he's online? So Prabhava Prabhu will speak, and after that, Vedavati Mataji from New Zealand, and then Karunika Mataji from New Zealand also. Prabhava Prabhu, are you there? Maybe you can start with Vedavati Mataji, please. Can you please unmute yourself, and everyone else, can you please mute your voices, because sometimes the echoes are coming. So everyone else except the speaker, please mute your videos. Yeah. Vedavati Mataji, you there? Karunika Mataji, you want to start? Please unmute yourself.
How do I do that? Tap to speak.
Okay, now we can hear you, Mataji. We can hear you, yes.
Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. This is for me to be the first one. That's really hard. Jai Srila Gurudev, I can't see you. I'm not sure where you are. I'm just finding you. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to all the devotees of the Lord who are just like desire trees, who can fulfill the desires of everyone and who are full of compassion for all the fallen souls. This morning I was contacted by Karunika when I was at work, and she encouraged me to join tonight. I'd been procrastinating whether to or not. I knew in my heart that I had to, but thank you so much, Karunika. You know, I know you're there. I've been working on a homage over the last few weeks, but hadn't written anything down, and been feeling very much out on a limb lately. You know, we're all working, and as a result, not coming together very often in Katikati in New Zealand. I don't know if some of you know where Katikati is. And this year, my son and his daughter, his wife and family moved to New Varshan. So they had Vyasa Puja there. I don't know if you got to see any of the videos. My son was there playing the mridanga, and Lalita was running around with very curly white hair. Anyway, it was very nice. And when I saw the video, I cried, you know, because I couldn't be there myself because of different work commitments. But this Saturday, we're going to be having a program here at our house, and just do only a small Vyasa Puja because everyone's working. But we're also going to be celebrating Lord Nrsimhadev's appearance day and having a feast. So that's what we're doing. So Lord Nrsingadev removes all obstacles in the path of devotional service. And I know that I have many, but I'm really working on them. And, you know, recently, because so many devotees have been leaving their bodies, and, you know, when you know them, it's really, really hard when you know them personally. And I know, so, you know, I've been questioning my life lately, and yeah, I know that I need to change everything, and I need to change my work to suit my spiritual needs rather than the other way around. So anyway, I'm sorry about all of this, Srila Gurudev. I find it really hard to speak anyway, and my words just come out all garbled. But I'd like to read you something that I wrote in 1994 in a Vyasa Puja homage, but I find it still relevant today, even though it's 27 years ago. So I really hope that you'll please accept this homage. To praise is our duty on your Vyasa Puja day. We pray that we serve you in any insignificant way. Dedicated to Prabhupada, determination you show. Through your actions and example, your presence sets us aglow. Your qualities are countless, compassion and friendliness are too. Your control over the senses, example, teaches us anew. Merciful, humble, and equal to all, poetic, expert, and silent, Krishna's name you call. Surrendered to Krishna, humble, magnanimous, and clean, without material possessions, a pure devotee. Grave, mild, and respectful, without false prestige, unwavering in devotion, Vaishnava qualities. Faultless and truthful, performing kirtan, distributing the Lord's name freely, welfare work, the Yuga Dham. Desireless, peaceful, and sober, control of the tongue. Utilization is the principle. Fault in you? None. One moment's association is all that it takes. You extend yourself freely, deep impression you make. For me, difficulties will be there as long as I'm bound, taking shelter of Krishna, his name you have found. Blundering fool, trying hard to impress, you know how to see through my heart and my mess. An unworthy disciple expecting too much, but your mercy is boundless. Now we see it as such. Please excuse this homage, a last-minute attempt. Your personage glorious, this servant inept. From Vedavati Devidasi Norton. Jai Shri Gurudev. Thank you. Happy birthday. Whoops, lost you. Oh, I've lost you. How'd I lose him? Just lost it. I lost it. Oh no. Hare Krishna. I can't even find it. Can't even get back on. Your Zoom phone is expanding your reach.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for going to this austerity to go through so many days of Vyasa Puja offerings and for allowing us to see you personally on this day. Before you came to Christchurch, for many years, I used to watch the devotees go off on pilgrimage to Vrindavan, and it always made me a little bit sad because I could never go. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I would have that good fortune to be able to go. But then you came, accompanied by all good fortune, and my life began to change. In September of 1990, a few weeks before you were to return to Christchurch and bless me to become your initiated disciple, I received a blue Indian aerogram in the mail from you in Vrindavan. You explained to me what you were doing there. Quote, I am spending my time here in Vrindavan, hearing and chanting. It is especially nice doing so in the transcendental atmosphere of this Dham. I study all day and in the evening I go on parikrama on the trail around Vrindavan. The whole walk takes 2 hours, and I arrive in time for Sundar Artik and Kirtan, unquote. Your words awakened an image of Vrindavan parikrama that captivated my heart. Although I'd never dared to have such a transcendental desire before, now there was this longing that beckoned to me. At last, in 1993, my dream came true and I was able to experience Vrindavan. I didn't see much outside the temple complex because from my first hour there, I was enveloped in the joy of your personal service. Sri Prahlad found me in the temple and presented me with an armload of washing and a flask to fill with tea. I was able to cook for you each day in a thrown together kitchen of sorts in Kirtan Ashram. I would run past a gauntlet of monkeys on a wall to the temple guest house, up 3 flights of stairs with each pot, and back again with the empty pots. To this day, that was the happiest time of my life. This was the mercy of your loving grace and Sri Vrindavan Dham. And then one afternoon, Sri Prahlad told me that you were inviting me to join you on Vrindavan Parikrama. I was overjoyed. A tiny group of devotees walked with you in the hot, still dusty Braj Renu. I noticed that the sparkle of the Chintamani dust of your footsteps was there, and I gathered it up, and I still have it today. I tried to match your wide stride and walk in your footsteps, lost in the symbology of its esoteric meaning. I vividly remember our stopping at Keshi Ghat under the Kadamba tree there, my first glimpse of Yamuna Devi as she flowed at Keshi Ghat, and you're teaching us how to shout down into the Radhe Shyam well. I'm forever grateful for your introducing me to Vrindavan Parikrama that day. At that time, I did not understand that my whole relationship with my divine spiritual master was being transplanted to grow strong and steady in Sri Vrindavan Dham. For 22 consecutive years, I have been with you in Sri Vrindavan Dham until last year. The parikramas changed from the tiny groups of sometimes no more than 3 or 4 devotees to 400 devotees excitedly climbing aboard buses in the warm, dark mornings to journey out to Kamyavan or Varshana, Sanket, Prem Sarovar, Gokul, Suryakund or Govardhan, further still to Jaipur, Natwar, Pushkar, or south to Mayapur, Puri, Tirupati. You opened the door to each place and always connected it to Vrindavan. You have blessed me with so many wondrous experiences. Sadhu Sangha, details, explanations of both Krishna Lila and Tattva, devotional services, and steadfast friendships. You've even given me my most beloved friend, Vishesha. All of these things have come from you. And now you are there, and I am here. And a couple of times a week, we again meet in Vrindavan. In the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada explains, the special qualification of the pure devotee is that he is always thinking of Krishna without deviation and without considering the time or place. There should be no impediments. He should be able to carry out his service anywhere and at any time. Some say that a devotee should remain in holy places like Vrindavan or some holy town where the Lord lived. But a pure devotee can live anywhere and create the atmosphere of Vrindavan by his devotional service. This is exactly what you are doing now. Your devotional service is still the same. You were given Sri Vrindavan Dham to others. Now you are reaching 2,000 or 3,000 people. As you speak, I remember being in these places with you and all the devotees. I remember the sights, I remember the kirtans, I remember the hot sun or sometimes the cold mornings wrapped up in wool chaddas. I remember the deities large and small as your words unfold the pastime moods and events. And Vrindavan comes alive again, and I'm there again with you. I am so grateful to you for sharing Vrindavan with me and teaching me how to interact there. I am grateful to you for making Vrindavan the center of my life, for giving me a piece of Vrindavan to worship as Govardhan one year when we were at Govardhan Hill for Govardhan Puja, for filling my consciousness with memories and understanding of the treasure that is Sri Vrindavan Dham. Only Sri Krishna knows if the last 15 minutes of the movie of these lives will allow us to return to Vrindavan and once again go on parikrama. Srila Prabhupada has shown us the door to Vrindavan, and he has left a key to that door with you. I have complete faith that when this body is finished, you will be holding the door open for me and helping me every step of the way. Such is your mercy, Srila Gurudev. I'm looking forward to having a strong young body that can once again keep up with you on parikrama and run up and down stairs, serving you where you go, wherever you go. Please don't leave me behind and allow me to serve you eternally as you serve Srila Prabhupada. Saints of your caliber are themselves places of pilgrimage. Because of their purity, they are constant companions of the Lord, and therefore they can purify even the places of pilgrimage. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for everything. I love you very much.
Dear Srila Gurudev, it's the one and only Janava Mata here. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy birthday to you. I think I've performed a miracle today because I'm trying to take everything that I feel and think and know about you and condense it into 3 minutes. So that in itself is a miracle by your mercy. There's some realizations that I've had just thinking about our relationship and how much it means to me, who you are and what I see in you. So the first thing that came to my pen is this family motto, I suppose you could say. Preaching is the essence, books are the basis, purity is the force, and utility is the principle. So in you, I see a living example of this. I see that you are the perfect disciple, always enthusiastic to share Krishna consciousness. Your deep and unflinching dedication to Srila Prabhupada is an inspiration to us all. You are showing us what it means to be a disciple, to never give up, even in troubled times, even in the face of difficulty. I was especially touched by your offerings of love this year. Your classes are such a blessing. When the demon COVID struck, you lifted the great hill of Braj Bhakti and gave us shelter there, like the Lord gave shelter to the bridge buses by lifting Govardhan Hill. You gave us shelter and protection, keeping us safe at your lotus feet, hearing the blissful pastimes of the Lord and his beloveds. You made that the reality. You brought Braja to life with such obvious relish and taste. We were able to dive deep into that ocean of love with you by your mercy and come out transformed and totally blessed. When I listened to you, I forgot the COVID-ravaged material world, and all I could think of was the Lord and his devotees. Your genuine concern for your disciples and God brothers and God sisters, indeed all beings, including the ant, is obvious. You take a genuine and personal interest in our lives and do whatever it takes to keep us healthy and safe on the path back home. Seeing your sadness and frustration at not being able to get out and preach, I made a vow to dedicate whatever preaching service I could do to you. My way of saying thank you to you for all you do for us and the fallen souls of this world. It felt a little like the gopis offering their foot dust to cure Krishna's headache. So thank you for the opportunity to serve you in such a sweet way. The other realization I had was the value of Vani, the difference between Vani and Vapu. This year, I actually feel like I've spent more time with you and more time in Brudge than ever before. I feel so much closer to you and Brudgedown by hearing and associating in that way. You have given us the ultimate gift, and we are still unpacking the treasures. Srila Gurudev, every day I am humbled by your greatness, and every year I am more and more indebted to you. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply running after you, crying, Krishna, Krishna. Please always engage me in your service. I beg to remain yours eternally.
Om Vishpada Krishna Prasad Vishlesham Atindra Dharma Swami Chanamane Namaha Prabhupada Priyadasa Jagannath Yakshanandamose Bhakta Sukha Krishna Kirtana Narashangar Sitai Namaha. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Pankajangari and his mercy. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev, the perfect master of your perfect master. Quote, he reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die when thou art still living and sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy name around. Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Gurudev, thank you, thank you, thank you for all the energy that you are giving with these Vrindavan seminars and to the devotees assisting you. Even though you would like to be back on the battlefield for us, we are so blessed. Whatever service you have, you are doing this with so much care and attention. Taking us on parakram within the mind, sharing so many mystical details and secrets, showing us how to go home, to continue seva with the cows, devotees, wandering in the forests of Vrindavan, teaching us to become conscious of Krishna, to die before dying, to live to serve the eternal residents of Vrindavan. Dhanyavad Srila Gurudev. Mere words can never express the gratitude for all you are giving us. Only one price, to chant Hare Krishna and give this Maha Mantra to others. Please allow me to quote one of your favorite quotes by the great saint Tukaram. If you are lying down and chanting, the Lord will come and sit with you. If you are sitting chanting, the Lord will come and stand next to you. If you are standing and chanting, the Lord will come and dance with you. All glories to Nitai Gaurachandra. All glories to Giri Govardhan. All glories to Radha Giridhari. All glories to Krishna Balaram. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev, Ki Jai. Thank you.
Haribol. Hare Krishna, this is Prabhav here. Hare Krishna, this is Prabhav here from Melbourne. Hare Krishna, Indra Maharaj. Just wanted to say a few words since I haven't seen you for a long time. All the experiences I had with you for many years ago, it's a memory that I can write a book on it. You have inspired me in Krishna consciousness for a lifetime. And even here today in Melbourne, since I've been here for the last 5 years, I'm practicing Krishna consciousness, or still by your mercy, all the things that I learned from you, speak to the devotees, all Krishna consciousness. It's all your glories, and everything that I do today, I try to follow your footsteps. So, you're an inspiration, like I said, in my Krishna consciousness, and it's not easy for me to travel so much, but I would like to travel again when the opportunity comes, when all this COVID thing is over. And I lived in China and Hong Kong for so many years now. I feel I'm stuck here because of the COVID. Everybody is, but I really want to, when everything open up, if I can go to Poland again and Russia and travel a little bit, to get that inspiration again in Krishna consciousness. And another thing is that I was always thinking that, you've been, such strong, stout devotee of Srila Prabhupada, traveling and preaching, and despite so much, you're not worried about any bodily conditioning. You carry on, like Srila Prabhupada is giving you the strength, and Lord Nishingadev is protecting you. And I always know that you are a Nishinga Bhakta, and I'm sure Lord Nishingadev is always in you to protect you. And I'm hope so many of my god brothers and like Bhakti Churmaras and others, they've left this year with the COVID situation. And so my deepest prayer that you can stay healthy so you can spread Krishna consciousness like you are doing it, and then inspiring the whole movement with your Krishna consciousness and traveling and preaching. So I hope I could follow that. And even though I'm here in one temple in Melbourne, I'm not traveling, but I always remember you, that you've given me so much Krishna consciousness, even though I'm not with you for so many years, like Sri Prahlad. But that little bit of 3 years of training that I got from you, that's enough for me to, for my lifetime to be Krishna conscious. And here in Melbourne also, the devotees, they very appreciate that I'm here in this temple. Like I said, so all this thing I'm doing, is that what I learned from you. And my prayer is that you can remain healthy and strong and forever and live long for Krishna consciousness and spread Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
Cool.
Hare Krishna. All glory Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna. Srila Gurudev, that was a wonderful talk that you gave before, and we currently we have been in Bhaktivedanta discussing the 29th chapter of the 10th canto. And if I may just read a letter by Srila Prabhupada that regarding how we deal with our god brothers and god sisters. This is a letter to Jai Tirtha, 9th of December 1971. So Srila Prabhupada explains that competition and profiteering spirit are always there in the living entity. It's not that they can be artificially removed in some manner. The difference is that our profit is for Krishna's pleasure, and our competition is how to please Krishna more than anyone else. Even amongst the gopis, there is competition to please Krishna, and there is also envy. But this envy is not material, it is transcendental. They are thinking, oh, she has done something more wonderful than me. That is very nice. But now, let me do something even more wonderful like that. So I am pleased with your desire for competition with your god brothers to spread Krishna consciousness movement all over the world by printing our books there. So, so I was meditating that Srila Gurudev, by your transcendental knowledge, which you are giving us, but also by your example, you are showing us how to follow in the footsteps of the Brajabasis, especially in your dealings with your god brothers and god sisters. That I've noticed that when you say something nice, as Srila Prabhupada says, about the wonderful service of your god brothers and god sisters, you don't just do something of formality, but it's like you're painting a complete portrait, which thoroughly beautifies and glorifies exactly that person. And I always love when I'm always astounded when you glorify your God brothers and God sisters, just how much you can just exactly just keep drawing out the beauty of that personality. And so it appears to me that you're already a resident of the spiritual world by your transcendental realization and your transcendental activities. And also, as Prabhupada says, the other aspect is how you you have this strong desire of competition with your God brothers and God sisters, but not in a material way, but for the purpose of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world and expanding the transcendental bliss of this entire Krishna consciousness movement. So you are in the mood of the Brajavasis and showing us how to follow in their footsteps through the Sankirtan movement. So if I may just offer this little offering of Vyasa Puja offering. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. In Bhagavad Gita 1878, it is said that where there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. Srila Gurudev, you are Arjuna's bona fide representative, boldly battling the forces of Maya all over the world to fulfill Krishna's mission of delivering all conditioned souls. Due to my good fortune of having full shelter at your lotus feet, my life is filled with a constant thrill and extraordinary glories I never thought possible, because you are the direct manifestation of Krishna's mercy. As Krishna protected Arjuna from misusing Krishna's friendship and acting independent of Krishna, may you bless me that I never misuse your blessings. If I have any intelligence, by your grace, let me use that to know my duty in your service. If I have any ability to speak, by your grace, let me speak Krishna's message in a manner that you are pleased with. If I have any strength, by your grace, let me constantly work hard as your servant. If I have wealth, by your grace, let me utilize that to enable a lifelong commitment of my time and facilities to your service. If I have any influence, by your grace, let me use it to convince everyone I meet of the glories of Sri Sri Radhakrishna, Sri Sri Gauranitai, Srila Prabhupada, and the spiritual potency of serving your lotus feet, which are adorned with the particles of spiritual dust that illuminate the path back to the spiritual world. Your humble servant, Gangaswara Das.
Hare Krishna. Happy Wednesday, Srila Gurudev. Thank you for responding to my homage that I sent you this morning. That was a delight.
Yes, thank you, Srila Gurudev. Jai.
Hare Krishna.
This is Vashana Lally speaking all the way in New Zealand. I'm first going to read a small offering from my sister Priyadarshini. She says, Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm so sorry that I'm not able to be here in person to see you on this great day. Gathering words to say to you is one of the hardest things. However, I just wanted to say thank you. During this time of the virus, the world is intolerable, but you and your lectures with you and your lectures, the world becomes tolerable. Thank you, Gurudev, for everything. Your eternal servant, Priyadarshini. And something small from myself as well. I just want to say thank you to you as well.
especially for all the association that I have been getting, because without you, then I wouldn't have all my friends sitting around me today, and without them, I wouldn't be here. So thanks to them, yeah, your servant Vashana Lali. Thank you. It's me now.
Hare Krishna Gurudev. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances of glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on your blessed appearance in this world. In a lecture by Srila Prabhupada, he says, to become a disciple means no more argument. When we talk friendly, there is argument or counter-argument, but when there is order from Guru, there is no more argument. I was recently thinking of my first meeting with you in person. It was in 2014 at the Sydney Temple. After you'd given Srimad Bhagavatam class, Patapana had arranged that we would meet, and I had already decided months before that I wanted to ask you for shelter. Luckily, he'd prepped you, so I didn't really have to ask, and you initiated the conversation in that way. I remember at the end, you asked me, so, do you have any questions? In a simple and shy way, and already convinced, I responded, no. You said because before initiation, you can challenge the Guru, and after it, no. Maybe you saw my obstinance from that moment already. Gurudev, I pray that the verse Tadvidi Pranipatana will come to reality in my heart, and that these words of Prabhupada will become a reality in my life. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. I'm so grateful that in those earlier years of my Krishna consciousness, by some extreme good fortune, that I was directed to your lotus feet. I have full faith in your capacity as Guru, that you know the truth. And although my ego is slow at fully surrendering, I know I'm on the right path, and you have lovingly encouraged me that I am. Just recently, you said, I'm always here for you. You can tell me anything. I accept you as you are right now. I'm your best friend. I'm your connection with God. I know you are dedicated to me, and you are committed to me. In this one intimate conversation, my heart blew wide open, and I felt Krishna's mercy raining down upon me. Bit by bit, this hard heart is softening and surrendering, praying that one day full surrender to you and Krishna will arise in my consciousness. Tad vidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Gurudev, you are Krishna Nandaya, one who is always blissful in Krishna consciousness. I pray that I may meditate on you and try to understand this reality. You are Prachodayat, always enthusing us with your deep well of Krishna consciousness. You're my best friend and constant inspiration. I always pray for your health, happiness in Krishna consciousness, and your continued devotional service. We will love you, and I love you. Your eternal aspiring servant, Dhanakali Chintamani Dasi. Krishna. Who's next? Jess? I don't think so. Did you just go? Oh. Krishna and I don't know.
Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev. I'm not sure if it's my turn, but it's Mandira. I don't know if you can see me. The brief said that I have 2 minutes. So I've written you an offering and I'm going to send that to you after this. 4 minutes. I'll send you my offer, 5 minutes. I'll send you my offering after this. And I'm just going to kind of give you the gist in this small time slot, because you know I always have too many words. You know, I usually find Vyasa Puja really traumatic because I have to speak in front of lots of people. But in this forum, like, the only person I can see is Dana Kaylee and you. So it feels like we're just on a WhatsApp call, which is great. What I want to say is I want to talk about, in my offering, I talk about trust and about how this is your 72nd birthday. And I've known you for 32 years now, since I was 14 and you were 40. So you've been showing up for me for 32 years. And that's not a cheap thing. I want to sort of say that the reason that I trust you as my spiritual master in one way is based upon the Guru Vastakam prayers. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur talks about the kind of behavior that a genuine spiritual master exemplifies. And those things are that he's dedicating his life in compassion to other people by extinguishing the fire of the blazing fire of material existence. He's always chanting and going deeper into the holy names. He's always worshipping the deities. He's always offering and honoring prasadam. And everybody who knows you knows that each hour of your day you're spending doing these things. And, you know, I've watched those hours add up to 32 years. And then in his later verses, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur talks about qualities which are much harder to discern. That the spiritual master has an eagerness to hear and chant about Radha and Krishna's pastimes and always absorb himself in these, and that he's the assistant of the gopis in their service to the divine couple. These are lofty statements and I don't have any realization about them, but I trust you and I trust the behavior that I can see, and I trust those things that I can't see in my spiritual immaturity. And because I trust you, I'm at a point now, I've come to a place in my spiritual life where I don't have any secrets from you. You know all of my stuff, and you know that it's not pretty. You know that it's not all pretty, and I don't need to hide from you. I have no secrets from you and no pretenses, and I want to thank you so much for accepting me in spite of all of that. And I also want to thank you so much for trusting me as well as your editor. Thank you for trusting me with your words and your thoughts. A couple of months ago, I edited a piece for you on quite a thorny subject matter. And I wrote to you and I said, thank you so much for trusting me with these thoughts on this controversial topic. And you said to me, I trust you with everything. And so I want to thank you for that. And I trust you with everything too. And please know that I don't ever take your trust for granted. And I'm always ready to do my service for you at any time. I've literally pulled over to the side of the road to edit paragraphs for you. And I remember lying in bed when my baby was a tiny child and breastfeeding him to sleep while I did your Vyasa Puja offering on a tiny little phone screen in the dark. And you've said to me, thank you for always being there for me, because I am prepared to drop everything to do what you need me to do for you. But really it's you who's always there for me. So thank you so much, Srila Gurudev. And changing some square brackets to some round brackets is the least I can do for the person who's going to take me back to Godhead. So thank you so much, Srila Gurudev. Thank you for keeping me engaged.
Okay, can we have Danika, please, first now, before anyone speaks? Danika, please. Can you come online, Mataji, and let Danika speak? Her homage to Gurudev, please.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisance. First, I'm going to sing the translation of Jai Radha Madhava. Krishna is the lover of Radha. He displays many amorous pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. He's the lover of the Karen maidens of Raj, the beholder of the great hill named Govardhan, the beloved son of Maria Yashoda, and the delighter of the inhabitants of Braj. And he wanders in the forest on the banks of the river Jamuna. Krishna is the lover of Radha, displays many amorous pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Hare Krishna. When I got to spend time with you at Sacred Sound, I felt so grateful and encouraged by you. I was so happy being with you and felt so lucky. One day I want to chant 16 rounds and get initiated by you. I sometimes listen to your wonderful classes with my mom, and I really like the one where Radharani washes her hands in the lake and then Krishna goes inside and he gets all golden. I really miss you and I hope I get to spend time with you again. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danika. Now it's Krishnananda, Suniti and family. If you're online, please. Krishnananda, Suniti and family. And after that, it is Advaita Simha Prabhu and then Vraj Sundara Prabhu, please. Okay, Advaita Simha Prabhu, please, if you want to start.
Just clapping hands.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Can you hear me? Is it coming through okay?
Yes, please.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my heartfelt obeisances. All glories to you and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Real love is expressed in the last verse of Lord Chaitanya's Sri Shikshastakam, where he says, I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so, even if he handles me roughly by his embrace, or makes me brokenhearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord unconditionally. Here Lord Chaitanya says in the mood of Srimati Radharani that no matter what, he loves Krishna, no matter what. Love is selfless. To the extent love is selfless, it is in fact love. This true Radha-like nature of the jiva can be reawakened by association with devotees who have realized and felt that realization with emotion in their hearts. They feel the suffering of the living entities with deep compassion, but they bring the positive alternative, the festival of affection, of soft, selfless love. They bring the light of actual love to this dark, cruel, selfish world. I have so many memories of your kindness upon me in my life since I met you 31 years ago. Although the world no longer allows me the opportunity to see you in person, simply those memories and your current activities continue to nourish my devotion daily. Whenever I give class and speak about an advanced devotee with the mood of devotion, somehow it is always you who first arrives on my tongue. With all of my heart, I know that you are certainly one of the great messengers of true love in this world. You are selfless, you're understanding, you're devotional and giving, and you're clear and direct. Just like when you were speaking before, I was feeling so excited by all the points you were making. It was so clear and so direct. You see the spiritual potential in everyone, and you truly care about others and support them to step by step move toward their own realization of that divine love that's within your heart. You are not in this world for you, but you are there for others fully. Great devotees like you are my only hope that one day I may also become devotional. Although this world of mutual exploitation is a frightening place, I'm attracted by the light of love that you shine in the darkness. It is just so attractive that it is the most important thing in my life to develop it. My prayer is that I may develop a drop of the love that you carry in your heart. Please bless me, with the feeling of love that you have for our dear Krishna. In return, I have nothing to offer you except my daily commitment to the practices of devotional service and sadhana bhakti with sincerity and appreciation. As Srila Raghunath Das Goswami prays in Sri Vilap Kushmanjali, he says, Vairagya yo bhakti rasamya pratnar, apayan mam anibipshamandam, kripambariya padadukaduki, sanatanastvam prabham ashrayami. Although I am unwilling to take the nectar of devotion, which is enriched by renunciation from this material world, my spiritual master, Srila Sanatana Goswami, who is suffering for the sufferings of others and who is an ocean of mercy, is forcing me to take this nectar of devotion, and therefore I am simply bowing my head to him. Srila Gurudev, I am simply bowing my head to you. Thank you for everything. I love you very much. Your servant, Advaita Simhadas.
Braj Sundara Prabhu, please, next. And after Braj Sundara Prabhu, we'll have Bhaktin Jess, and after that Radha Bhavani and Gandharvika Radhe.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It is the duty of the disciple to glorify and express their appreciation for their Guru on his Vyasa Puja. But aside from being a duty, it is also a very pleasurable thing to do for you, because there is so much to appreciate about you. The past year or so has been difficult for many reasons, some of which we have all shared in common, and some of which are more personal. Amidst all of the instability and difficulty, I have had the genuine experience that shelter and stability can consistently be found in chanting the names of Krishna and worshipping his deity form. When the world is falling out from under me, I can be found still standing on the strength of these two gifts that you've given to me. I've often reflected on my own lack of qualification to receive these two gifts from you, and rather offensively considered that this must have been something that you were unaware of, or that you'd made a mistake. But then I realized that I did not earn or purchase these gifts. They were simply a case of your mercy in spite of my lack of qualification. So thank you for providing these most valuable pillars of stability in my life. I have so many inspiring and happy memories from my time spent with you as a child, and I pray that my children can be as fortunate as I was in being able to be so close to you. I look forward to the day that we can have your personal association again. Your grateful servant.
Bhaktin Jess, please, and then Radha Bhavani, and then Gandharvika Radhe, please.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. I beg that I may always remain blessed to serve you and your disciples. Lord Krishna tells us in the Bhagavad Gita that this world is unlimitedly mutable. So also are the desires, distractions, and disturbances that try to pry my mind from fully committing myself to Srila Prabhupada's mission. These allurements reinvent themselves in many ways, day after day, year after year. Yet stupidly, I think I may be invincible, or at least sufficiently clever enough to avoid some disaster. Maharaj, please help me from being such a fool, because deep down I know that without you and your mercy, I have no shelter. The amazing part of having you as Guru is that you show us all how much you love your Guru. You show us all how much you love Lord Chaitanya and how much you love Lord Krishna. And you even love us forgetful souls who loiter around in this material world. And I still love the illusion of independence. Despite the world's repeated kicks upon me, even though I mess around with this idea of independence, I aspire to become more like you and love like you do. I can see that you want more than anything for us to commit our lives to the service of Srila Prabhupada. Because this is where real love can be found. I know that without your mercy, I have no shelter. I recall a moment when I experienced a physical and spiritual manifestation of your shelter in Vrindavan. On my first morning there, I bumped into you on the side of the road. How amazing and fortunate. When I saw you, I was walking to get some breakfast and feeling like such a phony, and I was really struggling with my mind. The first time I went to Vrindavan, it was all new and exciting. And the second time, it was also exciting, but I was really forced to go deeper and face myself. Why am I here? What am I doing? After spending so much time focusing on my university work in Christchurch and then finding myself in Vrindavan, I was feeling so fake. Seeing you that morning was so special. You invited me to come to your program with you at Srinivasacharya's Samadhi. It was a spiritual and physical manifestation of so much shelter. Thank you for providing that shelter. You seem to always know exactly what someone needs. To finish off, I just want to say that this time is very difficult and I often feel very overwhelmed by it. So many health problems around the world, fighting in the world, devotees not getting along in the temple. I see mistakes, I see flaws in others. I like some devotees, others I may not. Yet you, knowing all of this, just want us to cooperate, love, and serve together. Reflecting on this, because I claim to be your aspiring disciple, I must share some responsibility of trying to help and improve this situation. Thank you for providing such a wonderful example to aspire for. I do not have faith in much, but I do have faith in you. I hope to see you again soon. We all miss you very much in Christchurch, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to offer our homages in person, hoping to become your disciple one day. Bhakti Jis.
Can we have Kalasambara Prabhu, please, now? Sorry to change the list a little bit, but can we have Kalasambara Prabhu, please, now? Can you?
Am I on?
Yes, Prabhu. Yes, we can hear you.
Swami.
Kalas.
Hey. Nectar.
At your feet.
Jai Ho. So, I just come back from a meeting, which was in relationship to pushing on the movement, so which was sweet, but I didn't want to miss this incredible opportunity. These are the best days, actually, to spend time hearing the disciples glorify their spiritual master, hearing the nectar, relishing the nectar. So this has been one incredible last couple of weeks, actually. Like some days we have a funeral in the morning, we have a disappearance day, and we have a wedding in the afternoon. So this year's been mixed with so many incredible emotions. So I'm hoping Krishna's just trying to show us that actually the spiritual world is just an ocean of emotion. So where to start? You're like a moon amongst the stars, of course. You're an incredible inspiration in my life. I was talking last week about the glories, how we first met at Mawillimba, how you came to Christchurch, how we had those incredible kirtans, where we brought the hose in one evening, hose down to everybody. You were just sitting there in the corner, just playing your harmonium as usual. We were throwing, we went into the kitchen and we were throwing colors and sugar and flowers, and we turned it into a real Vrindavan mood. I think Jaymar went flying through the window. She broke her arm because I remember taking her to hospital that morning. And then in the morning, we couldn't open the doors because the floor had swelled up. So where the door was left when we took rest at night, it was just stuck there for days. So we would finish these kirtans at about 11 o'clock at night. We'd go upstairs to that foyer and we'd have those parfaits, remember? So there'd be like no chocolate, but lots of chocolate, ice cream, jelly, custard, and 11 o'clock at night, soaking wet. Actually, I remember we had no change of clothes, so we'd just go in the brahmachari ashram and grab their clothes and put them on, and it was a whole rasa leela. It was a kirtan leela. It was a chaitanya leela. So I was telling all the devotees this because this is the nectar. And every time you used to come through New Zealand, it was always nectarian. So even Samukhi was saying, I don't know if she's listening now, but and looking back on those early days that you came to Christchurch, you're a great inspiration in her life, Trivikram's life, and many other devotees. So what I've been experiencing or thinking about lately is those embraces. We can't embrace each other. Like every year we would meet and embrace. So I was thinking what's lacking during this COVID, and it's those warm embraces, especially from you, because we've had a long, caring, loving relationship. And I'm thinking, Jesus, I hope this isn't the end. I hope that there's no more travel. We can't get to India. You can't get out of India. And we can't experience in those relishing nectarian times. So, yeah, you're an incredible example, a fantastic devotee. There's no doubt about it, really dear to Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada, and the six Goswamis. I was also telling the devotees how when I did Braj Mandal, I remember the first time, and you drove up in a car, and I think you were with Prahlad and a few other devotees, and I think at that point you were too scared to get out of the car. And you were saying, well, what the hell are you doing, Carly? You know, you're out here walking in the dust, rolling in the dust. You look like a crazy man. So all these different things are nectarian. And also just after Radhaballabhi left the body, we were walking and you were heading to your place and I was heading up on Parikrama. So you just turn around and says, I love you, Carla. And then I turn around and I remember to go, and I love you also, Swami. So somehow or other, due to providence, we've been brought together in this life, and I'm sure we'll continue on in many lives to come, whether it's here in the material world, in the heavenly planets, or in the spiritual world. And I'm sure we're going to be relishing the same thing, this Nam Sankirtan. I was also thinking, I remember when I came to the Polish tour once, and I was really tired, and I hopped onto the stage and I took rest. And I think it was about 10:30. I took rest, and I must have woken up about 12 o'clock. And you were pumping. You were like on fire. And I was thinking, my God, this person's really got a taste for this Nam Sankirtan. And so I was thinking, if I just stick around you, hold on to you, then I'll get a taste. So any sort of like things that I've done through kirtan, through trying to push on the Sankirtan movement, you've been my guru. You're my Harinam guru. So I really appreciate this, and I'll always appreciate. So just love you, Swami. And I'm hoping that I can get the next flight. As soon as the lockdown's finished, I'm flying over, but the problem will be you'll be flying out. Yeah, you're really encouraging, especially how you've continued on with these Leela talks once or twice a year. Very inspiring that you're giving Vrindavan to everybody. And I think this is the real nectar. It's not the taking, it's the giving. It's like when we go on Harinam, we're actually given the holy name. So the holy name, Nama Shantamani Krishna, Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha, everything is within that name. So to actually have this incredible opportunity, we can give something which is so dear, this word Krishna, to living entities that don't have this Krishna, that which we have. I think that's the most dearest things the devotees can do. And I was telling the devotees the other day, if you're thinking of becoming a disciple of Indaduna Maharaj, you're not coming on Harinam, I don't think you're going to make the grade. So we're being your disciple and not and just sitting at home is just not a reality. Like you said many times, we just need to go out there, and when we go out there, we meet amazing people, and that's what we see on Harinam. We see these people that are dying in the whirlpool of material existence, but when they hear the name, you hear them, you see them dancing, you see them moving, you see them swaying. So if it wasn't for this Nam Sankirtan, what help do these people get? I mean, Nam Sankirtan, Prashadam distribution, book distribution, these three principles should never be stopped. And also dressing as a devotee, even though I'm not dressed in a kurta and a dhoti at the moment, but it's so important for us to dress as Vaishnavas when we go on the street. We just spent a couple of weeks ago, we did a tour down to Queenstown of 40 of us. So we're basically in plain clothes, and we were getting out in every town and every village and doing Nam Sankirtan. So we were doing Sankirtan in one little place, and a lady came up to us and she says, "Who are you guys?" And I says, "Oh, we're the Hare Krishnas." And she goes, "Well, you don't look like the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas I know have tilak on, they have dhoti on, they have kurta on, and they sing a particular tune." And I'm going, well, we're chanting Hare Krishna, but you're not singing the tune. And I says, "What's the tune?" And she says, "It's the original tune that Swami used to chant. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna." So we chanted that tune, and she goes, "This is Hare Krishna's." So it's really important that we present ourselves, and as Hare Krishnas, we're like angels on this planet. We're like ever well-wishers on this planet. So you set that example. When you're on Harinam, it's just straight on, full on Krishna Prem, Krishna Bhakti. So I think this is a lesson that I can give to all your disciples. Don't be scared of dressing as a Hare Krishna. So thank you very much, Maharaj. And I'm just looking forward to those days where I can just give you a huge hug, an eternal hug. And maybe at that time we can die together hugging. We can go back to the spiritual world, hugging each other together. So thank you very much. Keep up this incredible work. And there's no doubt about it, I love you more than I love most living entities on this planet, apart from Prabhupada and Radha and Hari, and Tulsi Devi and Brinda Devi and the Dust and Govardhan and Radhakund and Shamakund. But you're in there somewhere. So I'm really glad I got this opportunity to speak a few words. I can rave on and on and on because it's worth raving on when we talk about someone so precious. So thank you very much. And Radhe, I mean Hare Krishna. Okay.
I'd like to say something about Kalas, because there's that saying, love is reciprocal. Real love is reciprocal. And I was saying earlier in the program that myself and Pratapna were like brothers. But me and Kalas are like twins. I think we're like twins in every way. We were probably born out of the same egg somehow or other. We may have appeared in different wombs, but we were born out of the same egg. And lots of times people actually confuse, me to be him and him to be me. It happens all the time. And I remember some years ago, somebody, that the rumor was going around that Indradumna Swami had become a Grihastra. He'd given up his sannyas, he'd become a Grihastra. And I tried to find out where this was coming from. And finally, I actually found the devotee. I met the devotee in London. I said, he was the one who started that rumor. And I said, look, I'm a sannyasi. He said, but I've got a picture of you as a Grihastra. So I said, let me see it. And it was Kalas. So he said, yeah, I know Kalas, the Kiwi. He said, actually, there's no difference between you guys. You're exactly the same. You look alike. You sort of dress alike, but in different colors. He said, but you both have the same heart. And he apologized. So it's truly true. So thanks, Carlos, for your words. I also love you. It's not that, nowadays men say to other men they love them, but it's totally mundane. Our love is based on our love for Srila Prabhupada and our love for preaching. That's what we love to do. That's what we live for. And my prayer on this day is that we can be together again on the streets of Auckland or Christchurch or Wellington, or we can be on Parikrama together around Vrindavan. Although you go a little bit earlier than me in the morning on Vrindavan Parikrama, I'll try to catch up with you someday, and that'll be nice. So thank you.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Jai Ho.
Yes, so can we have Radha Bhavani now, and after that Gandharvika Radhe, and then Prahlad and Guru Bhakti from New Zealand, please. Please unmute your mic if you're speaking, Radha Bhavani, and then Gandharvika Radhe. Maybe Gandhavika Radhe can start, and then Prahlad and Guru Bhakti, and then Bhaktin Harriet. Bhaktin Harriet, please.
Please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to the It was this time last year that
Sorry, we cannot hear you. Can you please speak closer to the mic?
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yep. Okay. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. It was this time last year that I last talked to you, but because of your online classes every few days, you don't feel that far away. The excitement, the thrill and love in your eyes when you're sharing the pastimes of these incredible personalities of Vrindavan is just amazing. I pray one day I too may have even a glimpse of that deeper understanding, deeper interest and faith that you do. Thank you, Gurudev, for all the time and energy put in so that we may be connected in some way in these terrifying times. Thank you, Gurudev, for doing and taking the necessary precautions so that you may stay with us. Up until fairly recently, probably around the last Sacred Sounds Festival, when I met you in 2019, I had a very childish perspective on our relationship. You filled my childhood with so much love, fun, and so many amazing memories. I'm so thankful for the safety net you had me in my adolescent years, the close contact you kept to help me through difficulty. Now, when I see how you captivate the hearts of young people as you did with me, I just feel immense pride to be part of your spiritual family, to have you as my protector and to know that you are Krishna's, Srila Prabhupada's messenger who's here to take us back where we belong when the time is right. I know at present such a wish is futile, but I pray that one day soon we may meet again in person. I pray that my children get to experience some of that excitement, that love you poured into us. That kind of attention, care is enough to jumpstart anyone's attachment to Guru and Krishna. Happy Vyasa Puja Srila Gurudev. Love from all of us on this most auspicious day.
Thank you, Mataji. Prahlad and Guru Bhakti, please, next. And after that, Bhaktin Harriet. And then after that, Vrindarani and Namaruchi after that. So please be ready. Unmute your mic and start speaking one by one.
Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. Please accept our humble obeisances. Thank you so much for all your mercy that you've given for us. Prahlad will read my offering.
Sure. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Meaning of Guru is heavy, or loaded and full of knowledge, and also is one who giving instructions. For me, you the person always full of huge love and extraordinary taste to transcendental leelas of Lord Krishna. You have such a big, gigantic love to all your disciples and all the devotees, and you so compassionate to all the people around. You give out this great and endless transcendental knowledge non-stop without excuses, despite on any obstacles. Dear Gurudev, I know I came to this world not just play some material roles to be like a mother, wife. First of all, I came there to serve Krishna and Guru and be back home, back to Godhead. I remember that, and of course, to be mother is my dharma, and also is a wonderful service to the Lord and Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev. Please bless me that I do my best to give my kids unselfish love without any expectations, the love which you filled my heart, and bless me. I can help my children to get in this wonderful world of Krishna consciousness. And I'm also so happy to be here in Auckland community. And when I see Kala Samvara Prabhu, I always like recall you. It's Kala Samvara Prabhu always recall you. You, eternal and significant servant, Guru Bhakti Dasi.
And Prahlad also
I just also want to say a few words of gratitude, and it's like actually it's so many words of gratitude to you, dear Guru Maharaj, and so many times I like ready to say like thank you, thank you, thank you. It's like and first of all, it's for you wonderful disciples and you wonderful God brothers here in New Zealand and in Auckland. It's like nectar to get the association, especially Kala Samvara Prabhu, Trivikram Prabhu, and other devotees. It's so wonderful. And also just it's like now it's like in a times of COVID, it's just like actually like COVID puts all the devotees in the mood of separation, just because we can't just like travel to see each other feel like physically, and some like senior devotees, they just like left us and back to Krishna, and we just like it's so sad that we didn't get the association. And but on another side is like is a quality of devotee just like turn any like disadvantage to advantage, and it just like uses opportunity that to give this wonderful classes about the holy Dham, about the Shri Vrindavan Dham, about the Krishna and great devotees, about the great Vaishnavas, and it's so wonderful, you know. It's so wonderful to hear you, Srila Gurudev, and also I'm it's like thankful for my wonderful wife, you know. She's like real like jewel, you know, like real friend, and she just like like support and help me in Krishna consciousness. Like it's such a wonderful gift, you know? And this wonderful like little one here, it's like thank you very much that you give a nice name, you know? It's like Narahari, please like bless this boy that he become a pure devotee of the Lord Krishna and Shrimati Radharani, and that he it's like serve like truthfully, nicely to Krishna and Guru. It's like that he was like truthful servant of you and Srila Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev.
Thank you so much.
Hari Bol, Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have if Radha Bhavani was on the line, Harriet and Vrindarani, please.
Hare Krishna, dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Last week I was vaguely assisting Guru Bhakti and Gandharvika in organizing your Vyasa Puja, and basically I just ran around accomplishing very little for a week in sort of ecstatic panic, and then Guru Bhakti, just the night before your Vyasa Puja, I noticed her face. We were cooking and I noticed her face. I could tell she was in contractions. I said to her, "Oh, you're having a contraction?" And she just she's so strong, and she just continued to do so much service for you all night. And then the Vyasa Puja came the next day, and of course Guru Bhakti was in labor or on her way into labor, and so she didn't join us for the day, and so Gandharvika and I were left to run the show without her. And due to we had Krishna by our side, and your Vyasa Puja was sublime. I'll send you some videos. It was a very intimate affair. Vrindarani was the MC, but she didn't even need a mic. It was just so sweet. It was just a really beautiful mood, and I just want to thank you. I love you so much, and you've really, this week with your Vyasa Puja, you've really deepened my faith in Krishna, and I feel him by my side whenever I call out. I feel I'm with Krishna more due to your mercy. So thank you so much. And I just feel so unqualified to be even talking to you, yet through this wonderful Krishna conscious mercy system, I'm surrounded by your devotees here while I'm talking to you. So happy Vyasa Puja, Gurudev. All my love.
Okay, next is Vrindarani, Namaruchi and Revati, please.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you.
Happy birthday, Gurudev. I hope you have a wonderful birthday and that you live another 72 years. Thank you for your enchanting lectures. They're the highlight of my day. I think every person I think that if every person in the world could listen to your lectures, everyone who listens to them would be so lucky, because they would get a glimpse of the transcendental love for Krishna that you have. Thank you for my beautiful name and for the letter you gave me at Sacred Sound a couple of years ago. It's still on my altar and it will always be there. I want to write to you more, but I don't want to disturb you. So I'm going to, though. Just pre-warning you. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, and I'm eternally grateful for your love, and I love you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna and Jidamna Swami, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I feel so grateful for everything that you have done for us. And I admire so many things about you, but a few things which I really, really admire and look up. And I'm so grateful for everything that you've given me, but I look up to you because you have such tolerance and you give everyone time. You give everyone your time, even though you could be doing so many things, but you've chosen to take on the service of having disciples and giving my sister and my mum this opportunity of initiation has really pleased me. And I look up to you like anything. I really admire you. And I hope one day that I can have a touch of your devotion. Thank you.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
Who is it? Saki, I want to hear him play.
Sure,
Saki, I want to hear him play the saxophone.
Roll.
Okay, Revati, are you online now? Revati, are you online? And after Revati, we'll have the Sydney devotees, Jivananda Prabhu, Ashray Tattva Prabhu, and Govinda Hari Prabhu after that. So Revati, Jivananda Prabhu, Ashray Tattva Prabhu,
How do I
and
do that?
Govinda Hari Prabhu.
I'll turn off mine and I'll record you.
Can everyone else please mute your mics?
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasai Bhutale Srimati and Jijama Swami Niti Namine. I remember when we were in Vrindavan Parikram and I was standing next to you and you reached out and held my hand. And now I feel like you were still holding it. Or maybe I'm just not letting go. And I will never will. You have always been a spiritual father to me and to everyone. You have been guiding all of us towards the effulgent spiritual path that leads towards Krishna. In one of your emails you sent to me, you wrote a verse. Dina Bandhu iti name ti smaran
Yadat Vendra Patita Nam Astahe Bhakta Vatsalya Taya Tvayi Shrute Mama Kam Hridayam Asu Kampate. Translation. O Lord Yadavendra, I am fallen. When I hear your name, Dinabandhu, the friend of the fallen, I become encouraged, and when I hear that you love your devotees, my heart trembles. You are always so kind and have a place in your heart for everyone, even for the most fallen like me. Dear Srila Gurudev, I remember when we were at Kusham Sarovara and I was attending Vajrachandrika's initiation, and you called me over and I sat beside my sister. And he pointed to me and said, "You're next." I remember that day and I was so blissful. Just like in the Dwapar Yuga, Arjuna was the hero leading the army forward. You, Srila Gurudev, are leading the army of soldier-like devotees forward for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Happy Vyasa Pruda Srila Gurudev, and I love you so much. Your humble servant and spiritual daughter, Revati Kulapriya. Thank you.
Thank you, Revati. Jivananda Prabhu, please, and then Ashray Tattva Prabhu from Sydney, and then Govind Hari Prabhu after that.
Haribol, Srila Gurudev, greetings from Sydney and from all the devotees here, and Haribol to all the assembled devotees online. I'll try to be equal parts devotional if I can and time efficient. We'll see how we go. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine lotus feet. Well, here we are all again, coming together in these extraordinary yet still ordinary times, celebrating your transcendental glories, your love for us, and our love for you, all via an extraordinary yet ordinary medium, the Zoom app, a Kali Yuga technological creation crudely evoking reminiscence of Sanjay's mystic transmission of the great Kurukshetra conflict into King Dhritarashtra's palace. What a joy and a blessing it is to be part of such a wonderful day, considering how scattered to the four winds we all are, though we are all still absolutely one in spirit, resolve, and gratitude. If ever there has been a time in recent memory for us to deepen our self-reflection, intensify our absorption in the primal shelter of Krishna consciousness, it has been these past 18 months or so. Of course, this is always the case in the material world, but specifically, if we objectively gaze around the globe today, we can starkly see a society seemingly on the brink of implosion. A society at war with itself, battling mindlessly over temporary things that will soon be forgotten forever by those so frantically obsessed with them. Where things go from here is most uncertain, apart from the obvious old mainstays of disease, old age, and death. What to speak of the uncertainty of anyone's future birth? But for us, our certainty remains firmly in you and Srila Prabhupada and this Krishna conscious process. There is nothing to be found in material life but frustration and doom, but in you we find the pathway to eternity, wisdom, pure bliss, and unbounded love. One of the true potencies of Maya is that we sometimes, somehow, are foolishly prone to think that there is more than one viable existential choice. There simply is not. I pray to you today, as I'm sure we all do, to give me the strength to try to continue down the right path of service to you and my God brothers and sisters, and to Srila Prabhupada and to his great movement. Some of us may struggle and stumble, but we can only enthusiastically once again press on with full faith and determination towards Krishna's supreme shelter. Thank you for all that you do for us, for Srila Prabhupada, and for the suffering souls of this world. May your mercy ever expand for the eternal benefit of everyone. And like everybody here, I wish I could be a better disciple. I'm trying. It's been years of struggle, and I just want to say that I'm determined to try to do better. And I love you very much, and I love all my God brothers and sisters and all the devotees here. I'm very, very fortunate to be here on this day to be part of this. So thank you, Srila Gurudev. Thank you for everything, and Hare Krishna. Happy Vyasa Puja. Your humble servant, Jivananda Das. Hare Krishna.
Next is Govind Hari Prabhu. Hari Prabhu, and after that, Sundananda Gopal Prabhu. Govind Hari Prabhu and then Sundananda Gopal Prabhu. Prabhu Ashray Tattva is not speaking, so Govind Hari Prabhu, you can start. Govind Hari Prabhu next, please. And then Sundar Nandan Prabhu.
Dear Srila Gurudev, wish you a very, very happy appearance day. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya. Tas Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya. Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale. Srimati Indradumna Swaminiti Namine. Namo Prabhupada Priya Jagannath Yatra Namurte. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desadarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to your divine self. On this most auspicious occasion of your appearance day, I'd like to start by quoting something Albert Einstein said about Gandhi. He said, generations to come, it may well be, will scarcely believe that such a man as this one ever in flesh and blood walked upon this earth. Your disciples and the wider Vaishnava community can easily attribute this same offering to you in place of Gandhi. If Gandhi helped his countrymen get emancipated from the so-called foreign subjugation defined by identification with this mortal body, you have emancipated countless souls wandering through the universe with your compassion, kind glance, words, and deeds. And your emancipation extends beyond this temporary body and world to a place where every word is a song and every step is a dance. In the company of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his most confidential associate, Srimati Radharani, and their exalted associates, in a state of actual freedom, without fear of hunger, fear of thirst, fear of birth, fear of old age, disease, or even fear of death. This fear of death is even more starkly visible today as we see life on the hellish planet manifest right in front of our eyes through this devastating pandemic that has gripped us for over a year now. I have personally seen 8 of my close friends and acquaintances all swallowed by the jaws of Yamraj and his associates in the blink of an eyelid. As daily phone conversations between friends shift from, "Hi, how are you? How's so-and-so?" to, "Hi, how are you? Are you well? Is so-and-so still alive? Heard they had COVID-19. But yet, as Yudhishthir Maharaj says in the Mahabharata when he was questioned by Yamraj himself on what is the most surprising thing in this world, Yudhishthir Maharaj replied, "Ahani bhutani gachantiha yamalayam shishah stavaram icchanti kim ascharyam atha param." Hundreds and hundreds of living entities meet death at every moment, but a foolish living being nonetheless thinks him or herself to be deathless and does not prepare for death. This is the most amazing thing in this world. Despite the dance of death around them, Kali Yuga inhabitants forsake the ever blissful path of Bhakti Yoga in the hope of one final hurrah. But saints such as your divine self teach them how to live and how to live after not living anymore. You were a trailblazer amongst senior ISKCON leaders in spelling out the gravity of this pandemic. And while we speculative philosophers debated about the veracity of this disease, how it spreads, abounding conspiracy theories, and the need to get vaccinated, you in your own inimitable way have shown us how to act responsibly, respecting material nature, albeit utilizing every second of your time in practicing and making us practice Krishna consciousness. Through your exemplary deeds, be it taking the right precautions, your transcendental classes, deity worship, and even getting vaccinated and leading by example on how one should use his or her mind, body, and words in the Lord's service instead of practicing devotional service with a cavalier attitude. Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 8th chapter, verse 16, "Ah Brahma Bhuvanar Loka Punar Avartino Arjuna Mam Upetya tu Kaunteya Punar Janma na Vidyate." From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who has attained to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. But this place of misery turns into paradise or even the kingdom of God, as the Christians put it, for one who takes the shelter of your wise counsel, kind words, insightful discourses, and soul-stirring kirtan. From the forests in Vraja to Lord Shiva's pastimes in Mayapur, from the Char Dham Yatra to glorification of Narottam Das Thakur and his associates, please take me with you life after life, forever and ever, eternally indebted to your lotus feet. Also, on this most memorable occasion of your Vyasa Puja and this august assembly of my god brothers and god sisters, I was randomly hit in my own cacophonic way to compose a small poem in the glory of your divine grace. Please tolerate my amateurish attempt, as a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the familiarity of his wife, to take shelter of Arjun's words from the Bhagavad Gita. So here goes. It's a very amateurish attempt in a happy birthday tune. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna to you. Thank you for your classes, which purify the hearts of the masses. Thank you for the darshan of your deities, in front of whom pale all earthly beauties. Thank you for the kirtans. They lift the veil of Maya from our curtains. Thank you for your support and motivation, which reaches in every nation. Thank you for enlisting us in Lord Chaitanya's army. This morose world has just become so balmy. Thank you for everything, Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna to you.
So after Sundarananda Prabhu, we have Shri Kari Mataji, and after that Karuna Avatar Prabhu, and then Vilas Manchari Mataji, please.
Hare Krishna, Shri Gurudev. Standing before you at any time, although we met 35 years ago and we have a 14-year-old grandson now and 2 other grandchildren, but standing before you, we're always your boys and girls. We feel like that. Yamuna was going to read this with me, but she coerced me to read it all now. She's a bit shy. Hare Krishna, our dearest Srila Gurudeva. Please accept our humble obeisances on this most auspicious anniversary of your appearance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada came to Detroit in 1971, where you saw him for the first time. Mahajano Yenagata Sapanta. Immediately you followed his example and used all your energy, time, intelligence, mind, body and soul, traveling to spread the glories of the holy name to a Harinam Sankirtan, book distribution and festivals. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took out the Nagar Sankirtan daily, and you also followed this example tirelessly day after day for half a century, going out on Harinam all over the world, round the clock, round the year. Lord Chaitanya also had very private, confidential, deep kirtans at Srivas Angan, and you also organized devotee festivals like Sadhu Sangha and Sacred Sound, with such extremely special kirtans that can only be savored by devotees. Now, in the midst of the pandemic, you have seized that opportunity to nurture the devotees with such wonderful, intimate, confidential, deep classes that touch the core of the heart. This must be exactly like the bhava of the kirtans at Srivas Angan. The Goswamis of Vrindavan are renowned renunciates, humble and surrendered. Vacho Vegam, Manase Vegam, Krodha Vegam. But much more than renouncing the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals, they surrendered every iota of Shakti into bhajan and writing. They minimized eating and sleeping to reveal the pastimes of Radha Gopinath in the pleasure groves of Vrindavan Dham. They relished such katha, such Krishna katha, discussions as Rasika devotees do. We see that you are also renunciate and have further reduced your eating and sleeping to a minimum. You are fully surrendered to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. You are fully immersed in bhajan, holy names, studying, and you also, like the 6 Goswamis, are revealing the most confidential pastimes of Radha Gopinath in Vrindavan Dham. You treasure the Dham, and when you speak of the Dham, even we can see how much you relish it. Simply by our eyes we cannot see, but through seeing the activities of previous acharyas, by hearing descriptions from Shastra, we can also boldly declare that Srila Gurudev too is a Rasika Goswami of Vrindavan. You have kindly allowed us to serve you. Devotional service is santusti, satisfying, you explained. His Holiness Giriraj Swami once told me, go and serve your spiritual master to your heart's desire. This personal service to you is the safest and most satisfying position. However, we are not satisfied. We hanker for more. The lotus feet of the spiritual master is the only way to obtain devotional service. O Srila Gurudev, O Goswami Maharaj, O Prabhupada Priya Dasya, O Krishna Prestaya Bhutile Swami, kindly bestow us the benediction of serving your lotus feet forever and ever, for there is no other place we would rather be. You are Patitanam Pavanebhyo. When a devotee exhibits the compassion of Krishna and lives his life for the benefit of others, he is described as Surit. And it is this compassion that made you come to South Africa in 1986 to save the both of us. Thank you very much. Your humble servants, Yamuna Priya Devi Dasi and Sundananda Gopal Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. It's Sri Kari Mataji now. And after that, Karuna Avatar Prabhu, Vilas Manjari Mataji, and Kavita Singh, please. Sri Kari Mataji, you there online?
Yes.
Sri Kari Mataji. Okay, thank you. Start, please.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Shrimate Indradumna Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nivasesha Sanigari Pasachate Shatarne. Nama Prabhupada Priyadasaya Jagannatha Yajana Namute Bhatta Sukhaya Krishna Kirtane Nanarashing Henarachitana Maha. Dear Srila Gurudev, since you met Srila Prabhupada, you have preached and shared what Srila Prabhupada gave you. All the risks you have taken in selfless service is to change people's hearts, to soften them, allowing one's soul to come closer to Krishna. That is your number one focus. Now Srimati Radharani has placed you in Vrindavan, Your excitement to serve and giving spirit has remained the same. I feel very blessed to be able to hear all the pastimes that you were carefully putting together. Hearing about the 6 Goswamis and our well-known saints was so enlivening. We could share the history of these great souls, the reciprocation Krishna bestowed upon them, and mercifully reaching out to the lost souls. I feel immensely blessed to hear your transcendental heart relishing all the nectar you are finding and want to share with us. Just as Lord Chaitanya opened the storehouse of love of God, by hearing you, the soul awakens, wanting more. Qualified or unqualified, one is blessed through the hearing, through the powerful process of hearing. Now in my older years, I have a strong desire to study Srila Prabhupada's books, but so little time to do so. With the situation of the world, people are more attracted to country lifestyle. So visiting our temple has become most popular. Seeing Krishna's beautiful form, hearing the holy name, relishing prasadam, buying Bhagavad Gita and feeding cows and bulls. It is obvious in the future, people will be coming by the thousands to transcendental devotee homes and temples as Kali Yuga continues. So serving and hearing is a wonderful combination. I'm relieved you are being sensibly safe from COVID and gathering with your God brothers and God sisters and well wishers. We are losing valuable, priceless warriors in our movement. It is all Krishna's plan to plant them somewhere for the future development of ISKCON. However, we are painfully left in separation. The time will come when you will again reach out on Harinam and greet the people. And as you said, even 1,000 elephants will not stop you. I prostrate full obeisances to you and continue to look forward to the next title of your wonderful lectures. That in itself is exciting. Thank you for caring for us. Your guidance is a spiritual oasis in this world of challenges. Hare Krishna, your disciple, Sri Karidasi.
Thank you, Mataji. Karuna Avatar Prabhu. And then Vilas Manjari Mataji and Kavita Singh, please.
Dear Srila Gurudev, Happy Vyasa Puja. Yesterday I was printing your photo for the Vyasa Puja to happen at my place. And I remember while driving the verse in Bhagavad Gita, Mata Smritir Jnanam Apavanam Cha. 2 years ago, the last Sacred Sound retreat I attended, I was playing Karthala on the stage wearing my turban. And I was very sweaty at that time. It was a powerful kirtan as always. And you're about to do a stage dive, and but I was feeling very uncomfortable with that sweat. All of a sudden, I see like my turban got like flicked up by you, so and I started feeling this breeze, the cool breeze on my head. I was like, wow, you know. So I was thinking that really how Krishna sent you through the way he gives the remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. So he really heard my prayer through you. It was a funny incident, but it was very wonderful. I just remember and laugh at myself every time. And also, you blessed me that year that whatever the preaching program or kirtan program doing, it will be 100% successful. You said it will be 100% successful. So I always remembered this sentence. I wish I would have recorded it, but it's in my heart, it's in my mind that I always remember this one and go stronger whatever I do. And looking at you, and obviously Pratapana Prabhu created this Govinda space through which I resumed my spiritual journey in this life. I met devotees in the Harinam. So I'm very grateful to Pratapana Prabhu, your best friend. And last weekend I met him in Govinda Valley, and he's so fit and walking around. If someone can't come to my program because of far I'm in Westmead, I always recommend to them that go to Govinda's or go to Kirtan Sydney, been run by Sundananda Prabhu's son and Karthik's wife. So it's wonderful. So I'm always grateful and indebted by your single word or single touch you did onto me in Vrindavan when I was holding umbrella in 2014 Kartik Parikrama, and he just pushed me into the rickshaw and he said that you go and sit on the rickshaw. So that touch, I still remember that happiness with that touch actually, and that the power I got from that push actually. So that gives me a lot of strength to keep going on my path. So I'm very, very grateful, and for this 2 to 3 minutes of time of you. Many devotees suggested me to write on to you that what are the preaching program I'm doing at this stage. I will write it to you soon. Thank you so much for being with us today and every time, and very grateful to your service, your preaching program. Every time I hear, I just want to share one more last thing, that recently one of the Sydney devotee, Radha Vinod Prabhu, was sharing that how powerful your kirtan was when he was attending Sadhu Sangha retreat. One of his friends said to him that even if you have to sell your house, you need to attend Indradyumna Swami's kirtan. You can't miss it. So yes, your kirtan keeps us going and so powerful. That is always reminds me, Krishna, not to forget. So thank you so much, your insignificant servant, Karunavata Das.
So next is Vilas Manjari Mataji, Kavita Singh, and after Kavita it's Vraj Kumari, and then Premanjali from New Govardhan, who's in Sydney now.
Hi Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. I'm here with Kavita. Now, before we read our offerings, I actually received an offering this afternoon from Sweta Manjari Leela in Brisbane, and she hasn't written you an offering probably in about 20 years. And I told her I'd be honored to read it on her behalf. So I'll start by reading her offering to you. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Sorry, there's just some other sound coming through. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It is on this auspicious occasion and every day that your disciples and well-wishers pay homage, gratitude, and appreciation to a leader and spiritual master that has continuously guided and mentored his disciples with such excellence, love, and pure dedication. It is on this day that we say thank you for being the fiercely passionate disciple of Srila Prabhupada that you are. It is through your degree of pure devotion that has driven your devotional achievements, as well as your commitment and love for us. Srila Prabhupada clearly explains in the Bhagavad Gita that the spiritual master is the mercy representative of the Lord. It is through your actions and words of wisdom from decades of pure devotion that you fit this description to the highest level. Dear Srila Gurudev, I may not be the disciple that you want me to be, but at no stage will you ever leave my heart. And I will forever be grateful that you decided to initiate me back in 1993. You have been the foundation of my personal beliefs and morals, which are embedded in me. No matter where you are, I think of you and pray to Krishna that you are safe, well, and always in devotional bliss. Your eternal servant, Sveta Manjari Leela Dasi, Brisbane. And now Kavita will read, and then I'll offer you my homage.
Hi Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. The very first time that I saw you, I was no more than 5 or 6 years old. It was just as the Sunday feast at Sri Sri Radha Radhanath Temple was coming to an end in the amphitheatre. I stood up to get ready to go wash my hands with my father, and suddenly I saw you standing there at the steps below. You were with, back then, Brihad Madanga Prabhu, who is now Brihad Bhagavat Maharaj. And I was instantly mesmerized by your presence. You stood so tall and bright in your saffron, holding your sannyasi danda. And I remember the look on your face. I remember your eyes. And I feel embarrassed to say now, but I so distinctly remember feeling something in my heart, but I didn't know what it was. All I wanted to know in that moment was, who are you and where did you come from? I turned to my friend who was standing next to me. I was the new girl at the temple and she knew everything. She was also Shamla Prabhu's daughter, Janavi. So I turned to her and I asked, who is that? And I was, only 5 or 6. And she said your name. And all I heard as a child was blah, 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 Swami. I couldn't understand what she was saying to me. And I asked her again, I said, what did you say? And she said your name again. And I still didn't get it. And I said to her, I thought that you were glowing. I said, wow, who is he? He's glowing. She quickly clarified for me that no, you were not glowing. You were white, you were American, and that you had a tan. I still wasn't reassured, and I started to question my friendship with her. But then my first actual interaction with you, Gurudev, was so nerve-wracking. I remember it fresh in my mind. Even now at 39, I remember you were sitting in the office in the temple and just met my brother and I, and you were full of smiles and you asked our names. You asked if we knew how to chant. You asked us if we knew how to hold beads, and you taught us how to pronounce the mantra very slowly, very carefully, and very clearly, and showed us how to hold each bead. You then took neck beads and placed it around my brother's and my neck after giving us our chanting beads, and then suddenly gave us the biggest bear hug that we had ever received in our life as children. And I remember how I felt. I wish now that I could be magically transported to that moment as a child again, only because as a child I had the privilege of being able to touch your lotus feet. I should have never let go. Fast forward a few years later, I remember hearing you singing Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya. And I wanted to know and wanted to learn how to serve you the way you loved and served Srila Prabhupada as a guru. I wanted to develop love for you in my heart and know that my only shelter, my only way back home was through you. For years now, I have strayed off the path for various unjustified reasons. But more recently, I've been taking my spiritual life seriously. Every day, I beg the Lord for forgiveness because I knowingly indulged in Maya when all the while I knew better. Dear Srila Gurudev, today on your most merciful and glorious Vyasa Puja, I bow down at your lotus feet and beg you with all my heart, like a child to a father with folded hands. And a quote from Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya, if you examine me, you find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life. Thank you, Gurudev, for planting the Bhakti Lata beach in my impure heart. It has allowed me the chance to once again serve, worship, and love Guru and Krishna, your humble servant. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So next is Rajkumari Mataji, then Premanjali, and then Guru Shakti Prabhu, and then Padma Shri Radha and Rupa Manjari. Yes, thank you very much.
Should I read my offering? Sorry, Prabhu, is there time?
Oh, sorry, yes, you still to go. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, please, Vilas Manjari Mataji.
Okay, thank you. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your divine grace. The most special thing to come out of this tragic pandemic is your wonderful classes on Vrindavan. Who could imagine that you would suddenly stop traveling and preaching to do bhajan unless the world made you stop? And most amazingly, that you have been sharing your deep absorption in chanting and hearing with all of us. It's more than just the knowledge itself, but it's the deep taste you have for hearing about Vrindavan, its residents, and the lives of the previous acharyas that makes it so special and opens our eyes and ears to that place where there is true love, compassion, and friendship, completely free of the envy and trauma of the material world. In the past few years, I've seen my relatives and even my pet dog die in the presence of the holy names. And to me, this is miraculous. Actually, just a few months ago, my 17-year-old dog passed away. And in the last 4 days of his life, he was lying just supported by a pillow with a laptop in front of him with your kirtan playing continuously. And his gaze didn't leave that laptop. He didn't even notice anybody moving around him. And he began his spiritual life when he was about 8 weeks of age. And my daughter begged you to come home and see her new puppy. And you came to my house and gave him a piece of cheese. And he actually always had attraction to the holy name. He used to love to sit next to me while I chanted japa. And when he left, I had this realization that it didn't matter what the body was. The soul was the soul, no matter what the body was. And he somehow received this mercy. And I was with him as his soul left his body, and he was completely transfixed on your face and your kirtan. And I just had this overwhelming feeling that he's joined the festival of the holy name. And Srila Gurudev, that experience gave me so much faith that you'll be there to take each of us when that time comes. So I just wanted to share that. And I also found in that experience that the auspiciousness that's come into my life, that you allowed me to take shelter of you, that I've grown up with you actually my whole adult life. I met you when I was 20 years of age, and now I'm 52. And my whole adult life, I've thought of you every day and offered you my obeisances every day. And when things like this happen with my relatives, my little dog, I just can sense that I can never really perceive the auspiciousness that's come into my life. I can never really perceive just what I've been given. All I can do is try to hold tight to the service of your lotus feet by hearing from you, chanting, and trying to follow your instructions to spread this good fortune to others. In the past year, I've been taking care of a small group of new people that came along, people that just rode into the temple and signing up to come to a Bhagavad Gita class. And they came along just before the pandemic began. And I started a reading group. Then the reading group became a japa group. Then from the japa group, they wanted to start doing service. And because the temple was closed for many, many months, was practically a year, the only service I could think to give them was book distribution. So I ended up doing book distribution with them, which was wonderful to do that again. And now we've formed a little group, and we've started placing books in street libraries around Sydney. These are little, like little cupboards almost that are all painted and decorated, and the local neighborhood can come and share books and borrow books. They usually only hold about 40 books. So we started placing Bhagavad Gitas in the street libraries last December, and we thought the Gitas would sit there for a long time. And then we started to notice within a few days they were gone. And we got very enthusiastic. And now our small group has distributed over 600 books to little libraries all around Sydney. And we're finding new ways to engage others in doing the same thing. So I just want to offer that to you because, of course, that comes from you constantly reminding us, Srila Gurudev, to always participate and serve the mission, this great mission, and share our good fortune with others. One of my favorite things that I hear you end your classes with is back home, back to Godhead Ki Jai. Take all the fallen conditioned souls, every last one with us, Ki Jai. To me, this exemplifies your love for Vrindavan, for Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya's mission, and your love for all the people of the world. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. I'm praying to always be counted amongst your servants, birth after birth and eternally. Your servant, Vilas Manjari, Devi Dasi.
Thank you, Mataji. Vraj Kumari, Mataji, please, and then Premanjali, followed by Padma Shri Radha and Rupa Manjari, please. So Vraj Kumari now, then Premanjali, Padma Shri Radha and Rupa Manjari.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is said, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Sastrakai, Lavamatra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hai. The verdict of all revealed scriptures is that by even a moment's association with a pure devotee, one can attain all success. It has certainly been my experience that every moment spent in your association provides a window into the spiritual world. When I was a teenager, I remember receiving your diary entries each month in my email inbox. You would recount all sorts of Krishna conscious adventures from your travels all over the world and share some of your wisdom and realizations. I remember one of your stories was talking about a Shalagram Shila. And even though I had no idea what on earth a Shalagram Shila was, I found myself in tears at the end of the story. Actually, I'd be crying after each of your emails and would have no explanation for why or how I was so touched. Your writing, just like the writing of Srila Prabhupada before you, had the power to pierce the heart directly and ignite a little flame of Krishna Prem. Similarly, your powerful kirtans demonstrate the transcendental nature of the holy name. New melodies are always being invented and doing the rounds, and while many of us are on the hunt for new experiences in Krishna consciousness, you show us that chanting Hare Krishna is ever fresh and it doesn't need any updating. Your classic tunes soothe the spirit and feel like a warm embrace from Krishna, and they bring us back so many wonderful memories of the time spent in your association. Listening to you singing your beautiful rendition of Jaya Radha Madhava truly feels like a door is opened up to the spiritual world. The same effect is experienced upon listening to your lectures. You teach us about the exalted personalities in our parampara, the innumerable treasures of Vrindavan Dham, and guide us through the process of sadhana bhakti. Thank you for going out of your way to make the English-only lectures this past 6 months. Your passion for studying the scriptures and sharing with us the incredible insights that you learn shines through clearly in the recordings. A moment spent with you is life-changing, Srila Gurudev, and I treasure all of the times that I have been able to have your personal association. Thank you for being so caring and patient with me as your disciple. Thank you for your guidance and support when I've shared my doubts. Thank you for being you, the bold and adventurous Prabhupada man, providing shelter and giving mercy to all, regardless of their external designations. Always looking to focus on the positive, never deviating from Radha and Krishna's lotus feet. It's the greatest blessing in my life that somehow or other you accepted me as your disciple, although I am unworthy of this privilege. Your servant, Raj Kumari.
Thank you, Vraj Kumari. Premanjali now, then Padma Shri Radha and Rupa Manjari. Maybe Padma Shri Radha and Rupa Manjari can speak together, and then after that, Shamali Kumari Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to you on this auspicious day of your appearance day. It's been an interesting past year, with many difficult lessons coming forward. My heart kept breaking as each one of our landmark festivals was cancelled one after another. No sacred sounds, no Polish tour, and not even Kartik Parikram in Vrindavan. It took me a long time to let it set in. and not knowing when I would see you again or knowing when I would be able to chant loudly with thousands of devotees continued to break my heart more and more every day. However, a few months back, you quoted this beautiful verse from Rupa Goswami's Padyavali in one of your classes. Sri Radha is expressing how sometimes the separation she feels from Krishna can also be wonderful. She says, quote, "If I had to choose between union with Krishna and separation from him, I would choose separation. Because when I'm with Krishna, I see only one Krishna. But when I'm separated from him, then I see Krishna coming towards me from every corner of the universe." This really made me think. This is my time to try and focus on your instructions, and that way I can see you everywhere. I can see this is the time for me to try and shape myself into a better instrument in service and cultivate a deeper connection with the holy names. In an attempt to do so, I've started some small programs at the Krishna village, attending weekly Harinams, studying Bhakti Sastri, and trying to work on my ability and confidence in kirtan and with public speaking. Hopefully when the time comes, I'll be able to be much more useful and capable to assist you whenever you need me. I know in my heart that everything valuable I have in my life revolves around your mercy. My love for Vrindavan only cultivated because of your kindness and selflessness to bring me there. My love for kirtan is only because of your continued encouragement. You initiated me into the chanting of the holy names and have shown me through your love for Prabhupada how a disciple can serve and love their spiritual master, which is truly the greatest blessing of all. Something I've always found so wonderful about you, Gurudev, is your smile. It's so contagious. The smile you make watching all the thousands of people stand and applaud the performances at your Polish tour. The smile you have as you hand out 350 cups of the famous Jaipur lassi to all your disciples on Parikram. The smile you make each time you share a new verse you found in your classes, relishing every word with such appreciation. When you speak about Krishna, when you speak about Prabhupada, and when you speak about the people, it only becomes ever more clear and confirmed in my heart that this is my greatest treasure, to be under your shelter and to be able to call you my spiritual master. In reality, I really don't have many good qualities, but I hold on to the fact that somehow you've accepted me as your disciple, and it is with a full heart that I'll always try to do whatever is your instruction. Forever and always at your service, lifetime after lifetime, your spiritual daughter and biggest fan, Premanjali Dasi.
Thank you, Premanjali. Can Padma Sri Radha Mataji and Rupa Manjari speak together, please? After that is Shamali Kumari, and after that is Yamuna Sundari from Brisbane.
Happy birthday, Srila Gurudev. I wish I had prepared now. After hearing so many heartfelt offerings, I feel so... It's still me. Oh, okay, sorry. Before I start, I'll just share a few things. How I am going to read out few sentences for you until my voice usually chokes up. So I just want to say I'm really grateful to you. Yesterday I was in the DD kitchen and I was helping His Grace Sundar Nandan Prabhu to do the dishes, and also hearing this devotee association where he was sharing with a couple of other devotees, where he was instructing, or he was actually sharing his realization, saying we should not think that how Prabhupada came and all the Guru Maharajas came to deliver so many disciples and so many fallen souls around the world. We should always say that they actually came for me. And this makes it so personal, and then we become more stronger in our bhakti. And so before that particular thing made me realize I cannot glorify you today, because this lifetime will not be enough to glorify the glorious life that you've lived, and that you've given your life to serve Srila Prabhupada and his mission. But I definitely can share you my personal realization that how I know you and who you are to me. So that's all I'm going to do today in 1 minute. So growing up, I grew up in Kathmandu, and people used to come and tell me that, are you Indradumna Maharaj's disciple? And I was like, I used to say, who is Indradumna Maharaj? Because I'm sorry, I never knew ISKCON was this big until I left Kathmandu. I used to think there were only 3 Guru Maharajas in ISKCON, and they were white bodies. And it was international society because of them. And I only saw Jayapataka Maharaj, Mahavishnu Maharaj, and Pravishnu Maharaj. And I always wanted to know who Indradumna Maharaj is. And they used to tell me, you look like his disciple because you always dance. And that made me think I always wanted to see you. And when I was studying in year 8, somebody gifted me a CD. And I went home and I played that, and I saw World Tour, Sripal Prabhu's Kirtan CD, and I saw, wow, ISKCON is this big. And I never knew I was part of this big family. And apart from that, I would like to say thank you for being there for Rupa Manjari, because in traditional family, usually parents always have this burden if they have a daughter until they find them a good husband, until they're settled. The tension is always there. But in spiritual life, I was always, regardless, Srila Prabhupada has always protected us. I was always eager to know where her path will lead her. And finally, I feel like I can sit and relax now because she has found her way towards you. And thank you for extending that hand to her. Now that each time when she gets your reply back, she runs to home. The knock on the door is so louder that, Mommy, I got to tell you something. I want to say something. And she comes inside, and I got a reply from Gurudev. And we both sit in front of our Srila Prabhupada and we read your messages, and we both sit and look at Srila Prabhupada, and we both sit and cry. That how merciful you have become to us, like we never knew you, and we don't, like, obviously I never deserved it, but thank you for being so kind, and thank you for making my heart soft. The first time I saw you in Sacred Sound, something happened. I realized so many years going through so much, my heart was so hardened. And you softened it up. From that day, I haven't stopped crying. Every day I cry. I cry to see you. I cry to develop my taste for holy name. I cry to serve Shri Radha Gopinath better. I cry that one day while chanting, I can even cry more and serve more. Thank you for everything, Gurudev.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. The very first time I saw you, I didn't know who you were. I only knew that you were a Prabhupada disciple and that you sang amazing kirtans. I still remember when I was dancing at the front in your kirtan. That was the first time I saw you, and that is also the day when I got my name Rainbow, because I was wearing a rainbow chundri. There were so many others in that tent at Sacred Sound who actually deserved your causeless mercy. But I still don't know why. But I still don't know out of all those beautiful souls why you chose me, who's so ignorant of your glory. You are that pillar in my life that has always given me all my inspiration and strength to be an instrument in Krishna consciousness. I've been longing to get your darshan since 2019, and I couldn't wait for today because I get to have your darshan again in a very long time. So there's this bhajan, Gurudev Kripa Karke, and I'd like to read out the translation of one of the stanzas. You are the ocean of happiness and shelter for bhakti. You're dearer to me than my life and are always on my mind. I chant your name every day. Please ignore my faults. And thank you so much for everything that you've done for me. I love you very much, and I just wanted to say that in Sacred Sound, again, 2019, you said that I could come and travel with you when I'm 18, and that there's only 4 years until I get to travel with you.
And one last sentence I just would like to mention, like when Rupa was growing up, it was her life, her world has always been very small. I could always feed her big bowl of rice, just saying that 1 spoon for Jagannath, 1 spoon for Baladev, and 1 spoon for every deities. And she always made her handwriting so beautiful to make Jagannath smile bigger. And I could even get her to do maths, which she hated so much, saying that Srila Prabhupada wants you to study maths. And now it's been so easy after she met you. I can tell her, I will write to Gurudev. So chant seriously. Finish your aarti in the morning. And thank you, Gurudev, for being that person. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. After that, Yamuna Sundari, then Premnam Prabhu, and then Ashikunda Mataji from Brisbane, please.
Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. All glories to Sri Prabhupada, all glories to you. I write my homage, but then I saw I almost lost and I have it, and then later on I have it again, and I thought like I can't read anyway. And I just put it aside, everything. So, and I just want to say, because so many devotees I listen, and I always think I want to know you more and more. And I knew, like Prabhupada said, if you want to know me, like read my books. And I start reading your books and start listening your lectures. And I still, I thought I getting a little bit know you, but then I listen all these devotees and I say like, oh, this is even give me much more than I had before. And thank you for all of them for that. And I feel much deeper appreciation, much deeper, I would not say love still, but be honest, but appreciation still here. And I feel I'm all, like I'm product of all devotees around and product of your mercy, because I was lucky enough to be 5 years in a row in Vrindavan Parikrama, and you planted in me a lot of seeds of your, like, what you love, I start love too. And I very much owe to, actually a product of Jai Shri and Pratapana Prabhu and Shri Prahlad, who is start preaching for me first. And they always encourage me, and I will feel debt for them for forever. And maybe, I don't know what to say. Is like, thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
So next is Yamuna Sundari Mataji from Brisbane, and then Premanam Prabhu, and then Ashikunda Mataji from Brisbane also.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your most divine lotus feet. I have been meditating for a week now on how I could make my offering for you the best I can. So many ideas and emotions have filled my heart with a smile and joy that I can't really express. But after every such experience, I had this deep feeling of separation. A feeling that just kept me thinking, oh, when will the day come when we will get to be present in your kirtan again? A kirtan that will melt our hearts and take us back to Vrindavan. A kirtan where you will say, chant dance, chant dance. A kirtan where you'll say, back home, back to Godhead. Srila Gurudev, we are so grateful for your classes and the nectar you share. Thank you very much. But please offer a special prayer on our behalf to your beloved Radha Govind Dev Ji, that we may be able to take your darshan soon and serve you. I'd like to share a prayer which is written by Braja Vallabi that is very close to my heart. She writes, on the most divine occasion of your appearance, my dear Giriraj Lala, I pray for the vision to see Braja in my heart and always in my service. I pray to see the devotees always taking shelter of you and to be able to transcend the material conditioning that always clouds my vision. With such clear sight of Braj, I pray that I can eternally serve you with dedication and surrender my life in your service with full faith in your mercy. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, your insignificant servant, Yamuna Sundari Dasi, Rasamandal Das, Keshavan Kalindi.
Premnam Prabhu, Ashikunda Mataji, Varshana Radhe Mataji after that, please.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our own humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories unto you on this birthday of yours. In 1994, my parents were introduced to ISKCON, into Krishna consciousness in Christchurch in New Zealand. I was 4 years old at that time, and one day the devotee said that Indradyumna Swami was coming to visit the Christchurch temple, and my parents used to mostly just go there for the prasad. So they said at that time that we're a little bit busy today, we won't go there. I mean, I just regret that so much. But what they did do was they bought an album, actually a cassette tape of your CD or your cassette, Parim Gatim. And so even though I never met you in 1994 in Christchurch, when I was growing up and, we started to become more and more devotionally inclined, as going to primary school or as a teenager, whenever I was feeling lonely or whenever I needed solace or, I was going through issues as, boys do, I always used to put on that Param Gatim album, and your kirtan was so soothing, and there was something more than just soothing about it. There was some devotion that, was impacting me. And actually, I only talked to you for the first time in 2009. But, since that time and since I've become initiated, I've just found that, when you're young, everything is blissful. But when you're an adult, it's like material life is like a drop of water at the edge of a leaf on a tall forest tree. Anytime things can go wrong. You often say in your classes that, life is tough and then you die. But I've just found that just like I used to listen to your Parim Gatim album, to this day, you've always been there for us. You've always been there for my wife and I. You're such a caring person. I mean, aside from your obvious transcendental position, you're such a nice person. You're like a true friend. It's really hard to find someone in this world that is there for you through thick and thin. Is just there, not judging you. It's just there giving you causeless love. Just something that even us who are on a material platform can really feel. And recently I wrote to you that, how is it that someone like me who's of a different ethnicity to you, a different generation, a different culture, with different propensities, how is it that someone like me can develop so much love for you? Like we're actually completely different people. I've probably met you less than 20 times and spoken to you less than 20 or 30 times, but still, how is it that someone like me can develop so much love for you? And you wrote back that love is based on the transcendental medium. It's based on service. And so that helped me understand that, it's very strange in this world how you can love someone this much that you hardly even meet. But you wrote back that it's based on the transcendental medium. And you often quote this verse by Prahlad Maharaj, and it's something that always kind of makes me choke up, because Prahlad Maharaj says that, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace, but your servant Narad Muni kindly accepted me as your disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, even before serving Krishna, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? So that question is something that keeps me in my devotional career, keeps me close to your lotus feet, how is it that I can ever leave your service? So thank you so much for giving us your service. Thanks so much for everything you do, not just for me, but for all your disciples. It doesn't go unseen. You're just like Naramuni. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Premna Prabhu, Ashikunda Mataji, Varshana Radhe Mataji, and then Raghav Agarwal.
Jai Shri Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Vyasa Puja. I love Vyasa Puja days. It's just such beautiful homages, realizations, memories that the disciples and devotees share. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for your classes. The last 12 months, I feel closer to you than ever in all these years that I've been your disciple, that is so personal and intimate that you're sharing with us. We get to see you 2 or 3 times a week, and they're very inspiring, and I love listening to them, and I wanted to thank you for that. I'm always at a loss for what to say myself at Vyasa Puja days. It's such a wonderful experience, and I feel so, so grateful to be your disciple. And I love you, and I pray that you stay safe, and I look forward to the time when we can see you again in person. It's been 2 years, it's been a long time, but hopefully we will come together again very soon. We can chant and dance together. And I thank you for your time and your darshan today. It's wonderful to see you, and I look forward to seeing you again. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Varshana Mataji, after that Raghav Agarwal, and then Rajeshwari Mataji, please.
Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to your lotus feet. On the auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I wanted to glorify a few of your qualities: your kindness, your compassion, your determination, and your dedication to your spiritual master and his mission. So firstly, your kindness, Srila Gurudev. We're so fortunate to be able to read our offerings directly to you. This is, of course, due to your kindness, compassion, and mercy for us. You are prepared to spend many hours over several days so that all of us may get a chance to share our gratitude for you. You seem to know when your disciples are in need of support, and you show up even though you have so many commitments and so many disciples to look after. Your connection with your disciples is just amazing. I feel truly protected by you. Secondly, your determination to keep on preaching. We live in times where there's no sacred sound retreat, there's no Kartik Parikrama, and I miss everything that you've brought to us. But somehow, despite all this, you managed to fill your twice weekly lectures with so much mercy that rather than feeling like there was no nectar left, it was always there and has been something to look forward to every week. For me, your lectures contain a message which always seem to apply to a current difficulty I might be having. Either that or your beautiful words make challenges pale into insignificance. It is apparent that you put amazing effort into researching every topic in depth. Your lectures have been an engagement that which I can take shelter of, relieving the stresses of daily life. My son Kartikeya often asks me before bedtime if he can listen to one of your lectures. So I often turn on your Vrindavan series for us to listen to together. I don't know how much he understands, but I feel sure that due to your potency, he's surely being benefited time in his life. His bhakti seed will flourish. And then lastly, but not least, your dedication to your spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Your Facebook shares and your classes can give a glimpse of the love and attachment you have for your spiritual master and his mission. Despite all the obstacles the the pandemic has given, you seem to keep going and finding more ways to spread this Krishna conscious movement all over the world, even to a mere ant. There are so many of your qualities worth glorification, Srila Gurudev, but there's so little time to do it justice. I pray that I may remain eternally at your service. I pray that I can become qualified to receive any mercy you wish to bestow. With the deepest gratitude for your support, guidance, and care on my spiritual journey back home. Wishing you all the best and good health, Srila Gurudev. Your servant, Vashana Radhidasi. Jai.
So now Raghav Agarwal, after that, yes, Raghav Agarwal, then Rajeshwari Seva, and then Shyamalata Mataji, please.
Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. I feel full done but pronounce this most auspicious day of your Vyas Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. As I examine myself, I cannot find any good qualities. I'm attracted to Maya and I have anger. You are so inspiring and kind. Even though you have never met me, it feels like you are directly talking to me in your lectures. You do such hard work researching about the past times from various different scriptures so that we can hear the nectar of devotion. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Your diary of traveling monk is filled with amazing adventures and heart-changing real-life stories. I wish that one day I could serve you like Nandini Dasi. Thank you for publishing all the books which are Ocean of Gems. I pray that your well-being so I can meet you after we're allowed to travel. I pray that I could live my life according to your instructions in your lectures. Inspiring to be a servant, Raghav.
Rajeshwari Shiva Mataji, and then Shyamalata, and then Gaura Prema Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudeva. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. I don't really know what to say because devotees said so many wonderful things about you, and it's really hard to add anything more. But I want to thank you for being the most loving, accepting, trustworthy, and sane figure of my life. I've been thinking of you and of your wonderful qualities. The highest level of advancement in this world is not renunciation or knowledge, but it is a soft heart like a butter, receptive for Krishna, his devotees, and his pastimes. You have it all. You have the perfect knowledge, renunciation, and the most wonderful heart ever. Every time I listen to your classes, I see you glowing out of happiness and joy. You are not only receptive, but you relish, you delight in everything about Krishna, and it is very tangible and contagious. When a pure devotee expresses their bhakti, people who are less advanced can experience the bhakti through those expressions. You kindly and consistently give us your expressions. You keep your heart open and available for all of us because of your compassion. Someone once said that bhakti is not only about openness for service, but it is about actually liking it. And through all the years, I see you continuously loving to serve Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and other Vaishnavas. Thus your association always was and is very transformative for my heart, because you have a heart full of love and devotion, and only a person who has a loving heart can change the hearts of others. So today I just want to thank you, for Krishna, for devotees, for unlimited care and kindness that comes to me from every direction, and which I wouldn't be able to understand and appreciate without meeting you. Even though in the past I made so many mistakes and I have no attraction to chanting Hare Krishna, you always meet me with loving, unconditional acceptance and support. Once a sadhu in Vrindavan instructed one devotee, Don't think you are better than anyone. This is also a lesson you always taught us on the tour. Don't think you are better than people out there. You are just more lucky. So each day I experience how lucky I am. And I also know that following advanced devotees enhances drops of bhakti in one's heart. So I pray to always follow you without taking your presence for granted, but with the heart made of humility, gratitude, and respect for you, because only then love is possible. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. I love you so much and happy birthday. Hare Krishna.
Shamalata Mataji, after that Gaurav Prema Prabhu, and then Rukmini Dwarkadish Mataji and family.
Oh dear. Hey, Boo Gurudev. I'm sending you all of my best of prayers and blessings for your birthday. Another long day of work today. I've just knocked off. So from my heart, I'm sending you the best of birthday wishes. I hope that you're very well in India. I'm thinking of you often and always. I'm wishing gratefully that you can stay well and really healthy while you're combating the world with so many prayers with your classes that you're giving often and always, every evening. I hope that so much the situation of COVID is improving in India for all the many of you who are in India at the moment. But oftentimes I just wish that I was out there doing the Polish tour and being able to do kirtan, and I find it so hard that now I have to work and actually be at work. So I would much prefer to be out on your tour every day and going out through the festivals, both in India and Poland, Ukraine. I feel very fortunate for the time that I've been able to do some of those programs with you. And I truly feel so blessed that, you know, you are my guru, and although you are others and I have to share you with others, but mostly I feel so blessed that you are my guru, and my heart is just pouring out to you at this moment. And often I have collision of events going on in my life, and at the moment this is one of the collisions, somewhere between working and doing a uni assignment and pulling on the side of the road to talk with you. So I send you all my love and happy birthday and best of wishes. And I really beg and hope that you can find a way that we can all be back out there doing Sankirtan, doing the Harinams. I wish them, I pray for them. We need you to come to Australia to do some of them when you can. And you look, beg, borrow, steal, whatever it is, get a visa, please come to Australia. That's my prayer. And I send you all blessings to be healthy and well. So sending you my love and happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. Gaurav Prem Prabhu. After that, Rukmini Dwarkadish Mataji, and then Madhuri Radha Mataji, please.
Maharaj, Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Today is the very auspicious day of your divine appearance. Raj Deepika and I wish you the happiest birthday and wonderful year ahead. We pray to Krishna that the situation that we all are in go away so you can return to your preaching movement and we can be part of it. Please believe me, this is one of the biggest opportunities we have to speak to you directly, and I would like to thank you for taking us in your shelter last year. I know it was one of the worst years current living humanity has ever experienced, but selfishly for us, it was the best year for self-awakening, connecting with the spiritual movement formally, and joining the parampara through you. As you directed us in our initiation ceremony, we'll continue our endeavors to serve Prabhupada's mission with your blessings and help, and all with your blessing and help, and also guidance from the Brisbane senior devotees. I would also like to thank you for sharing your insightful bi-weekly classes. We really appreciate how much time and in-depth research you put in so you can share this intimate pastime of Krishna with us. It is pure nectar and works as an impetus to awaken our dormant consciousness. Also, it helps us to remember and know Krishna and his associate and Holy Dham Vrindavan more closely. Maharaj, your mercy is unlimited, and I would like to share an incident that I witnessed in Sacred Sound 2019. You were sitting one row in front of me, and the devotees were coming and going to seek your blessings and personal association. I saw a mother and daughter approach you to seek your blessings, and you talk with them for a few minutes. Then they left, and you got busy with other devotees. I noticed that the mother daughters were sitting few meters on right hand side from your seat, while all of us were relishing the nice kirtans that were going on. After 15 or 20 minutes of the meeting, I saw the daughter, who would be around 10 or 11 years old, started crying. It seemed that she was feeling overwhelmed after meeting with you and not able to control her emotion. Her mother was trying to comfort her, however, she did not have much success. You saw her in distress and called Kartamasi Prabhu. You got your note and pen from him and started writing something. After a few minutes of writing, you ripped the page off and sent it to the girl. I do not know the content of that letter, but it must have been very exclusive and special. As soon as the girl received the letter, the pain, the sadness disappeared, and it was replaced by a big wide smile. Her eyes twinkled and she got up with joy. She was showing that letter to her mother like a trophy, and she was not able to contain her happiness. This made me think how merciful and caring you are. Even though you were engaged with so many things, you still had your eyes on everyone. You are making sure that all devotees and their families are happy and well looked after, and they are having best time at Sacred Sound. This incident is still very fresh in my mind, and I try to meditate on it whenever we think about you. We pray to Krishna that the situation improves and we can see you in next Sacred Sound 2022. Lastly, we would like to thank you for giving us so many wonderful devotees in Brisbane. I know they don't like to be named, so I won't name them. We know your blessings flow through them, and we always get support and guidance from them. They motivate us, they guide us, and help us to keep us on track and grow. We keep that spiritual spark alive. We try to participate in street harinam and book distribution as and when opportunity arises. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for your endless efforts to serve Prabhupada's mission and laying path for us to follow. We would also like to thank you to keep Vrindavan alive in our hearts while we cannot visit in person. Hoping to see you soon. Your insignificant humble servant, Gaur Prem Das and Vajtipika Dasi.
Harilo! So Rukmini Dwarkadish Mataji and family. After that, Madhurinath Mataji, Shamarani Mataji, and then Vaishnavi Heath from Adelaide, please.
Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Sri Sri Gaur Nitai. All glories to your worldwide spreading of this Mahasankirtan movement. You are one of the Prabhupada's most loyal servant.
teaching fallen souls like us about glories of the holy name in Vrindavan Dham. Thank you for that. We thank you for your classes on YouTube every week. These classes are full of nectar. When we listen to them, these classes, we feel like we are transported to spiritual world immediately. And on many occasions, me and my daughter fights. She won't let me listen to any other class than your class. We pray to Lord Nrsingadev to bless us to be able to celebrate many Vyas Pujas in your presence. With your mercy, Param and Gopika have started distributing Bhagavad Gita this year. We are seeking your blessings to study Prabhupada's book and distribute more in Brisbane. Thank you very much for your continued blessing upon my family. Your humble servant, Rukmani Dwarkadis, Rancho Raidas, Param and Gopika. Param would like to say a few words.
Happy birthday, Maharaj. I pray to Lord Nrsingadev for your good health. I would like to see you at the Sacred Sound Richi 2022.
Haribol.
Gopika, your turn.
Dear Maharaj, when
Loud.
I start chanting my rounds, all 16 rounds, will you give me shelter? And thank you for giving class on YouTube. I listened to some of them. My favorite one is the endless stream of milk. Your servant Gopika.
Haribol.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madhurya Radha Mataji is next. And after that is Anjali Agarwal. And then we'll start with Vaishnavi Heath Mataji from Adelaide. And then Nikunja Seva Mataji from New Govardhan.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. First of all, on this auspicious day, we wish you a very happy and Krishna conscious birthday, Maharaj. I'm very happy serving you in the mission of Srila Prabhupada. By your mercy, I took some service in our congregation. I got an opportunity to serve the kids as a teacher in Gopal's glorious gang. And I have given a service of worshipping the deities in the temple. Srila Gurudev, kindly keep us at your lotus feet and protect us from pride and false ego. My kids, especially my daughter, Sundari Priya, growing very fast and always looking forward to see you. And she likes your kirtans and lectures. And by your inspiration, she started singing in the home programs in Brisbane. We are desperately looking to have your darshan in Australia or in India, where we could get to hear from you and serve you. Srila Gurudev, kindly bless us to always remain in your service to Srila Prabhupada's mission. Kindly always keep us at your lotus feet. We pray to Sri Sri Gonitai to be always in their service and association of the devotees so that one day I can become a qualified disciple in this lifetime. I pray to Lord Nrsingadev to bless us to be able to celebrate many more these Vyas Pujas in your presence. Thank you very much for your continued guidance and blessing upon our family in your every visit to Australia. Thank you, Shiva.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, wish you a very happy birthday. I'm waiting forward to meet you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Anjali Agarwal. After that, Vaishnavi Heath Mataji and then Nikunja Seva Mataji, please.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Gurudev, for being so kind to me by accepting me as your daughter. Other day, I was listening to your Vyas Puja lecture to Russian disciples, where you had said that heart-to-heart connection is formed immediately upon taking shelter. You also mentioned that initial relation is that of mother and baby, where mother immediately has so much affection and love for the newborn baby. However, baby will slowly develop his love and affection for the mother. I had tears in my eyes listening to this, as this is exactly how I am feeling right now. You are so humble, Gurudev, that you are ready to come to this material world until each and every of your disciple goes back to Godhead. I can't wait to hear your roar in the Sankirtan movements and see you dance in ecstasy. I pray from the bottom of my heart for your long and healthy life ahead. Even though I have never met you in person, but I wish that day comes very soon and I can serve your lotus feet. Please bless me, Gurudev, so that I can follow your and Srila Prabhupada's instruction firmly and throughout my life. Hare Krishna, Jai Gurudev.
Thank you, Anjali Mataji. Vaishnavi Heath Mataji from Adelaide, and then Nikunj Seva Mataji. After that, Shanti Paran Prabhu, and then Radhika from New Govardhan also.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Indra Dyumna Swamin Iti Namine Nama Prabhupada Priya Dasaya Jagannatha Yatrananda Murtaye Bhakti Sakaya Krishna Kirtanena Narasumena Rakshitaya Namaha. So this is an anagrammatic poem, which is a form of constrained writing, meaning it's bound by some condition, by some like a painting is constrained by its frame. It's a poem made only from the letters of Indra Dyumna Swami. But I have cheated and used one French word. Indra Dyumna Swami's army, a dawn army. We swarm myriad danda and drums, and we disarm Maya, raid and ruin Maya's sad, sad miasma. Us nuns, us mums in saris, us dads in ashrams, Aussie and Indian, madam and madman, Rani and Rana, naiads and dryads, animus and anima, wiry moonies and airy suras, dairy maid and dairy man, sundry runaway simians. We run in mad, mad dynamism. We run in Ananda, sunward, Swamiward. We dance, dance, dance. We sway, we reign. We dance, dance, dance. Many days, in many ways, we unwind and inward. We swim in warm, sunny, sandy, muddy Yamuna. Many days in many, many ways. Swanee, we swim in Ashraya. We swim in Indra Dyumna Swami's sunray aura. Jai Gurudev.
Jai.
Okay, next is the Nikunja Seva Mataji, please. And then Shanti Paran Prabhu and Radhika.
Are we on? Yeah. Jai Shri Gurudev, we're so fortunate to wish you a happy 72nd birthday. There has been, and there continues to be, much grief, loss, separation, and death as a result of the global pandemic. But while acknowledging harsh restrictions and prohibitions and shedding some tears, you, Srila Gurudev, have utilized the time to study in depth much more, and in turn, share with us the most amazing, mind-blowing classes. Watching the YouTube clips, we feel as if you are personally speaking to and instructing each and every one of us, one-on-one. At times, you relish in repeating sentences and paragraphs that have deep significance and have touched you. We underscore them and play them on repeat again and again, so we can drink deep the nectar and allow it to penetrate and satiate our whole being. I don't think I can state that one class has more nectar than another one, but I can wholeheartedly say that when you described how Sri Narottam Das Thakur arranged and observed the first Gorpanim festival at Kaituri, all I could internally repeat in awe was, that's just like you, Srila Gurudev. The attention to detail, the personal service, and various arrangements that made every guest feel appreciated and most welcomed. This is the high standard you learned from Srila Prabhupada, and one that you uphold very strictly. Time and time again, you remind us of the value and importance of being personal in our dealings with each other, and of friendship, how to nurture it, how to deepen it, and in fact, how to be a friend. You shed tears remembering loving exchanges with God brothers, God sisters, disciples, and special souls who have touched you to the core. Lord Chaitanya is the golden avatar for this age, and Srila Gurudev, you have deeply studied, imbibed, and distilled the essence of his mood in your preaching activities. Who can forget the 3-hour epic journey, most of it spent rolling on the floor with laughter, as you tell us about a very dear friend, Father Pierre, the Trappist monk who, during your brief 2-week stay in the monastery, you slowly introduced to Krishna consciousness. He revealed his heart to you in a note you kept for years. Quote, "In my 45 years of being a priest here, I have not learned as much as I have from you in the last week, nor have I enjoyed so much, nor have I become closer to my God as I have with all of you." End quote. Then there is what has now become a very famous photo of you hugging Jananivas and Pankajangri Prabhus, which exudes a joyous life of its own. This extraordinary photo captures the bliss of 3 advanced souls. And for me, looking at this photo is like bathing in the Triveni. Any past problems, any negativity is flushed away, and I'm left feeling exuberant. The sad, unfortunate reality is that whilst I'm so fortunate to be here before you, I'm alas a bumbling idiot, devoid of any material or spiritual qualification, to represent you as a disciple or even in some insignificant way to try and serve you. Devoid of any material qualifications and practical skills. And I'm not just trying to be humble, it's true. For starters, I have 2 left feet and I'm tone deaf, and that list is endless. My only hope is service through Manasa Puja. I pray may my eyes always see the beautiful videos and photos of you captured in action, rendering service to and on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. I pray may my mouth always glorify you, the previous acharyas, and the devotees. May it always externally and internally associate with the Lord and his energies with the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I pray may my ears only hear glorification of you, and you glorifying Srila Prabhupada and the previous acharyas. May they hear you explain in language common folk can understand the intricate aspects of devotional service and how to actually be a servant and render service in the right consciousness. I pray may my heart only know the depth of your love for all living entities. May it overflow with gratitude and love for you. And I pray that I can share that abundance of love with others. In the end, there is nothing but mercy. And through you, we can all get the mercy of the holy name. Jai, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Srila Gurudev.
Dear Srila Gurudev, happy birthday. I want to express my gratitude to have been able to take part in your Sankirtan pastimes. Now, in these dark times of Kali Yuga and COVID-19, when we have lost many dear devotees untimely, I pray you can dwell atop that mountain and keep aloof from all of the gross morass below. And distribute a few books, but always hanker for the times when we can be together with sweet, dedicated assistants, giving people powerful, professional opportunities to connect with the holy name. I know of 50 plus years dedicated sacrifice on the streets and in Sankirtan festivals is paying off in the treasure troves you are uncovering during your classes.
Да здравствуют переводчики на русский язык.
I think his internet is frozen. Radhika, you can start, and then Govinda Stali Mataji and Parvati Mataji after that, please.
Okay. Could please allow me to modify? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, please allow me to modify a story from the Hindi commentary on Bhaktamala by Priyadas. It's referring to Lord Bindu Madhava in Benares, who was asked to confirm Sridhar Swami's bona fides. So the deity spoke. I know, Sukha knows, Vyas may or may not know, and Gurudev knows the import of the Bhagavad because the Sringadev tells him. Jai Srila Gurudev. Rasa sends her greetings and sincere gratitude for reaching out to us and supporting us. She loves you dearly and can't wait to serve you again any way you wish. Jai Srila Gurudev.
Thank you, Prabhu. Radhika now, and then Govinda Stali Mataji, and then Parvati Mataji, please.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. When I met you, I was scared and I was confused. I was lost, and you found me. I remember the first class that I ever listened to from you was about your story from Father Pierre in France. It was a 4-hour something class, and I listened to it twice in a row. And then I started going onto narratam.com and I started to listen to some of your other classes, and I was just completely captivated by the way that you talked about Radha and Krishna and the pastimes of Vrindavan. And I started coming to the park.
Hello. Hello.
in Mayapur and Vrindavan, and I don't think I wanted to be noticed. I think I wanted to be in the background, but somehow you pulled me out of the crowd and you showered me with all of your mercy, and I haven't let go of that yet, and I hope that I never do. Last Kartik Parakram that we were together, I knew that it was time for me to ask you to be my spiritual master. but I was too scared. I wasn't sure in myself. I wasn't ready enough. I didn't want to burden you with all of my problems. So I held off for a long time. And I remember I went to your program when your DD of Garanga was being installed, and we had to go back to your house to clean up. So we left the program, me and Rasamandali, and I remember talking to her on the way about it. And as we were walking back to the program, everyone had gone for prasadam. And I said to her, like, I don't think I'm ready. I'm not sure. I just don't know. And then I walked in and you were sitting there and no one else was there. And it was like you were waiting for me. So I walked in and you kind of looked at me and I walked over and I just knew that that was the right time. So I went over to you and you told me, you said, I was waiting for you. So thank you so much. I have a short offering that I would like to read, but I can send it maybe, or I can just read it. I'll just read it. Okay. It's not ordinary to have someone in your life that cares more about you than you care about yourself. Someone that turns your hard heart soft and gives you hope that someday you remember who you really are. I don't think anything about you is ordinary, actually, that you've completely and wholeheartedly given your life to Srila Prabhupada. I'm looking for words to describe how incredible you are, but the truth is I'll never be able to comprehend how incredible you are. There's a special thing about pure devotees is that they give hope to the ones who are trying, that maybe one day, in one lifetime, sometime, we'll be able to feel a fraction of the love that you feel and you have in your heart for Vrindavan. So to be under the shelter of such a person and have no real appreciation or comprehension of their greatness that is my biggest fall down. So though thousands of kilometers apart, you're still giving Krishna to all of us, and you're still giving Vrindavan to all of us, because you're a preacher and nothing will ever be able to take that away from you. Although I have absolutely no qualification at all to become your disciple, I will endeavor, and I will always keep endeavoring to follow your instructions and become enough to make you proud one day in some lifetime. So I know that you are so far and you're still personally guiding all of us, because when I don't know what the next step is to take, I just ask myself, what would Srila Gurudev want me to do? And it's clear that any good fortune that I have, all of the feelings of happiness that I have in Kirtan, all of the moments of realizations, everything that I feel that I'm grateful for in my life is just because of your mercy. You really saved me, Srila Gurudev, and I'm never going to be able to repay you for that. So thank you so much. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Going to Stali Mataji now. Parvati Mataji and then Radha Ikrat Mataji, please.
Happy birthday, Gurudev. Can you hear me? In Srimad Bhagavatam 10:84-11, it states, and I'm going to skip the Sanskrit, Gurudev, water alone does not make a sacred place holy, nor it is earth or clay that composes the form of the deity. The waters of the Ganges, visits to the holy places, and the worship of Shalagram Shila purify one only after a long time. But saints like you purify instantly by their very sight. My dear spiritual master, you are my only shelter in this dark world and a true friend. Today is a very wonderful day because we can all appreciate your glories and strengthen ourselves in our service to you. Today, thanks to all the assembled Vaishnavas, I can try to understand the meaning of the shelter of your lotus feet. The pure qualities you manifest are those I have always been longing for: humility, mercy, selflessness, compassion, thoughtfulness, just to name a few. Your means of acquiring these qualities are your love and devotion to Srila Prabhupada. Since I do not have such means in my possession, all I can do is try to achieve this goal by following your instructions. According to Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 19:151, out of many millions of wandering living entities, one who is very fortunate gets an opportunity to associate with a bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. By the mercy of both Krishna and the spiritual master, such a person receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service. If there is anything this past year has taught me, it's perspective. How in a blink of an eye, everything we took for granted now appears nearly impossible. From a daily darshan at a local temple, to hopping on a plane to Vrindavan, to participate in parikramas under your lead. In our last correspondence, you mentioned that I have been a loyal disciple for many years, which made me humble and forced me to reflect. The truth is, Gurudev, what else is there for me to do? I would literally be lost without you. Your care and love for us is self-evident in detail to which you prepare for your many lectures. I lost count now how many wonderful descriptions of Sri Radhakrishna Unlimited pastimes you have gifted to us. And I'm in awe as to how many hours of research you have poured into every single one of those. And I'm humbled how much care you take in delivering those pastimes to us. Which brings me back to perspective. We go on Holidaam parikramas multiple times a week for over a year now. How fortunate are we? What kind of present could I give you, Srila Gurudev? A few worthless words? I don't think so. The best present would be if I were to aspire to make my life perfect. But how do I do that? I do need to understand that my life is my service to you, and to understand who I really am, the eternal servant of my spiritual master, forever indebted. Govinda Stale.
Thank you, Mataji. Parvati Mataji, and then Radha Ekrat Mataji, and then Manjula Rati.
Dearest Srila Gurudeva, please accept my repeated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Yesterday, our small group of devotees had a Harinama and book distribution in Byron Bay. We have this Harinama more than 6 or 7 years already, but somehow last 2 months, we couldn't come together for this Harinama. Different circumstances hold us back. Rainy weather, health problems, broken Sankirtan event. Yet earlier this week, I said to myself, this week, no matter what, we have to go. This Harinama will be offered, it will be the offer to you, dear Srila Gurudeva. It will be dedicated to you. So as soon as we arrived to Byron Bay and install our transcendental tent, chant and be happy, so we felt that the atmosphere was very welcoming. The group of about 30 students of high school were discussing some subjects nearby in the park. And one of our singers, he's a good player on sitar. So this particular day, he decided to bring it. And as soon as we started our Harinama, so we use musical instruments, sound amplifier. So we are sitting Harinama, we are not walking on the streets. People walking by us. So, and we also have a table of books, and Gurudev, can you hear me? I can't see you, so I'm not sure if I am recorded or not.
We can hear Mataji Parvati, we can hear.
Okay, I just can see Gurudev. And we put a table of books on the streets, and as soon as we started Kirtan, one after another, a few men, they appeared and they purchased Bhagavad Gita. And soon TV crew from ABC channel came by and asked if they can film us for TV show Art on the Streets of Byron. And after they finished filming, the head of the meditation circles in Byron Bay appeared. And he was considering himself a Buddhist and broad-minded person. So he wanted to organize in Byron Bay something like spiritual Kumbh Mela. So he was interested in a different religious groups to come and participate. And so it was absolutely blissful Harinama. A few people joined us and started to sing together with us. And when the students of high school, they finished whatever they were discussing in the park, they walked by and they all waved to us. And it was very, very nectarian Harinama. On this auspicious and glorious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, we humbly attempt to offer a few words that will inspire us in our service and remind us of your mercy upon the lost souls. Dear Srila Gurudeva, your never-ending, unexhaustible enthusiasm in non-stopping preaching stagger my mind. Your worldwide traveling during which we oh, actually, I forgot to say, but I'm sorry, I'm so nervous about this Harinama, is that when I was singing, I actually closed my eyes. And when I closed my eyes, I drifted in my mind and 20 years back in 2001, when I first time came to Poland for the Polish tour. I came out of blue. I wasn't registered. I just took a ferry from Sweden and I came. And when devotees asked me what service would like to do, although I was a cook in a restaurant in Sweden, I said, Harinama, I want chant and dance. And then I was chanting and dancing on the beaches, on the streets, on the stage in 2001, 2 and 3. And I just still want just keep dancing. I just pray, Srila Gurudev, please keep me dancing. And sorry, your personal counseling and guiding numerous devotees and followers, your worldwide traveling during which you spoke to many religious leaders and politicians, professors and celebrities, various dignitaries and leaders, your managing of preaching your tours in Europe, Russia, North and South America, Australia, China, India, your continuous lecturing for the last 15 months, 2-3 times a week, your research through the depths of rare Vaishnava literature, your Vraja Mandala parikramas full of nectar, it could be the endless list of your wonderful service. You illuminate the world with your purity and absolute determination, ekantata, to please Srila Prabhupada, fearless and unfazed by any material impediment to the preaching. You have completely changed the lives of thousands of people. Armed with the holy name of Krishna, divine philosophy, and Vaishnava cultural traditions, you sail over the ocean of material sufferings and you save the jivas trapped by ignorance in the material concept of life. Your vow of commitment to Srila Prabhupada, your efforts to reach the hearts of living entities with spiritual care is a great example and inspiration. All this mountain of work is not just work, it is seva, service, born of your intense bhakti, which flooded the world like a tidal wave of desire to please Srila Prabhupada, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Shri Radha and Krishna. That mood of seva transforms any difficulties into ecstasy. May your brilliant example of unselfish, devoted service remain always the guiding torch. Amsho Bhagavatosmi Aham, Sadadasosmi Sarvataha, Tat Kripa Pakshako Nityam, Tat Preshtha Satkaromi Svat. I am the tiny part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and I'm always and every way his eternal servant. As I'm always hoping for his mercy and kindness, I offer myself to his most dear servitor, my spiritual master. Today I was looking in Shri Guru Mahima and I found a few words, few verses I would like quickly just to read translation. One who has a full faith in the truth of Guru's words will surely take up residence in Vraja Bhumi. One who has pleased Shri Guru is not affected by any obstacle. If Krishna is displeased, Guru can protect you. But if if Guru is displeased, even Krishna cannot help you. Guru is Mava, father and protector. In this world, there is no shelter except Shri Guru. Jai, thank you, dear God brothers and good sisters, for your wonderful offerings. They were greatly inspiring. All glories to the flying ant. I wish I could be this one. And that was me, Parvati Devidasi. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Haribol!
Thank you, Mataji. Radha Ikrat Mataji, Manju Larati Prabhu, Manju Larati Mataji, and then Nimai Narsingapari head mark, please.
Okay, you're good. Okay.
Radha Ikrat Mataji, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, Ball. Hi, Ball. Peter Maharaj. I miss you so much. I feel really inadequate. I feel so inadequate to speak after hearing all the offerings from your disciples. I mean, it's like oceans of nectar, and you're like in the middle of it because you are an ocean of nectar. You always have been. I could write a book, like Prabhav said, about childhood memories, like with just, it was a glorious childhood. Having you, I remember the first time I saw you in New Mayapur, and I was like this little kid, and I was like, where have I landed now? Like, what country am I in now? You know, like it was one country after the other, and suddenly there you are, and I'm like, okay, I know it's going to be a good life here. I just knew it was going to be good because you were there, and you made New Mayapur a glorious place. So anyway, I wrote something down because I feel like it's probably best that way. My dearest Indradumna Maharaj, happy birthday. All glories to your appearance day. Please accept my respectful obeisances. I want to thank you for helping me stay Krishna conscious and keeping me close to Srila Prabhupada in the association of devotees and in the service of Krishna. I am so grateful for the life I have. I feel blessed every day. I owe much of this to you. I recently came across an old photo of the class of 1973 Dallas Gurukul. Sadly, not many are still practicing Krishna conscious living. It made me very sad. Perhaps we failed. Perhaps it is karmic. So I have been contemplating, why was I so lucky? I understood and realized there are several contributing factors that have enabled me to live my life as a devotee and in the association of devotees, and allowed me to love Krishna and Srila Prabhupada without resentment and fear. You are very much one of those reasons. You are at the top of my list of saviors. You are one of the reasons that I am where I am today, that my children are who they are today, and that my grandchildren are who they are. Thank you for the lifeline that you always threw to me. There were many times you saved me, literally and spiritually. I don't know many people who cared as much as you. I remember when I was in the hospital, before I got to the hospital in Paris, and I was apparently dying of typhoid. I'd come from India, and everybody was trying to cure me all these like holistic ways, and you heard about it, and you were like, why have you not taken her to the hospital yet? She needs to go to the hospital. So you made sure that I didn't die. You got me to the hospital. And when I was in the hospital, I actually had this experience where I saw the Yamadutas. They were like on the walls. And then somehow Krishna and Balaram came. And then the next day you came and you had like this watch, and you bought me my very first watch. And I was so happy. I was so proud of it. I was like, yeah, I got a watch. And so that was like just one of the many ways that you saved me in throughout my life as a child. I was once on the Christmas marathon, and it was freezing cold, and I'm outside and I'm doing whatever. I can't remember what we were selling, stickers or whatever. And you rock up with these gloves, you and Bibi Govinda, and you had these gloves, and you're like, here you go, give us your hand. So I put my hands out, and you put the gloves on my hands, and suddenly, I didn't freeze to death. And I was so grateful. I kept those gloves for years until finally one day they got lost, but they were a prized possession of mine. There were many times you saved me. I don't know many people who cared as much as you. And that is the honest truth. I remember as a young child, you were quite literally one of the first persons to teach me unconditional love. I believe I survived my childhood through your kindness, your presence, and your guidance. Throughout my life, you have remained a solid spiritual compass. Once you found me in the desert of Australia, that's literal. And although I never left Krishna, or rather Krishna never left me, at that time, you found me and made sure I did not drown in the material world. There is so much I want to say to glorify about your glorious self. I'm hoping that one day I can make you proud. I feel totally and wholly inadequate, but somehow by your and Srila Prabhupada's love and kindness, finally at the age of 50, my preferred dress is a sari. As a teenager, I did not like saris, and I love wearing tilak. You connected me to deity worship at the age of 12. You put me on the altar as Lord Nrsingadev's Pujari, and today I am blessed to cook for Radha Govardhandari. My life could not be more blessed. I work at the Krishna village, and every day I get to tell people about Srila Prabhupada and Krishna, and I owe you so much. Thank you. I miss you every day. I cannot wait to get over there or for you to come over here and I can cook for you. I love you so much, and I'm still hoping I get to be your cook again in this lifetime. Please. I love you, Pita Maharaj. You'll always be in my heart. I wish you a happy, happy, happy birthday. Please come soon.
Thank you, Mataji. Manjula Rati, after that Nimai Nasimapali Hedmark, and then Abhimanyu and Shamalika, and then Sati Moreno.
Wait. Let me say something quickly. The grandkids send their love. They had to go to sleep. I had to send the love from the grandkids.
Manjula Rati, if you're there, please come online, unmute your mic and start speaking.
All right, Harbal, sorry for the hold up. All glories to Srila Gurudev. Happy birthday. All glories to our founder, Acharya, and ever well wisher, Srila Prabhupada. Please accept my humble obeisances on this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja. Vanjakalpa Trubhyascha Kripasindhuve Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. On this day, we take the time to meditate on your life instructions and achievements. On this special day of your appearance, your spiritual children, family, and friends can't help but want to celebrate and honor you in great splendor. Similar to the tuning of a musical instrument by a talented musician, I think of you as an expert musician of the soul. Each time you sit down to speak, you fold your palms, close your eyes, and offer sincere prayers. With the tuning fork of your prayers, you are adjusting your heart to the unshakable and eternal values and instructions of your beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Once you are tuned, you open your eyes and speak. I've witnessed you move thousands of people to laughter as well as to tears in all various locations around the globe. You respond to the most cutting questions and challenges with grace. You transform hearts, including my own. I pray that I may follow your example. I pray that I may tune into yours and Srila Prabhupada's values and instructions. I pray to follow your instructions and live accordingly. Thank you for being in my life and my family's life, Srila Gurudev. Thank you for showing by example how to tune in and be part of this divine symphony. Your humble servant, Manjula Rati Devi Dasi. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Manjula Rati Mataji. Nimai Narsimapali Hedmark, and Abhimanyu and Shamalika, and then Sati Moreno, please.
Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. Before I read my offering, I'd like to offer my respectful obeisances unto all my God brothers and God sisters. It's been a privilege to witness and be a part of this evening, and to imbibe and hopefully absorb the Guru Bhakti that's been on display. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances, best wishes, loving sentiments, and heartfelt thanks. All glories to our A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and to the entire parampara of the Chaitanya tree and all of its wonderful flowers, leaves, branches, and trunks, like Sri Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Narottam Das Thakur, Janava Thakurani, Narahari Sarkar Thakur, Virabhadra Thakur, Krishnadas Kaviraj, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and our Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. The last year and a half has emphasized more than any other time in my life that time is short and death can come to anyone at any time. We have witnessed the passing of much loved and needed individuals like Bhakti Charu Swami and our very dear Pankajangri Prabhu, along with thousands upon thousands of fathers, sons, mothers, and daughters. With the weight of this past year at the forefront of my mind, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to celebrate and offer sincere thanks to the role your life and service has impacted my life. I am forever grateful to the kindness and warmth you extended always to my father, who is my hero, protector, guidance, counselor, and dear friend. Your affection for him and the service the two of you performed together for our dear Srila Prabhupada spilled over onto me. My life was forever changed that day in November, some 20 years ago. You and he offered to each other a loving exchange, one in which you were shortchanged, ironically, by that most expert of Srila Prabhupada's book distributors. He received from you one small stone, and you from him a willing student of those mantras entrusted to you, by whose grace dawns the reality of supreme love himself. I was a casualty caught in the crossfire of loving exchange, the marks of which are evident still in my body, mind, and heart. That little stone was entrusted to me by my father for safekeeping, care, and loving service. Somehow I received everything, just see Krishna's grace. Srila Gurudev, my Giri has been with me at every step of my life, every precious moment. I can't begin to express his place in my life. For 20 years, he has been my constant companion, my ever-present guide, and my beloved friend. Lord Chaitanya specifically instructed Raghunath Das that Sri Giriraj Govardhan, when served with love and devotion, awards the highest treasure, transcendental love of God. Your instructions regarding the standard of worship, always striving for the highest quality articles of worship possible within one's means, offered with loving devotion, and specifically no jari, that you passed on to my father with me as the witness, have been held sacred by me. The transmission of the opportunity to explore my natural taste for Krishna Bhakti by service to the Lord through his Archa Vigraha and the mantras that bring one to that supreme abode has been my greatest fortune. I humbly pray that you bless me with the capacity and opportunity to share this fortune with others and to inspire them like you have inspired me. I know there are many challenges ahead, not least of which is my own nature, which at its best pushes me always to pursue and serve the absolute truth. And yet this drive is so intense that I am compelled to challenge even my own teachers and gurus in order to truly understand, explore, and uphold a transcendental principle. I know that this is not the standard accepted practice, yet somehow this is the way Sri Krishna made me. I humbly pray for your continued forgiveness, understanding, and grace. I pray by your goodwill and grace, Sri Krishna will empower all my qualities, even my worst qualities, that they may be transformed, made perfect, and used in the service of the Lord. Thank you very much for the encouragement and enthusiasm that you have invested in me at various points in my life. I pale to think of a reality in which I did not meet you and witness your taste for devotional service, Nama Sankirtan, and your dogged determination to serve Sri Guru. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, unto your dedication to Srila Prabhupada, unto all who have helped you over the years, and to those who are helping and caring for you now. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories unto you, all glories unto the mercy of Sri Guru, whose grace is unlimited and unrestricted. All glories to Nityananda Balaram and Janava Mata Thakurani, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Jai Prabhu Nityananda, Jai Shri Advaita, Jai Shri Gadadhar, Jai Shivas, Jai to the Purna Sangam of Gaura Bhaktas, past, present, and future. Jai Vrindavan Dham, Jai Radhakund and Shamakund, Jai Giri Govardhan, Jai Surabhi Devi and Kalpavriksha, Jai Jamuna Devi and Tulsi Devi, Jai Nanda and Yashoda and Rohini Ma, Jai Baladev Sankarshan and the Gopaganas young and old, Jai Purnamasi and Mukara Devi, Jai Lalita Saki, Vishaka Saki, Induleka Saki, Champakalata Saki, Ranga Devi Saki, Tungavidya Saki, Sudevi Saki, and Chitra Devi Saki. Jai unto the glorious Ananga Manjari, Rupa Manjari, Rati Manjari, Rasa Manjari, Vilas Manjari, Leela Manjari, and Guna Manjari. By their collective grace, may you always be held close in their service of Sri Radha and Govinda. By the loving service of Sri Radha and Govinda, by the loving mercy of Sri Radha and Govinda, may you always be protected, enlivened, lovingly guided, and ever increasingly filled with transcendental love. May prema burn within your heart like tens of thousands of suns, and may that love spread like a forest fire to the hearts of all of those around you. This is the highest wish that I can aspire for you. Srila Prabhupada always signs his letters your ever well-wisher. I take comfort that certainly his aspirations for your well-being and absolute good fortune are unlimited and even more grand than my own. Thousands of times I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, lovingly, your servant and friend, Nrsimhapali Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Abhimanyu and Shamalika next, Sati Moreno, and then Govardhan Dhari, and then Madhurangi after that.
Jai Srila Gurudev. Please accept my Dandavat pranams. All glories to you and all of my senior, peer, and junior god brothers and god sisters. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Srila Jagannath Das Babaji, Srila Baladev Vidyabhushana, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, the six Goswamis of Braja, Sri Rupa Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath, Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunath. All glories to Sri Nitai Gaur and all the associates in Navadvip and Puri Dham. All glories to Sri Radhe Shyam and all their associates in Braja Mandala. Having bowed down to the line of spiritual masters, the Vaishnavas, the holy Dham, and the divine couple, I pray for the ability to be able to glorify Srila Gurudev. Srila Gurudev, we first met in Vrindavan more than 20 years ago. I was just 11 years old. I remember going on parikram with you, holding your cane, and thinking you were like the Indiana Jones of Braj. You had lectured extensively on the glories of Radha Kund, but had warned us not to take bath as it was considered so advanced and so special that we should just take a few drops and place them on our heads. As I reached down to place my japamala in the water, I slipped and I fell in the water. I hit my hip on the stone, the steps which hurt. But I was more scared of the fact that you had explicitly told us not to go in, and now I was guilty of disobeying you. I looked up immediately and you yelled out the great big smile, Haribo, Jai Shri Radhe. I was relieved, but still nervous. I relished the momentary contact with the highest object of worship for all Gaudiya Vaishnavas, the waters of Radha Kund, prayed for her mercy and quickly got out, still feeling cautious and unqualified. Many years have passed, mostly in separation, with great distance between us, thinking about how I could one day be useful to you, to render some service or attain some close association with you. Occasionally our paths crossed, but I was never able to serve you or please you. Alas, time slips by and the world is going through so much changes. I do not know when or if I'll ever see you again. To fulfill those dreams. So many promises to you were unkept, though perhaps for the right reason. For now we're all here. I'm here with my god brothers and god sisters, hankering to glorify the spiritual master of our life and soul. Understanding our own individual inadequacies and shortcomings, we depend on mercy. And we thus adore Srila Gurudev, the emissary of Sripad Nityananda Ram. Philosophy, regulations, and rules only go so far in this world. God knows I'm good at the first, but not the rest. But love lasts forever, and that love is what I offer you. Happy birthday. Thank you for preaching boldly, teaching fairly, and serving your spiritual master with the faith and conviction that we can all aspire towards. I maintain my service remembering the words of Raghunath Das in Mukta Charita. Namasrishtam manumapi sachiputram matraswarupam. Rupam tasyagrajam urupurim maturim goshtavatim. Radha kundam girivaramaho radhikamaravasam. Praptuyasya pratita kripaya Shri Guru tam natosmi. I am fully indebted to Shri Gurudev because he has given me so many things. The highest conception of the holy name of Krishna, the highest form of sound, which contains the highest form of thought, aspiration, ideal, and everything. He has given me the service of our great savior, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and his dearmost assistant, Swarup Damodar. He has brought me in connection with Sri Rupa, who was ordered to distribute the heart's innermost feelings, the highest devotional love, Raganuga Bhakti. Gurudev has given me Srila Sanatana Goswami, who gives us Sambandha Gyan, a proper acquaintance with the environment, and he has given me Mathura Mandala, which will help me in my remembrance of Radha Govinda wherever I shall cast my glance. By his grace, Gurudev has revealed the super excellent position of Radha Kund, the favorite place of Radha and Govinda for their pastimes, and this great Govardhan. Lastly, he has given me the hope that one day I can get the service of Sri Sri Radhika and Madhava. I have been given all these assurances by my Gurudev, so I bow down my head with all respect to his lotus feet, hoping this meets you in good health and blissful spirits. Jai Nitai. Jai Shri Gurudev. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you very much. Sati Moreno, please, and then Gordon Dari and Madhurangi. Sati Moreno, you there? And then Gordon Dari, Madhurangi, and then Geeta Govinda Mataji, please, after that.
I will Gurudev. Can you hear me? I don't know. Yes, okay. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Although I've never met you in person, and this is actually your first time meeting face to face, I want you to know that since I started meditating on being your disciple, my life has changed in a very positive way. And I'm very grateful for you for that. And I hope that I can have the opportunity to serve you personally at some point in the future. But until then, I'm working on developing the qualities that a disciple should have. And according to Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, chapter 3, verse 24, where it says that to serve the spiritual master, the disciple should learn cleanliness, austerity, tolerance, silence, study of Vedic knowledge, simplicity, celibacy, non-violence, and equanimity in the face of mature dualities, such as heat and cold, happiness and distress. So I take this opportunity to thank you for everything. I'll try and stay in touch with you as much as I can. And I hope to meet you soon. So happy birthday, your servant Sati.
Happy birthday!
After this, Gordon Dari, Madhurangi, and then Geeta Govinda Mataji. After that, Tulasi Manjari, please. Gordon Dari, you there? Gordandhari. Madhurangi, if you want to start your offering, please. And then Geeta Govinda Mataji and then Tulsi Manjari.
Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev. Please accept my happy obeisances and happy Vyasa Puja. I'd like to thank you for your scholarly classes and the time and energy that goes into the referencing and details, which make these personalities like Lokanath, Virabhadra, etc. more accessible. I knew of them, but I didn't know them. There is so much to absorb and my memory can fail me. However, the feeling that remains is that by following their example and under your guidance, we can make progress. They play the role of a devotee to show us how to be devotee, experiencing genuine challenges, emotions, and overcoming obstacles on the path of bhakti. And although it feels impossible to reach such a goal, in trusting the process and the mercy of personalities like them and you, I believe it is possible. His Grace Pankajangri Prabhu gives the example of the functioning car. You turn the ignition, something happens in the engine, move the gears, and the wheels go. Devotional service is natural, and some are ready to take off as you were from the moment you met Vishnujan Swami. Sometimes when the car is broken, you have to get out and push the car, get the wheels moving, then jump in and do everything else. And after that, the spontaneous love can be experienced. Thank you for pushing me. It appears that many of us are addicted to the material world. A former Govinda's employee was starting to work with those with substance addiction. He said the procedure for rehab's entry is that you call once a week consistently to indicate your motivation and commitment to recovery, while waiting months for a spot. I've learned healing is a personal endeavor and responsibility. Following the principles and japa is that commitment, that daily expression of determination to heal. The qualification to be taken seriously. It's a mind and a choices game. Radhanath Swami posted that everything in the material world can be used for spiritual growth or material entanglement. The practice of bhakti manifests through the choices we make while interacting with the material world. You choose spiritual growth every time. Addiction is no joke. However, with your support and the skills the Shastra teaches, all is possible. You are sober, one of few who are sane in this insane place, trying to treat us. I want to go where you and the Vaishnavas are. I trust that you won't leave me behind. However, I also would like to do my part. In a world that is full of abuse, I don't want to abuse a sacred relationship like guru-disciple. It's an ugly situation, this place. You have presented such beauty in your lectures of loving relations and absolute truth, and explained to us what true taste and happiness is. In conversations between Jad Bharat and Maharaj Rahugana, they conclude that one should be more serious about seeking the mercy of the devotee than that of the Lord directly. And by one's doing so, by the goodwill of the devotee, the natural attraction for the service of the Lord will be revived. I seek your mercy on this day, every day, and hope by your goodwill that natural attraction will be awakened. In the Canto 2, Chapter 3, Text 24, purport, Prabhupada writes, the whole process of spiritual culture is aimed at changing the heart in the matter of his eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord. Your heart is fixed in its proper state. This I know because the Bhagavatam tells me so. Symptoms of this change is increasing in the attitude of rendering loving service. You live for service and offer it with love to your spiritual master. Another symptom is regulated devotional service to the Lord. You engage all your senses and mind in service. Prabhupada wrote that real steady bhava is displayed by a sensation of material desires. Your only desire is service to Guru. Number 2 is utilization of every moment in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Every waking moment you utilize for Guru and for Krishna. Number 3, eagerness for glorifying the Lord constantly. We feel your enthusiasm when you speak. Attraction for living in the land of the Lord. Your attachment to the Dham says it all. Complete detachment from material happiness. You have received the taste for spiritual happiness and only have eyes for it. And pridelessness. It was explaining that envious persons invent their own ways and means of devotional regulations without following the Vaishnavas. You are a Vaishnava by the book, a Prabhupada man, everything for him. This I know because your actions tell me so. Prabhupada said, the devotee who chants the holy name of the Lord in a perfectly offenseless manner and is friendly to everyone can actually relish the transcendental taste of glorifying the Lord. We know you relish. We know you are the most friendly by your interactions with us youth and the Polish Woodstock folk. For those of us who aren't relishing, there is hope because Prabhupada says they can get in touch with the pure devotee of the Lord and rectify their bad habits. Otherwise, they will continue to be stone-hearted and unfit for treatment. A complete progressive march on the return path home back to Godhead will depend on the instructions of the revealed scriptures directed by realized devotees. Stone-hearted and unfit for treatment aren't appealing to me and not words I want to be associated with. And therefore my intention is to follow your instructions. Srila Prabhupada wrote, the first condition of devotional service to the Lord is therefore to be a servant of a pure devotee. And this condition is fulfilled by the statement, reception of the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee, who has also served another pure devotee. That is the way of disciplic succession or devotional parampara. You identify only as a servant of the devotees. I pray to be of service to you and eternally gathering the dust of your lotus feet, so I may always remain linked up in this perfect line of Vaishnavas. I will continue to practice choosing Krishna and the devotees. I'm marching with the Vaishnavas, with you as our lieutenant, and Srila Prabhupada as our general. I'm coming home. Confident in your compassion. Trusting you leave no man behind. Yours in service and with gratitude, Madhurangi. Carry on.
Thank you very much, Madhurangi. Next is Tulasi Manjari and then Rasamandali from Russia. She's going to speak from Russia if she's online. And after that, Stoka Krishna Prabhu from Melbourne, please. So after Tulsi Manjari, Rasamandali, and then Stoka Krishna Prabhu from Melbourne.
Hare Krishna Gurudev, happy birthday. Please accept my humble obeisances. All I want to say is thank you. Thank you for being so kind and merciful onto me and onto everybody. As we all know, Pankajanari Prabhu left this world, and my partner Sadama talked to me about how Prabhu was one of the rare devotees who truly knows Krishna, Lord Nrsingadev. And it's sad when they leave this world. And you came straight to my mind. And how much gratitude came into my heart when I thought of you. You are my connection to Krishna. You know Krishna, like truly know Krishna. And you have been merciful unto me that you have given me the opportunity to grow my relationship with Krishna and get to know him. I've been juggling my duties of teaching at the Gurukul and studying, but I'm trying to practically apply the knowledge that we can offer anything to Krishna. It's the perspective that you have. However, you are my inspiration to actually engage all my time to Krishna. To have Krishna as my goal in every single part of my life. Not to be selfish and think that the world revolves around me, but it's about serving others and Krishna. I have to be honest that I haven't been listening to all of your classes because I've been doing so many things, but listening to how so many other devotees have been sharing that they're the most amazing, and I know you're putting so much time into studying for them and giving this gift to us. So I'm going to obviously put that higher on my priority list as much as I can. At any time of the day, I will put something onto here because it is truly a gift that you're giving us. And I just want to thank you for your endless love your knowledge that you're giving us, your consistency. And I hope I can reciprocate and make you proud and be forever in your service. I can't wait to see you, and I love you very much. And I hope that you stay in good health and we can meet again soon. So happy birthday, Gurudev, and I love you.
Rasamandali, and then after that we'll have Narsingh Kavach Prabhu and then Stoka Krishna Prabhu, please. Rasamandali, are you online from Russia?
Yeah, I'm here. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Happy birthday. I'm sorry, I'm quite nervous. And it's so hard to speak after everyone spoke so amazingly of like your glories. And as always around my God brothers and God sisters, I feel so like put in my place. And yeah, the problem is I have way too much to say. And every year I'm like, okay, so I'm just gonna pick these few things and then the rest I'll say next year. But then next year there is more things that come to mind. I just don't know what to say. It's been the longest time so far that I've spent away from you since I met you. It's been over a year. And it's been so hard not being on your tours and not seeing you, not doing any service for you directly. And yesterday I was remembering the Polish tour and how we just had this one big family of yours there and everyone was serving together and it was just so beautiful. And I really miss everyone and I really miss serving you and I just miss you a lot. And it's just, I wanted to say that when I'm with you, like directly like near you on your tours or Kartik or anything like that, it feels as if I'm like protected. I'm like under this bubble that you have like around you of you and your service to Srila Prabhupada. And it's protecting me. And at the same time, it also feels like in that bubble, you share everything that you have, like all your enthusiasm, your strength, your love, your compassion for everyone. You share that with your disciples. You share that with everyone around you. So then it's like, and you amplify whatever everyone has in them, I feel. So like the strength one, especially I felt on Polish tour Harinams, like I'm not very athletic and normally I can't even like walk from the beginning of the beach to the water across the sand because like I just get so tired. But on Polish tour we had to like run across the whole like length of the beach with the invitations. And yeah, somehow I just got the strength and I could do that when normally like nothing at all. And especially like those days when you would come on Harinam, I just felt like I was flying across the sand, like anything. So like, and I understood that that's definitely not coming from me, like Gurudev is just giving that. And so then when we're all like when I feel like part of your team, it's easy to think that those qualities that you share, that enthusiasm, that compassion for the people, that it comes from me. But now that I've been away from you for quite some time, I start to notice that a lot more, that it's actually not my qualities at all. And I can appreciate you so much more from a distance because yeah, I can like from a distance, I can see that how much love you have, how much compassion you have for people, how much you care for us all. And yeah, especially during this time of the pandemic. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes,
just checking. And yeah, and I just like, even though we've been away, I felt your love and care for me in so many ways. Part of it is yeah, I realized how much you gave me through like personal associations also. Most of the time I felt more connection to you through Vani, like through hearing your classes. I felt so much connection to you, but lately, now that I haven't had much of a direct service, I started feeling how important that is to me, that personal service. And yeah, like I heard I just remembered the other day, like the Prabhupada translates bhakti as devotional service. So this is our path, this devotional service. And yeah, so, and I didn't used to understand why do we pray for service, like when we chant Hare Krishna, I was like, there was always so much service around. Like you just walk to the temple and they ask you to do this and that and this and that. But only lately I understood that it's actually such a privilege to be able to serve. And especially like when it's the pandemic and you don't get so much of that. And yeah, especially because service to Guru is so emphasized. Yeah, I'll keep it shorter. And pretty much, yeah, you give us this opportunity to be part of your mission and to somehow assist you in service to Srila Prabhupada. And that's such a privilege, and I'm so thankful for that and so grateful. But also another way I felt that really felt your care is through the lectures that you've been giving twice a week. And I really feel like these lectures, they're like medicine, and they keep reminding me of the real life. So it's like, it's so easy to get distracted by everything going on in this world. But when I hear those, it just brings me back again and again. Like this, Rasa, this is what you want. This is what you need. This is your life. And yeah, so also it's really just you who, yeah, like it's just anything to do with you, remembering you, that keeps my connection to Krishna as well. Like sometimes it's, yeah, like when it comes down to certain choices, I just tell myself like, what would Gurudev want? Is this what Gurudev would want? And it keeps me like, yeah, on my path. It keeps me from making the right choice. Yeah, I cannot even begin to grasp the depth of these lectures that you're giving right now, but I just imagine that in the future I'll just be listening to them over and over again and hopefully gain more and more depth of them, because like even now I'm like, what is it like, how am I meant, like Gurudev just keeps giving more and more lectures, but I just want to re-listen to the other ones. Like what am I gonna do? There's just way too much. Either way, yeah, I'm not gonna keep you here for longer. Thank you so much for everything, Srila Gurudev. I miss you so much, and I love you a lot. Your aspiring servant, Rasa Mandali. Can't wait to see you.
Thank you, Rasmandli. We'll have Narsingh Kaush Prabhu and then Astoka Krishna Prabhu, followed by Radhika Sharma from Melbourne. Narsingh Kaush Prabhu, you there? Narsingh Kaush Prabhu? Yes. Okay, please unmute your mic, Prabhu, and you can speak.
We can't hear you.
Looks like.
We cannot hear Nrisimha Kavachu, Prabhu. Please select the main channel. Maybe you an English channel. Please go to the main channel. At the bottom there, do you see the globe? If you click on it, just check you're off any English or Russian channel. We cannot hear you. I can see you unmuted. We cannot hear you. Can you see the globe? Globe at the bottom there. The world, the spiritual world, the material world. Sakiro Prabhu, maybe next.
Yes.
The globe chair next to the right.
Yes, I know. I can see Narsingh Kaush Prabhu, but I cannot hear him.
We can come back to him. Would you like to?
Okay, no problem.
To move on.
Stoka Krishna Prabhu, you want to start? Stoka Krishna Prabhu?
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Gurudev, happy 72nd birthday. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. Thank you for giving me some personal instructions this year and letting me feel like your actual disciple, even though I feel like a total fake so often. This has increased my meditation on you and your mission. As Pratapana Prabhu said, Those whom you have accepted as your disciples are very fortunate, and I feel very fortunate to meet and know you, to observe you as a shining example of genuine kindness, sincerity, faith, and love, and to have you as my spiritual guide and master for the last 30 years, the majority of my current lifetime. The mission of a Parivrajacharya spiritual master is to give Krishna consciousness to his disciples and to the people in general, and our responsibility as disciples is to help carry it out to the best of our ability and according to the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Your mission is to please Srila Prabhupada by carrying out his mission, and in turn, the mission of the whole parampara. It is clear to all of us that you are empowered to perform your service in a grand way. You do your preaching tours and trips on a grand scale. You attract the hearts of thousands of current and still sleeping future devotees. And your videos on YouTube are watched by millions of people. Srila Prabhupada must be very pleased with you, his very special disciple. We must try in our small way to assist you in your service to Srila Prabhupada. I hope we all can do something inspired by your direct instructions and those through given by your representatives, as well as given by the super soul in the heart as the Chaitya Guru. Many actively practicing devotees compare themselves to spiders, and in Lord Ramachandra's bridge construction effort, it's over several Vyasa Puja presentations in the last few days, I think a few devotees have done so. Due to being in Maya most of the time engaged in household responsibilities, when I observe those glorious God brothers and God sisters, I have nothing to compare myself to. At best, perhaps to a microscopic entity who can offer no substantial service, or maybe to a neglectful spider who is selfishly busy with building his own web and only helps out with bridge construction in his meager spare time, thinking there is always going to be an opportunity. But the time is short, and I know I need to do much better. Please guide me to serve you to the best of my capacity so that there is as little chance to be in Maya as possible. As I observe your radiant, dedicated disciples around the world, I realize how far behind I'm lagging. I know I need as much help as I can get to stay and progress on this difficult path back to our original position as the servant of Guru and Krishna. Please pour some mercy on this slow, unqualified disciple and let me assist you. Please let me correct my faults and become like your other disciples who please you by their loving service. Your mercy is what my spiritual life is made of. Please don't leave me here. I pray that Lord Krishna lets you stay with us as long as possible and for you to remain healthy and energetic because the world needs you. And most of all, we, your disciples, need you, our dear most spiritual father and master, dear Srila Gurudeva. Your aspiring servant, Stoka Krishna Das. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Narsingh God, Prabhu, are you ready? Or
I sure hope so. Is it working this time?
yes, we can hear you now.
Beautifully, Prabhu.
Jai Srila Gurudev, Base New Glories Prabhupada. I don't really have a lot to say. So many wonderful things have already been said. Very, very inspiring for me. And as always, you're just a great inspiration to me in my service. Right from the days when I first met you, and I remember you showing all of Nrsingadev's weapons, and because I was enthused about deity worship, to see how enthusiastic you were with the deity worship was very inspiring to me, and just the interactions from that point onwards, and then after initiation, you're sending lectures to inspire me in hearing. And then on the Polish tour again, just seeing you as Srila Prabhupada's general, Lord Chaitanya's general, managing the whole Polish tour and just inspiring all the devotees, to push on Krishna consciousness. And even now, that you're there in India, you're stuck in India, and you're still doing these classes regularly, etc., for devotees. I have to admit I haven't listened to any of them because I'm just too kind of like up to here with stuff. But it's just such a great inspiration to me, and an example that helps me to understand how I better can serve you and serve Srila Prabhupada. So I am very deeply grateful. And everyone's been wishing you a happy birthday, but in a sense, I think it's a happy day for us, because you've come into our lives and you're inspiring us all in Krishna consciousness. And I've just been reading a section in the Bhagavatam, the 3rd canto, 4th chapter, where Uddhava's leaving Prabhas Chetra and going to Badrik Ashram. And there it's talking about how Krishna is the guru of the world, but how because of Uddhava's complete surrender, then he becomes qualified to be the guru for all the devotees in Badrik Ashram, and how Krishna talks through him. So I see also in the same way with you and so many of your wonderful God brothers, how because of your surrender and you're giving your life to canvas on Krishna's behalf, how Krishna acts through you. And it's like Jamuna would talk about often, about the Krishna magic. I've seen that so many times. I remember one specific time with you, there was a Harinam going through North Sydney, and all the devotees were kind of tired, they were dragging their feet and things like that. And you stopped on the other side of the highway, you stopped the kirtan party, and you started to talk to the devotees and enthuse them in the kirtan. And you know, encourage them to have smiles and to dance and to be happy. And then you started the kirtan up again, and everyone was, you know, enthusiastic in kirtan. And we crossed over to the other side of the highway, and immediately all these young schoolgirls, they came and joined in the kirtan, and they were dancing and chanting. And I could see how Krishna was acting, you know, through you and through the holy name to inspire these young children in Krishna consciousness. So yeah, I'm very grateful for this inspiration that you're giving me and to so many others. So thank you very much, Srila Gurudev.
Thank you very much, Narsinghkar Prabhu. So we'll have Radhika Sharma now, and then also some devotees from St. Petersburg in Russia. They've requested us to just give 1 minute. They want to show a wonderful cake which they made for Srila Gurudev. So after Radhika Sharma speaks, we'll go to St. Petersburg from here for just a minute. Radhika, are you there?
Yes. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. My heart cries with joy right now to see you here today. I'm a bit nervous as well. And I'm very grateful to have this opportunity today to speak to you. So thank you for giving this time for us. Gurudev, I wish you a very happy birthday from the bottom of my heart. And I pray sincerely that I can serve you each year even more and more. My words fall short to show you my gratitude today, dear Gurudev. But since you have come into my life, it's like a missing piece which has been found and made me complete. You mentioned in a lecture once that the seeds of bhakti are in our heart, but they are dormant. That seed is activated by the spiritual master, and that's exactly what I felt by meeting you at Sacred Sound in 2019. I knew at that moment that you are my spiritual master, and you accepted me with so much warmth. Dear Gurudev, you reawakened those seeds of bhakti for me. Gurudev, you gave me shelter instantly and are the most kindest soul I have ever met. Your selflessness towards your disciples and care is so amazing. Dear Gurudev, thank you for always guiding me through your words, lectures, and experiences. Although I have not had much association with you, dear Gurudev, I'm so grateful that in such a short time of knowing you, I have had so much nectarian experiences and extreme love poured from you. Last year when I spoke to you, you told me one thing which stuck to me. You said that it doesn't matter how far or near a disciple and spiritual master is. What matters is the heart. And not only the disciple's heart, it's also important that our Guru's heart is such that he knows us, loves us, and deeply desires our spiritual welfare. So thank you for always caring for me so selflessly, dear Gurudev. I pray that I can progress further. I pray that I can progress further in my Krishna consciousness, and that one day I can serve you the way you serve your disciples with so much love and selflessness, and that I can help you in serving Srila Prabhupada's mission. Praying your health remains well, and wish you a very happy birthday once again from the bottom of my heart. Hare Krishna, your servant Radhika. Thank you, dear brother.
Thank you, Radhika. We go to St. Petersburg now for just a minute. And if Nityananda Mataji can show the cake, and then we'll come back to Melbourne with Chaitanya Bhava Prabhu, and then Risha, and then Sri Krishna Chandra Prabhu.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Шрила Гурудев. 15 мая мы поздравляли вас с Вьяса-пуджей из Санкт-Петербурга, но у вас сегодня день рождения.
Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev. Some days ago, we congratulate you on the 15th of May. We congratulate you, Vyasa Puja Day from St. Petersburg. But today is your appearance day. 20th of May is your appearance day. So we prepared with all our heart, with love and devotion. We prepared this cake for you. It's offered to our beloved deities. It's offered to Srila Prabhupada.
Сегодня мы предлагаем вам на Вьяса-пуджу торт.
We offered it with all our heart to you for your satisfaction. Please accept our offering. Happy birthday, Srila Gurudev! Thank you. Thank you for your mercy.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll have Chaitanya Bhava Prabhu, and
thank you for your devotees.
And then with Krishna Chandra Prabhu, please. Chaitanya Bhava Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. I was feeling not to speak because I was listening so many glories. But as Krishna can honor more than 56 offerings, so one more. so for this Vyasa Puja, I wrote my Vyasa Puja offering as titled Sankirtan Street Temples. So two of the regular Polish tour visitors visit the Polish tour site again. First was saying, I can't say that I have seen these festivals, but we want them in the street, now more than ever. Holy Name and Swamiji books flooded everywhere. Hare Krishna festivals aspired by every Polish man. Where these Sankirtan street temples went? Where is the Polish tour, Krishna Prasad? The halwa tastes so good. I see masks on every corner store. Securities are busy distancing every soul. Even on the busy street these days, feeling like sitting alone at home alone. Oh brother, where the street temple have gone? The second person says, oh, it has been 1 year. My memory has faded. Which temple are you talking about? How does it look like? The first person says, oh, how have you forgot? Wait, let me refresh your memory. Gaurnita is their Lord. Mridanga, Kartal, Garland, Prasad are always on the board. Angel-like people with big tilak and the neck beads, fulfilling people's real need and binding everyone with a garland of holy name. Everyone is festival experiencing the Goloka Prem. Second person says, oh yeah, I remember again. Where are they? Where are they? Can they or anyone can do something to bring this temple again? My mind is flooded with their memories. Oh, my friend, when can I see them? When can I see them? The fourth person replies, oh, my friend, wait. Swami has promised online. Next year they're coming, man. Meanwhile, they're just churning the nectar ocean of holy name. Then second person says, Hari Bol. Again, I want to pull the cart of three divine siblings. Again, I want to dance with Swami and team. Again, I want to eat full plate with halwa and custard cream. Oh, somebody can blow this COVID-19? This is your story, Srila Gurudev. You have invested in everything in the last 30 years. Harinam after Harinam, festival after festivals. With you devotees, you have changed people's life like a miracle. You are so expert in drinking the hot sugarcane juice. Please perfect my life too, which is misused. So Srila Gurudev, this is my request. Can I join your Sankirtan street temples? When I look back at my life, I cannot comprehend how fortunate am I, accepted by you as your son to serve grandfather Srila Prabhupada's mission. So please make me like you and nothing else to expand the mission. That's why I'm asking Srila Gurudev, when can I join your Sankirtan street temples? In all the Vyas Puja offerings to His Divine Grace, you always reported your preaching pace. This is an exemplary act to be accountable to Guru and Parampara, even in such advanced stage. Please also make me part of your polished clan. That's why I'm asking Srila Gurudev, please allow me to join your Sankirtan temple. One more thing, you mentioned in your offerings, instruction to keep us on the polished true legacy. Even a thought of being without you make me crazy. Please, Srila Gurudev, show your mercy. Make me instrument to accept your mercy. Make me mad with your mercy and keep me always beside you. That's why I'm asking Srila Gurudev, please let me allow to join your Sankirtan street temples. Feeling so much separation from you and Radha Govindji. Don't know when I'll see you and Lord again. But same time, you have promised in the lecture, I'll come to you in a wink of an eye. And yes, you do and did. So many instances I feel you in my life. Being with you, although you're far away from me, I don't know how to understand the feeling of meeting and separation too simultaneously. When I will give up this futile activity and speculative mentality to associate with you personally, please, Gurudev, show me path to follow you as it is. Srila Gurudev, I have so much to say, but all about your love and helping hand for me. Only thing comes to mind is to how to make you happy. I just beg you to allow me to be with you in these temples for eternity. I'll also want to be with you, Srila Gurudev, your aspiring servant, Chaitanya Bhavadas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chaitanya Prabhu. So Irisha Samonova, then Sri Krishna Chandra Prabhu, and then Rasika Chandra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you. I feel extremely fortunate to have this opportunity to read the offering to you personally. And although I'm very far from realizing your true greatness, please accept my humble attempt to glorify you today. Your determination to serve Srila Prabhupada is one of your beautiful qualities which amazes and inspires me a lot. In fact, it's your determination and your dedication which is pushing me forward. Behind each and every attempt in my spiritual life stands your mercy. I remember my first beach Harinam on the Polish tour. I was surprised to see how welcoming people were, how happily they were dancing with the devotees and singing the Mahamantra along with them. What a pious people, I thought. Later on, I found out that it hasn't been like this forever. There was a time when they were throwing stones in devotees, blocking their ears, grabbing their children away from Harinam to protect them. So what brought such a huge change in their consciousness? It's your determination. You kept going with the preaching no matter what, years after years. In the same way, your determination to bring all of your disciples back home is what keeps me going. You're like a transcendental potter who kindly picked up this piece of clay of my personality and tirelessly kneading and shaping it so that one day it becomes a beautiful masterpiece worth being offered to Krishna. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. Your aspiring servant, Bhaktin Virisha.
Thank you very much, Mataji. Sri Krishna Chandra Prabhu, Rasika Chandra Prabhu, and then last two, Madhav Gauranga Prabhu and Shambhala Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Srila Gurudev, happy birthday to you. Dear Srila Gurudev, first of all, we want to thank you for everything you have been doing for us and by making us engage in service of the Lord, either by you going out on the streets and Sankirtan, or by organizing so many festivals throughout the world, or by going to different countries to look after the well-being of your disciples by meeting them personally. We sometimes wonder that do you ever spend a second of yourself, take some rest and think about your health? When the pandemic started last year, we thought that now you will get some time to rest, but nothing has stopped you. You have shown us there is no stopping or resting for you any given time. Srila Gurudeva, we have to say that we all your disciples are so fortunate that you show us how to spend every moment of the life in the service of the Lord. Thank you, Srila Gurudeva, for being with us and showing us the path and making it easy for us to travel and engage ourselves in the Lordship service. Thank you for taking us every nook and corner of Raj through your lectures. You take so much time and energy to get every minute detail of every lecture to give pleasure for your audience, disciples, and well-wishers. Srila Gurudeva, you speak from your heart. You pour your heart through your offerings when you write your offerings to Srila Prabhupada and to your God brothers. Just by your presence and talks, it became so easy for us to look forward for your lectures and drown ourselves in those beautiful pastimes of Lord and his devotees. Srila Gurudeva, once we emailed you that we seek blessings to enter and stay closer to temple. Then you replied back with your blessings in your email and you said, quote, if you cannot stay in the temple, then stay near the temple. Now by your mercy, Srila Gurudeva, we have bought our own place closer to temple, and this happens only by your mercy and kind blessings. Thank you for keeping us under your shelter through this pandemic and helping us to keep the enthusiasm in tight. We have spent so many lockdowns in past year without missing Krishna Katha from you, and also by kind mercy, brothers and sisters joined our Srila Prabhupada movement regardless of world closure. On this auspicious day of your appearance, we pray to Sri Giriraj Maharaj, Sri Radha Vallabha, Sri Gaurnita, and Sri Jagannath Baldev Subhadramai to keep you with best health so that you can keep spreading the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya. Your humble disciples, Sri Krishna Chandradas Hemagaridasi. Srila Gurudev, we just want to offer you a small cake from Melbourne, as you have had the cake from Russia now. So this is Hemagaridasi. Yeah, same.
Turn towards the camera, please.
The mango cake. Thank you, Gurudev. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhu. Rasika Chandra Prabhu now. And after that, Madhav Goranga, and then Sham Vallabh Prabhu is the last one.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. It is our good fortune to participate on this occasion, auspicious occasion, and motivate ourselves to make spiritual progress. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, that for one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, devotional service is guaranteed. And at the end, he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there be one more dear. By looking at your life, we feel that you are very dear to Lord Krishna. Year after year, you have been spreading the Lord's glories, and many souls have been benefited and delivered. For the last 1 year, I have realized the importance of 2 verses through your talks. The first one is, Om Agnana Timarandasaya, Jnananjana Chalakaya, Chakshurulimitam Yena, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto your spiritual master, who has opened my eyes, which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance, with a torchlight of knowledge. Until now, we were only reading this as a prayer, but now with your webinars and knowledge sharing, we can realize it. Over the last 1 year, you have given hundreds of talks on Vrindavana and the Vaishnava Acharyas. Due to this, we can understand the importance of the Holy Dham through the knowledge that you're giving weekly and open the windows to the spiritual world. It is like the soldiers in the army that they need to train themselves and keep themselves fit for the war. So your webinars are actually training us for the war against Maya, because people usually go back to Maya's lap as soon as the pandemic is over. So we have to be ready and preach to them. The second verse which we realize is Sri Chaitanya Manovishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupam Kada Mahim Dadati Swapadankitam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada was established within this material world, the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet. I think through your webinars, you are fulfilling the desire of Lord Chaitanya. In this current age, people are addicted to the electronic devices, and this is the best way to do that. The talks are going to various types of people, at least they're knowing about the difference between the matter and spirit. In one of your diary, you have mentioned that one cannot become a pure devotee unless one becomes a pure devotee of the spiritual master, Ishya Prasadat Bhagavad Prasad. First, one must establish a proper relationship with Guru before developing the relationship with Krishna. A sincere disciple has the same devotion for a spiritual master that he has for the Lord. Please bless us on this occasion that we remember and practice this instruction without fail. In spite of many inconveniences, you are continuing to fulfill the mission of your spiritual master and making the protection of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu come true. You're already empowered by your spiritual master because you have been following his instructions to the heart. But with all the anarthas in our heart, we are unable to do that. Therefore, on this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I am falling at your lotus feet and begging for the mercy to develop the taste for your service, preaching, and the holy name. Let me be of some help in your great mission of spreading Krishna consciousness to every home and every heart. Thank you very much, and your insignificant servants, Rasika Chandradas, Gopi Ramana Devidas. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Prabhu. Madhav Goranga, and then Shamvala Prabhu, and then Gurudev will address us for a few minutes before we all finish. So Madhav Goranga Prabhu, please.
Haribol Gurudev. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you and Srila Prabhupada. Due to your and Giriraj's blessings, we were able to buy a house that's a good house for Giriraj to live in. This year I started high school and it was a new experience for me. As I was feeling nervous when I was entering high school for the first day, I only thought about Giriraj and you. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to miss Sacred Sound retreats in 2020 and 2021. But I really hope that next year we can do Sacred Sound retreat and I get to meet you again, as I really miss you. And I hope I can be a servant like every year. Dear Srila Gurudev, I'm struggling to chant my rounds every day. Please, I beg for your mercy so I can get some taste to chant my rounds, which I've been doing for the last 1 year, minimum of 6 rounds. I want to increase my rounds, so for that I need your blessings. Please can you bless me so I can try to become a devotee of the Lord and serve him for the rest of my life. For me, servant Madhav Goranga Das.
Shamvala Prabhu, if you're online, please, Shamvala Prabhu, and then
Yes,
Srila
I
Gurudev will
am.
address us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Happy birthday, Gurudev. On this auspicious occasion, I bow down at your lotus feet. Please accept my humble obeisances of this wretched fallen soul. It is always so difficult glorifying you because no words are ever sufficient to express your inexhaustible glories. What can I say? You leave us speechless and stunned with your mercy. What you have given us is so vast and great that even to put it into words in order to express our gratitude is difficult, in fact, impossible. I think this alone explains your elevated position. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev. Gurudev, you have touched our lives in ways we cannot describe or even comprehend. You do it in mind, body, and spirit, and sometimes silently, that years pass before we realize it, like the fragrance of a rose garden that often comes to us only after we have walked past it. I am eternally grateful for the opportunity you have given my wife Madhavi Priya and I to express our profound gratitude to you for your causeless mercy. I am such a fallen and conditioned soul that I do not qualify to sing your glories. Nevertheless, I know that we cannot repay you back for what you have done and given to us, even if I serve you for millions of lives. But I'm so unfortunate that I still have strong material attachments due to which I am unable to fully surrender to you. I sometimes feel very low because of this. We are following the regulative principles, assist the temple whenever possible, and serve other Vaishnavas as per our capacity. We really cherish the moments we have spent with you abroad and here in Australia. Every year brings to me deeper appreciation of your unparalleled contributions to enriching the lives of millions all over the world, especially last year when I got to spend some time with you at the hospital, at St. Augustine's Hospital. All glories to you, Gurudev. We pray to the Lord in whichever form we may exist in the future, that we receive only you as our Guru, and that we cannot be of greater service to you. Thank you for your wonderful books, your lectures, and your loving advice that you have always given us, and for your association, which is all nectar and happiness. Thank you again and again, forever, from the deepest core of my heart, and please pray for us that we may become better disciples of you. Your servants and well-wisher, Sham Vallabha and Madhavi Priya. Thank you, Gurudev.
Thank you, Prabhu. So, Srila Gurudev, it's all yours now.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Those of you who are left, because I know it's quite late in Australia, and many devotees probably have gone to take rest. But to all those of you who are still here, those who are dreaming now, I want to thank you all very much for your very heartfelt offerings of devotion. I think it's very significant that our dearmost Acharya, Srila Rupa Goswami, who we find ourselves quoting more and more these days, wrote a book called Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which really was one of the first books that Srila Prabhupada translated, or you could say summarized, in the form of his famous Nectar of Devotion. It's actually a very deep study of the science of devotional service. It's interesting that Prabhupada gave it to us in the beginning when we were, again, just trying to figure out that we're not the body. But it's like Krishna book. Krishna book has so many wonderful stories, pastimes, let us say, of Krishna, and particularly Krishna in Vrindavan. Prabhupada said one time it's a summary study of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. And Prabhupada says in the introduction to the Krishna book that this simple book, Krishna book, will give solace to my disciples when they reach the stage of feeling separation from Krishna. Vipralamba Bhav. It's a very elevated stage. And Prabhupada said, I'm giving you this book because when you get to that stage of actually feeling separation from Krishna, by reading this book, you'll have Krishna's association and you'll get some solace. We can see Prabhupada gave us everything. An introduction to Krishna consciousness, a process to make progress, and he also explained the goal to us very clearly. There's no secrets, or you could say it's an open secret for those who want to know. So Nectar of Devotion is a summary study of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, one of the most important works of Srila Rupa Goswami, which he goes into great detail about devotional service in the mood of the residents of Vrindavan, actually. And Prabhupada described Nectar of Devotion as the handbook for the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. I remember we had in the very beginning, we had those brick-colored Srimad Bhagavatams that Prabhupada brought with him from India. He had several trunks. And when I joined the movement, there were devotees who had copies of the Srimad Bhagavatam. I think there were 3 parts to what Prabhupada he wrote. There were 3 particular books, Srimad Bhagavatam. And when I met Vishnu Maharaj, he had one. He had a Bhagavatam. And I asked him for his copy. Prabhupada had given him that brick-colored Srimad Bhagavatam printed in India by the League of Devotees. And I asked Vishnu Maharaj before he left, I said, can I have that book? He said, no. And Prabhupada gave me this book. And this is everything I know about Krishna. I said, where do I get one? He said, you can't get. So one night when Maharaj took rest, I snuck into his room and I opened the book and I wrote down the address of who printed that book. And there was a note that it was produced by the League of Devotees, Mathura Vrindavan. The League of, that's all, this was one of Prabhupada's first movements. One of his first organizations that he created was called League of Devotees. Like in Jhansi, he had a particular group, forget what it was called, but later on when he was in Delhi, he created the League of Devotees, precursor to ISKCON, actually. But no one was really interested. Prabhupada made one disciple in India. So I put $10 in an envelope and I said, in a note, dear sir, please send me one of my spiritual master's books called Srimad Bhagavatam, part 1, 2, or 3, I can't remember. I said that they're the color of a brick. And I wrote League of Devotees, Mathura Vrindavan, India. That's the address. League of Devotees, Mathura Vrindavan, India. And I put it in the mailbox. 6 months later, I got a parcel from the post. It was a burlap bag tied up with 3 books inside. It had come by sea mail. Only Krishna knows how that letter was delivered to such a simple address. League of Devotees, Mathura Vrindavan, there's no street, there's no street number, there's no, regional pin code or whatever. It was just Krishna. I just took it was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Somehow he wanted to drag me into this movement. And it was sent by sea mail. It took 6 months to come. You can imagine the condition of that burlap bag. We unwrapped it, and there was the Srimad Bhagavatams, the original. So I had those, and I had been given I'd been given a old blue Bhagavad Gita, simple, with the first Gita in ISKCON, published by Macmillan Company, before Prabhupada printed Gita in Japan. So I had those brick-covered books, and I had a Gita, and I had Nectar Devotion. I could sort of understand Bhagavad Gita, kind of understand the Bhagavatam, because it was Prabhupada's Old English. I couldn't understand a thing about Nectar Devotion. Nothing. But I read it 3 times. I just was so attracted just to the idea of devotion, love towards the Supreme. And I was very interested because Prabhupada read it was a summary of another book by somebody called Rupa Goswami. And it was the summary study of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And Prabhupada translated that as Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the nectar of the ocean of devotion. I was thinking, there's an ocean of devotion? Because when I was young, I was a surfer, so I knew what an ocean was. And and the waves on the ocean, and an ocean of salt water. I was thinking, an ocean of love? And then Prabhupada, somewhere in Bhagavatam, he mentioned there's an ocean of ghee somewhere in the universe. There's an ocean of milk. There's an ocean of honey. There's an ocean of sugar water. I thought, well, this is a fantastic philosophy. I hope it's all true. An ocean of I didn't know what ghee was. Someone said it's butter. I said, an ocean of butter? But it's all true. It's all there for a purpose. But I was mostly infatuated by this idea of devotion because, you know, I came from the hippie generation, 1960s in America, and our whole thing was, you know, all you need is love. The Beatles would sing, all you need is love. And that I felt that was true. Because I came from a well-to-do family and I had pretty much everything I needed when I was young, but I was frustrated. I had a car when I was 15. I had a credit card from my grandmother. I could go to the mall, buy whatever I wanted. I had lots of friends. I was, you know, a famous athlete, but something was missing. And I believed in that motto, all you need is love, but I couldn't find that love. Because love in the material world means, you know, I love you because you can satisfy my senses. It's the opposite of love in the spiritual world, where you give more than you take. Or the mood of the gopis, you give everything to Krishna. And then Krishna gives all his love to you. So I knew I'd found it in Hare Krishna. I knew that this was the chance. And I thought, wow, an ocean of love. And then I was writing to the devotees and they told me that you can churn that ocean of love. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, you can churn that ocean of love. That's the process of devotion. Churn the ocean of love. And I remember I read that, and what comes out of that ocean is just more love. Love for the devotees, love for your guru, love for Krishna. And I heard about another ocean that the demons and the devotees churned, you know, that famous pastime, churning the ocean. And Kurma, the turtle was there, and then the rod was there, and the demigods and the demons were churning, and all kinds of things were coming out. Lakshmi Devi came out, Indra's elephant came out, but also poison came out, hala hala. And Lord Shiva, he drank that poison. So I thought, I'm not interested in that ocean. I want to churn, to be part of churning the ocean, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the ocean of love, the ocean of... So today I felt like we were churning that ocean. I actually felt that, you know, when you churn something, then like you churn milk, that becomes yogurt, then you can get butter, you can get, you know, you keep churning, so many wonderful things come from the milk product. So today we were churning this ocean of the nectar of devotion. I was glorifying all of you for your seriousness and your commitment to following Prabhupada's teachings. And I love you for that. And you were expressing some love for me as your captain of the ship. And it was just love, unmotivated love. My love for you is unconditional. You're my children, even sometimes you have your missteps. Sometimes you may fall down. We know your heart. You wouldn't be in this movement unless you understood the goal of life is to love Krishna, to love Radha and Krishna. But because of some previous attachments and previous desires, sometimes we become overwhelmed. Sometimes the material energy fools us and we make a mistake. But that's not your heart. Your hearts are with Prabhupada. Your hearts are with Mahaprabhu. Your hearts are in Vrindavan. Devotees like to wear those t-shirts, I left my heart in Vrindavan. So maybe they're making some mistakes. But my Muslim friend, he was a big cleric in Uzbekistan. He said, Swami, in your Hare Krishna movement, do your devotees sometimes fall down? I said, yes. Sometimes. And I said, in your Islam, do your followers fall down? He said, yes. I said, what do you tell them when they fall away? He said, Swami, we tell them, if you fall down 8 times, you pick yourself up 9 times, but never give up. You never give up. He said, we tell them that they learn by their mistakes. So I like that attitude. I also think like that. Sometimes devotees fall away and they're criticized. Anyone can fall. Even a Mahabhagavata can fall down if he hears Mayavad philosophy. So we have to be always very forgiving. If someone is repentant and they want to try again, then we have to be there and help them. Like that. So if sometimes you struggle, don't feel bad. This material world is Daiviyesha Gunamayi, Krishna says. This divine energy of mind consisting of the 3 modes of material nature, it's very difficult to overcome. That's God. God is saying this world he created is difficult to overcome. But he always gives the solution. There's an answer for everything in Krishna consciousness. He said, one who surrenders unto me, they can easily overcome it. So this is the duty of the spiritual master, to forgive our past sins. At the moment of initiation, he forgives our past sins. He absorbs the karmic reaction to give us a chance to clean slate, to move forward. And he encourages us. How does he encourage us? He gives us a very simple process to overcome this, what Krishna says is very difficult to overcome, but how do we do it? Through penance and austerity and studying the Vedas 3 times? No. We sing, we dance, we hear the nectar of Brajabhumi, Vrindavan, Mayapur Dham, and we get a little tired of singing and dancing and hearing. We sit down and we take Bhagavad Prasadam. That's our process. So don't ever get discouraged. If you have some difficulty, pick yourself up and then enthusiastically embrace what is so simple. Singing, dancing, katha, prasadam. Don't underestimate the potency. Sometimes it's so simple we might miss it. Oh, it's too simple. Material problems take so much effort, so much politics, and you finally come to a solution. So to overcome this material energy, it must be such a difficult, no. Mahaprabhu is more merciful than Krishna himself. Krishna is very merciful. Mahaprabhu is very merciful, and Prabhupada, I have to say, is even more merciful than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's even more merciful. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't give Gayatri mantra to ladies. He didn't allow men and women to live in an ashram. He didn't allow women the privilege to go out and preach the divine command. Prabhupada said, our ladies, they're like lambs at home, lions on the chase. Prabhupada loved his female disciples. He loved Malati. He loved Jamuna. Sometimes he would have Jamuna speak at the pandal before he spoke. So Prabhupada has taken the message, even of his own Guru Maharaj, and made it perfectly applicable for the next 10,000 years. We have to think like that. There's no need to change anything anymore. We can innovate according to time, place, and circumstance, but innovation means that we think of novel ways to spread Krishna consciousness, but without compromising our core values, our core tradition. This takes a little bit of experience and some wisdom, but Bhaktivinoda Thakur said progress means to make the necessary changes on the way to the goal without compromising our tradition. Prabhupada was so expert at that. So really, Prabhupada told us one time, remember we were sitting in New Mayapur on the lawn. Prabhupada was giving darshan. So he's speaking about how easy the process of Krishna consciousness is. And he said to us, are there any problems? Is there a problem? And I remember sitting there and I was thinking, no, there's no problem. If there's a problem, it's not there's not a problem in the process of Krishna consciousness. There's a problem in our own hearts that we're still holding on to our so-called securities in this material world. But in the process of Krishna consciousness, there are no problems. You don't read about problems in the spiritual world. So in the process of chanting, dancing, feasting, shastra, deity worship, the problem's not with the process, the problem's just, they say old habits die hard. Old habits die hard. So what are our old habits? Fascination with the material energy, some hopes that'll bring me some pleasure, some security, some satisfaction. No. The process is very simple. Knowing we have some attachments, we have to be very serious about chanting. So therefore, more often than not, you'll see a devotee like this. More often than not, you'll see a devotee. We have our serious japa, but then we have our moments with our friends or we're walking. But the hand is still in the bead bag. Because there's more that comes out of this bead bag than the finger. There's more that comes out of this bead bag than the finger. What comes out of this bead bag is Cheto, Dharpana, Marjana. Cleansing of those attachments. Uprooting the roots of material desires and throwing them to the 10th dimension. And then when all is said and done, what comes out of this bead bag, prem. Prabhupada said you have to learn the art of crying. There, Nectar of Devotion is a chapter, the art of learning to cry for Krishna. Not like a sahaja, not something cheap, but a genuine tear that will come from taking your mala and turning that bead, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. So simple, but pregnant with mercy. You can see these beads. These beads are 250 years old. They were the bead of a great sadhu in Braj. You can see they're made from the roots of the tulsi leaf. Not just the wood, but the roots. You see how shiny they are. These beads, generations of Gaudiya Vaishnavas have chanted on these beads. And if you offered me, you can try. If you offered me $1 million, I wouldn't. You offer me, try it. Offer me $1 million. Because what one derives from chanting, all the opulence of this entire creation, and even the awe and veneration of Vaikuntha doesn't compare to the prema that one can get for the divine couple by chanting Hare Krishna. These beads are my constant companion, and I often remember the words of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He says, his going back to Godhead will be the result of all his chanting charms. I love that. his going back to Godhead will be the result of all his chanting charms. I just love that word, charms. CHARMS. Chanting charms. It's a magic word, isn't it? You say to someone, you just charm me by your presence, or I have a special charm, like these are my chanting charms. Every beat is, so therefore you'll always see devotee. When I traveled with Prabhupada, I remember on a number of occasions, I'd always look at Prabhupada, he'd always be chanting. He always had his hand in his bead bag when I traveled somewhere with him. He'd even be talking and I could see the beads were going. And when Prabhupada would chant, he would go like this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. So like this is all churning the nectar of the ocean of devotion. What will come from that churning? Love for the Vaishnavas, love for our spiritual preceptors, love for the divine couple, and that love is ad infinitum. It's not like love in this world. Even if you have the perfect loving relationship, until death do us part, until death, that's the Christian, this is hard talk, that's the Christian, at the wedding. I will love you till death do us part. You don't know what you're saying. Romeo and Juliet, that's the unfortunate nature of this world. But in the spiritual world, it just grows and grows and grows ad infinitum. And that's what we want. All you need is love, but love in Krishna consciousness. And because we're all tasting that, even as neophytes, we're all neophytes, I'll admit. But what the drops that we've got are better than anything we ever had in this world. And by giving that drop away, you get more. That's the spiritual mathematics. 1 minus 1 equals 1,000. What? Yeah, you'll understand if you chant Hare Krishna. If you give away what you've got in Krishna consciousness, Mahaprabhu floods you with more spiritual mathematics. It falleth from the heavens like a gentle rain. Like a gentle rain. So please, everyone, keep churning this Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, this nectar of churning the ocean of the nectar of devotion. Or as Prabhupada said, nectar of devotion. Read Nectar of Devotion. Now's the time. Now you can start reading Nectar of Devotion, because Prabhupada expected us all at some point to become interested in these, where the love's going to take us. And I'll do my very humble service of trying to keep sharing with you the nectar of Vrindavan. I from the very beginning, I consider myself like the least qualified. Dina Bandhu, he's my Parikama guru, Dina Bandhu. Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, he's my Parikama guru. Bhakti Bringa Govinda Swami Maharaj. These persons, they have the real, but I just thought, well, here are the books, and my duty is to share with all of you. And I really appreciate that you appreciate. I mean, now I'm going to really start trying to preach. Hearing how you have appreciated what I've shared how much that you're hankering for that. Now I have to really get serious. My chanting has to improve. My prayer, depending on Prabhupada and Mahaprabhu, Krishna, I have to really comb through the books, pull out every detail. You know, now I promise you I'll really do my best to present it tel quel est, as we say in French, as it is. So thank you for a wonderfully satisfying devotional day. And all I can say is we have so much to look forward to. They have that saying, it doesn't get better than this. It does. They say it like that, right? It doesn't get better than this. They're at a rock concert or at a pizza parlor, or, I don't know. It doesn't get better than this. We have it much better than them. But it just gets better and better and better. So stay on this transcendental Jaladuta boat that Prabhupada's the captain of, and he's taking us back all the way to Goloka Vrindavan. Don't jump ship. Please don't jump ship. Even if the ocean gets if you get a little seasick on the ocean, don't jump ship. Stick with the process. You'll never regret it when you get back home. Because once you get back home, Krishna promises in Bhagavad Gita, you'll never return to what Prabhupada described as this nasty world. And I can see you're making quick progress. Won't take long. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati said one time, I've said this many times, he said, I see no reason why all my disciples cannot go back to Godhead in this one lifetime. And Prabhupada told Vishnu Jan Maharaj, he told me, he said, Prabhupada told me, I've taken birth in every species of life, 8,400,000 species of life. So many times I've been born in the human species of life. Prabhupada said, you've been everywhere, you've done everything. But the one thing you haven't done is utilize your human form of life for full surrender to Krishna. Atmanivedana, full surrender. Just try one lifetime. You've been a demigod for the heavenly planets. You've been a snake on the low. Just make an experiment. Just give everything to Krishna. Just take one lifetime. Just try it. Everything to Krishna. See what happens. You'll dive into this ocean, right? The particular ocean we're in is an ocean of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. You'll dive into the ocean of Sri Krishna Sankirtan, and you'll surface in Goloka Vrindavan. That we promise you. So we'll all meet there. I often tell my disciples, I won't go back until all of my disciples are back. I'll be the last man standing. And one day we'll be there because Prabhupada said we'll have our ISKCON in the spiritual world. And he told Gargamuni that when we get back to the spiritual world, we will recognize each other. We won't look the same. I definitely don't want to have this body too long. I'm 72. What's it going to be like when I'm 80? That's only what? 8 years away. That goes very quickly. So we want to have our spiritual forms, but somehow by the mystic potency, Krishna is the supreme mystic, we'll recognize each other. When, oh, when will that day be ours? So thank you, all my beloved disciples and aspiring disciples, all my friends, my godbrothers who are so kind to me and encouraging me. And yes, let us also think about the people, all our brothers and sisters out there. Like black sheep, they've lost the way. They're also part of our family. So let's think that we won't go back home until they're all home as well. That's our duty to Prabhupada. Thank you. It's late here. I can imagine how late it is in Australia. I also look forward to the day that we'll meet. I can't imagine what it's going to be like flying into Sydney, flying into Melbourne, flying into Brisbane after maybe it'll be 2 years now, and coming out of the airport, and then, oh my God, all of you were there, and we see each other after churning this Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu through lectures and through emails and through sharing videos and hearing of your service and whatever. What it will be like when I come out of the airport and I see all my beloved. It'll be not an ocean of milk, not an ocean of butter, not an ocean of salt water. It will be an ocean of tears. Isn't it? When we meet again, it'll be an ocean of tears, and we'll swim in that ocean together. Thank you, everyone. I'll let you go now, and I look forward to seeing you soon. We have a lecture coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. We have a nice lecture coming out tomorrow. Every Tuesday and every Friday, our hearts will be together. Thank you. All glories to
Appearance
Srila
Day.
Thank you,
Jai
Srila
Srila
Gurudev.
Prabhupada, and happy Appearance Day,
Thank you very
Srila
much.
Gurudev.
Jai
Jai.
Gurudev. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Happy birthday, Srila
Jai
Gurudev.
Gurudev.
Jai.
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 Gurudev.
Thank you, Srila Gurudev. Thank you, all the
Happy
devotees.
birthday. We love you. Can't wait to see you in real life.
Hare
miss you,
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you.
Jai.
Jai.
None of us want to go.
I know. Let's stay.
I want to stay. No, don't go. We all need to stay here. Oh.
Are you like? Where are you in your car?
Yeah.
She is.
I remember
She's in
it's
her
between
home.
my assignment and my work.
You're just fabulous.
She's in her Bhajan Kutia on wheels.
It looks like a Bhajan Kutia.
I could sleep in the back. No, like my life is just like, so busy, full with work, with study.
You have to
like
work now.
Yeah, like
No more
I got
Polish
to
tour.
yeah,
Next
I
year.
could be on the Polish tour instead of
It's in
work.
preparation for that. You're working now so that when it all starts up again, you can just
Next
give
year
up
it's going to
work
be
and
epic. Polish tour is
go
going to be
for it.
epic.
Yeah, you're multitasking, but don't sleep while you drive.
That's right. Multitasking is like